Hello, friends.
Hi, everyone. Good
Kyle-
morning. Good
Kyle-
morning.
Kyle is reading quietly to himself.
Yeah. Not to brag.
Shout out to Jay Hardaway.
Hey.
For the belt, getting the belt today.
Nice job, Jay. Nice job. What's up, Russ Dog? Good morning. Yeah, Warren, we are up in here. Hi, Weezy. Hi, David.
Good morning,
What's up,
everybody. Good morning.
Hey, is anyone trying to get some food tomorrow before the game?
What?
Yeah, I might go to Mojo's tomorrow. I've been wanting an excuse to go there. It's walking distance from the arena.
Okay.
Can drop in. They got good food. That way I don't have to eat whatever's in media dining.
Oh, it's... I don't even know what to say. Like, it's...
I'm sure they work very hard. I'm sure the people in the kitchens are not given, like, the resources. I'm not blaming the kitchen people.
No. But instead of breakfast on Sunday, because it was a 12:30 start,
Yeah.
we had tamales and rice and beans.
Huh. Okay.
That's not what I had.
I don't blame you.
I had a breakfast sandwich at World.
Hi, John.
Shout out to World Coffee, who makes an incredible breakfast sandwich.
Oh, really?
Incredible.
I love that. But World Traveler?
Yeah, World Travelers.
Explorers? I don't know. It's right across from me. Very good coffee spot.
Oh, yeah, the blueberry latte. Oh, blueberry vanilla latte.
Very good.
Thank you, Russ Dog.
Local guy can confirm the cookies still fire. Oh, all right. We're going to continue this conversation. Yeah, I think I'm going to go get some food before the game tomorrow. I'll go out downtown, get a little bite to eat, because I'm not trying to eat whatever they're going to serve in the media dining room.
Okay.
I think that's fair. I think that's a fair move by me.
I would agree with you. Like, it's free food, so I don't want to get...
Yeah, I'm not...
The salad is always fresh and
Salad's
good.
always very strong.
But
cookies, awesome. Popcorn available the whole game.
I was so looking forward to showing up on Sunday for a day game and getting breakfast.
Like waffles, pancakes.
Well, and whatever they do with their waffles, the waffles are usually like...
Oh, you've had their breakfast before?
The Kings, yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I could just, use one of the waffles as like a throwing star and kill people. And the pancakes have the strangest ability to absorb as much syrup as you can possibly throw on it. It doesn't matter.
Sponge cakes.
It doesn't matter how much syrup you go. It's still dry, and you're like, "What just happened?" So you put more.
We talk about the things, and this is thing of no consequence to anybody who's not eating in the media dining room.
Yeah,
but like Levi Stadium, very good media dining.
Going to a Niners game is crazy because they serve some breakfast stuff.
Yes.
And then they have lunch.
Yes.
And
then at halftime.
And then at halftime, there's hot dogs and like chicken wings and ice cream. And then after the game, there's like pizza and ice cream.
Yes. Insane. So no, but you know how we always talk about the things the Kings need to spend money on that don't go toward the cap? Like hire a coach, pay to have a coach, pay to have a GM, pay to have a good training staff, which they do. The Kings have a very good training staff. Pay for those things. Let your kitchen people cook. Give them the resources they need to put out some quality dining.
Yeah, first of all,
they do their very best.
The cookies are amazing.
Really good cookies.
And it's, we get coffee and tea and soda and water all game long, popcorn.
The bit here is that we're complaining about free food.
Yeah.
It's free. It's delicious.
And typically I just like, okay, I'll just eat it. Like it is what it is.
Same. It's not inedible.
No, it's not. It's not healthy, but
tomorrow feels like, today feels like a big day, and we'll talk about the playing games today, but tomorrow just feels, I want tomorrow to be a little different.
Okay.
hit Mojo's or somewhere downtown. Just go hang out and have some food and then walk over to the arena.
All right.
I think that's going to be the vibe. If anybody wants to go, hit me up. It'll be a good time. You want to stop by?
I might stop by. We'll see.
I would love. Oh, that'd be the best. Be the very best thing. Hi, good morning. By the way, happy Tuesday.
We're doing a radio show, Kyle.
Yeah, I forgot we got a radio program to do. I saw a headline in the Onion today that said "It only Tuesday," and dang, I feel that it is only Tuesday. James Ham's there. Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. Everybody listening on 1320 AM on the radio. Hello, good morning. We appreciate you. Everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, of course. Hello, good morning, everybody in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Free Odyssey app. If you're listening there, hello, hi, how are you? If you're not listening there, download the free Odyssey app and make sure to favorite ESPN 1320. That way, wherever you are in the world, you can listen to this very radio station. And of course, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. It's a podcast version of this program. Joe does a great job getting the hours uploaded, the full shows uploaded. You can subscribe to that wherever you get your podcasts. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. We couldn't call it the Insiders because people who make more money than we do said we can't. So we didn't. And that's how that works. The Dallas Mavericks are a disaster. And this is not, hey, we're bringing up old stuff. The Dallas Mavericks have decided once again to shoot themselves in the foot for the 14th time this season. They announced today, or it was reported today, that Nico Harrison is having an off-the-record chat with select reporters. So this is an invite only, off the record, with no cameras and no recording devices allowed. Which, if it's off the record, that's what that means. No cameras, no recording. I shouldn't say it's off the record. I have not seen that it's off the record. If you take notes, then perhaps you can publish what is said.
Okay.
I have not seen the phrase off the record, but no recording devices, no cameras. Why are they doing this a day before their season is on the line? Unless Nico Harrison knows they're not going to come into Golden One Center and win. And he goes, yeah, all right, I've got some stuff to get off my chest before the playoffs start. This is such an own goal. What is he doing?
I'm so confused, too, because there's no reason to talk to the media today. Like, you're going into a play-in game. If you lose said play-in game, then you have your postseason media session on Thursday or Friday. The players come out, the GM comes out, the coach comes out, who else? Like, you just go through the standard postseason like media. If you somehow win on Wednesday, you beat the Kings, then you push that off to Saturday or Sunday or maybe even Monday. Why you would do it today? I just don't get.
I don't either.
Like, I mean,
This is so bizarre.
Like, you're not somebody who should be grandstanding that you made the plan. I mean, this team plummeted as soon as they traded Luka. I mean, this is a disaster season
like
for
this
them.
Effective, awesome team who's accomplished something. It almost feels like he's trying to get out ahead of something.
Okay.
Like, if Luka and the Lakers make a deep playoff run, we're going to hear all about, like, it's going to get rehashed, right? The Luka trade.
Oh, yeah.
Which makes sense. I saw somebody say we've never seen this type of reaction to a trade. It's like, yeah, because we've never seen this type of trade. This is insane.
Yeah.
So I think what Nico Harrison is doing is, before the playoffs and the play-in start, he's getting his message out, whatever it is, whatever new thing he wants to say. But there's nothing he's going to say that's going to satiate the fans there. Outside of Luka did something illegal and he's about to get charged for it, and Nico Harrison is hipping everybody to that, I don't think that's the case. But outside of that one scenario, there's nothing Nico Harrison is going to say that is going to placate Mavs fans. And now he's putting the Mavericks back in the news, in the spotlight, for the wrong reasons again, right before they go to play the Kings.
It's wild.
What is he doing? This is insane.
Like, look, I have had a ton of off-the-record conversations with general managers, coaches, whoever.
Sure.
but not like this. Not where they send out an e-bite to a couple of people
Insane.
and say, "Hey, everybody, we're going to have a sit down." Now, like, have I walked into a coach's office with a couple other media members before tip off of a game and had like a off the record conversation with a coach? Yes. There are all kinds of different ways to do this.
This is so different, and it's right before your season is on the line.
Mm-hmm.
What a silly thing for Nico Harrison and the Mavericks to do. Alas, Kings favored by, what did we see? 4.5.
4.5.
I like that number.
All right.
Number a lot. But we're burying the lead because Nico Harrison and the Mavs doing anything is funny at this point. Your Stockton Kings are the G League champions. It's so
Let's
big time.
go.
Yeah, it's big time.
Yeah.
Mason Jones, the MVP of the finals. They were down 1-0 in that 3-game series to the Orlando Magic's G League team, Ocelot.
Anytime you can't say a team name, you probably
It's a city I've never heard of.
Osceola,
of course. Osceola. Yeah, no, for sure. That's a place. That's where the Magic's G League team is. The Magic go up 1-0 in that series. Kings win the next 2. Had a comeback last night.
Mm-hmm.
Isaac Jones was awesome. 21 points, 13 boards.
Yeah. He was so active.
Love to see it, man.
Yeah. I mean, Isaac Jones, if he just spent the entire season in the G League, would be a G League All-Star. Mm-hmm. He'd average 20 and 10 without any problems at all. Like he spent some time down there, but not an entire season. And he's on the cusp of being an actual NBA player.
That's what I'm wondering. Is Mason Jones is he on the brink of being this productive?
I meant Isaac Jones, but go ahead, Mason Jones.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of Mason Jones. That's my bad. Isaac Jones for sure.
Yeah.
What about Mason Jones? Because is Mason Jones doing that? Is he on the cusp of, man, some team is going to take a shot on him to be their 6th man, and he's going to get an opportunity to get pushed into a bigger role in the NBA on a team that just says, hey, here's the keys and you're going to go. You were so good in the G League last year. Here you go. Or is he just a what we call in baseball, a quadruple A player?
He's a 4A player.
Where he's going to go cook in the G League, and every once in a while he comes up if you need a spot start or some spot minutes, but he's never going to have a regular rotation spot in the NBA.
I feel bad for Mason because I do think he is really, really close to being like a real NBA player. I mean, his stats for this season were absolutely crazy.
It's clear he's too good for the G League.
Yeah, and the other thing is, we talked about this at some point during the season. Big men in the G League thrive.
Yes,
like for Isaac Jones to go down there and put up 20, I think he finished 21 and 10 in 12 games. At the G League level. For him to do that it's impressive, but there aren't a bunch of really good big, centers and stuff in the G League that can hang.
It's because if you're a good big, you're in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a quality center or power forward, you're just in the NBA.
Yeah. And I think when it comes to guys like Mason, there are a ton of guys like Mason Jones at the G League level.
Mm-hmm.
Tons. And so you've got to find a way to separate yourself from those players, and it's not easy. And what he's done over the course of his time and playing for Stockton, again, the Kings would love to have him be a G League player forever, but I just don't think that's going to be his route. Like, he's got to go make his money. And once you go from being a two-way player that makes half of a rookie scale contract, so 550, 600,000, to just a G League player that makes 40,000, his run is pretty much over in the G League. Right. He can't be a two-way player going forward. He's capped out. He's outside of the parameters of what a G League player can be. It's supposed to be your first 3 years. I think he got some sort of exemption for a 4th year.
Huh.
But yeah, like, look, I think that he's he's a fun dude. He's got a really, really good spirit about him.
Excellent vibes.
Yeah, very, very good guy, vibe guy. He's actually, like yesterday on the podcast, Sean said he's actually right now getting his MBA from Harvard. So like while he's playing, he's actually really close to getting his MBA. So, like, look, this is a bright guy who's got plenty of things going for him outside of the game of basketball, but he's so close to being a really, solid contributor at an NBA level. And I just don't know when he's going to get a shot or if he is going to get a shot.
I think Eric Escobel in the chat this is in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. I think he hits the nail on the head here. He tries to do too much when he gets to the NBA level. If he can calm down and slow down, he would be a fine rotation guy, and that's it.
Yeah.
You're the guy on the G League team. If you're going to carve out a role in the NBA, it is going to be a much lesser role. It is going to be on the margins, do a little scoring here and there, but it's going to be rebounding, defense, hustle plays. It's going to be those little things that earn him rotation minutes more than, oh, wow, he played 100 miles an hour and he tried to score every time he touched the basketball.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there is a way in which he can fit at the pro level. Again, for his career, he's a 42.3% shooter from three.
Mm-hmm.
This year, he shot 41.3 at the G League level on 9 attempts a game. Last year, he shot 47.6% on 6.3 attempts per game. The dude can flat out shoot. So, getting him an opportunity, I don't know what that looks like, but it sure did feel like the Kings needed that type of player all season long, and no one actually gave him that opportunity. So there's got to be some sort of disconnect between who he is at the G League level and who he can be at the pro level, and whether that you can sort of figure out those two sides.
So he's done playing for the Stockton Kings. He could play for the Sacramento Kings, but he can't play for the Stockton Kings anymore.
Well, no, he can. He just can't play on a two-way.
Oh, okay. He has to be on a G League only contract. Got it. Okay. I misunderstood that. Does this matter at all?
I mean, I think you mean winning the championship doesn't matter.
Yeah, like it's let me back up. Let me rephrase that. It's really cool. It's awesome. Was pulling for the Kings to win it. They did. That's outstanding. Is there anything we can take from this that we can spin forward to the Sacramento club?
Yeah, I think first of all, the NBA has become like a little bit like Major League Baseball, where you're trying to build a pipeline.
For sure.
And I think the Kings are doing a really, really good job during the the Wes and Monty and Wes like era. They did a really good job of building a pipeline. We've seen guys like Isaac Jones there now, but Keon Ellis find his way. The Kings rewarded guys like Terry Taylor this year and brought them up out of the G League. I think they are building a pipeline, and that winning is good because that means that you might be able to attract better players again this year. Where other players are like, hey, I want to go play there. They just won. They've got a good coach in place. They've got some things going for them. And so, I think it does matter. I don't think it's an end all be all, but it's a cool story, and it's a good thing to, kind of pin your, during a down year to really like kind of give you something to talk about. Yeah,
no doubt. Shout out to the Stockton Kings, your G League champions. We love to see it. We also love to see our guy, Nick Friedell, Odyssey NBA insider. He's going to join us next. We're going to take a look at some of the crazy stuff that's happened in the NBA this year. We'll look at the play-in games. We'll look at the playoffs. Love having Nick on as a guest, and he's going to join us next. We'll talk about those play-in games. We'll talk about the NBA playoffs coming up. And of course, we got to keep the NFL draft in the conversation because that is a week from Thursday. It's coming up, and we'll discuss that as well on the Insiders. James Ham, Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320. It is Sacramento sports leader. Hey, yo. Charlie's jumping in here. Hang on, everyone. We have to talk business. We're very serious business people.
Extremely serious business people over here. I will let them do that, and I will take over for a little bit here, I guess. Let's see. How are we looking this morning, guys? How are we feeling? I think I'm going to hit the River Cats game today. It's the tickets are not very expensive. I mean, surprise, surprise, but I think it's like $35 behind home plate. I'm like, dude, I'm hitting the River Cats game for $35 behind home plate. Come on. Are you serious? See Kyle Harrison pitch? Yeah, they're talking real big business. I actually can't hear what they're saying either, guys. So we're all in the same boat here. How about the Giants, though, guys? Come on. I saw a stat today. Jung-Hoo Lee is currently hitting better all around than Shohei Ohtani. And of course I'm going to pick stats. Someone said, we'll show the last 3 years of their careers compared. No, actually, I don't think I will. I think I'm going to stick with that stat right there. I don't think I'm going to be out at any concerts at the state fair this year. For the most part, I'm going to be doing a lot more stuff with the insiders, obviously. So I'll be out at events and whatnot, but I don't know if I'll be at the state fair. It's a good point. I will take a look at the grass. I will absolutely get a report on the grass. I did have some Brazil soccer gear growing up. I do not anymore, though. Honestly, Verlander has had a little bit of a slow start. I'm really not too worried about it just because he's a veteran and what he's bringing to the staff right now is like, it's priceless. You can see it in all the other starts. I'm not mad at really any of his starts. It's kind of what I was expecting for Verlander. He's been eating up innings, even though he's been getting in trouble early. So as far as I think he'll come around though, he'll even out throughout the season. So yeah, I think he will come around definitely.
Bill.
Hey, Nick Friedell.
How we doing, guys?
What's going on? Hey, just so you know, you're live on the stream. We're back on the radio in about 40 seconds.
Awesome.
But you're live on the stream right now. How are you, man?
I'm good, buddy. It's good to be with you guys always.
Yeah, what's happening, man?
I was so happy when you texted me the other night.
Hey, a great tweet is a great tweet, but when it's coming from my boy about Mr. Tibbs, like that, I it's funny. I sent it to a few of my buddies in all the different text chains who have like some tie to like the Tibbs experience, and they're like,
That's awesome.
Nick, I feel like
hang on, we're coming back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil spinning on the ones and twos. And on the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedell. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. You can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Nick Friedell, everybody.
what's going on, Nick? Like, I'm curious, where are you in your house? Because I can't tell if those are drapes or a shower curtain.
Shower curtain.
Where are you in your home?
Mr. Ham, the best part is I am in San Diego, California, because I had flown out here to see my beloved Cubs, and I always try to get out to San Diego for this series every year if it's doable, and everything was looking really good for a few innings last night, and then that bullpen hit, and woof.
You can't play the Sacramento A's every series.
Yeah,
that is for sure. That is for sure.
We've got play-in games starting tonight. Of course, we're talking with Nick Friedell, Odyssey NBA insider. We got play-in games beginning tonight. It feels funny because in the West, the 7-8 matchup is like, man, if whoever wins this game has got a real shot against the Rockets, that young number 2 seed. Whereas in the East, it's Orlando and Atlanta playing to get boat raced by Boston. Does the winner of Orlando and Atlanta have any shot to give Boston a series?
Hell no.
Thanks, Nick.
Hell no. Yeah, that's why they pay me the big bucks, Mr. Madsen. Right there. Look, Orlando Atlanta is like a made for NBA TV play-in game. I know that that's not exactly how it's going to play out, but the winner of that game is just going to get absolutely demolished by Boston if they show up 4 times in a row. The hardest part as a fan watching how these playoffs are going to unfold in the East is, guys, assuming there's no injuries, it's going to be Boston and Cleveland. I just don't see any other way around a different scenario. They've been the class of that side all year long. The West is a completely different story, but when you try to find, all right, where could the upsets be and what could happen in these NBA playoffs, but especially in the East, Kyle, I don't see any way that those two teams aren't just a cut above everybody else playing against each other in a couple months.
You know, Nick, when I look at the Western Conference, you know, where the Kings are at is actually not that bad of a position. You've got the 7-8 matchup of Warriors, Grizzlies. I don't think either one of those teams we're 100% are convinced that are good. When you look at where the Kings are at, you know, they're going to play a Dallas Mavericks team that's in complete chaos and turmoil. There is like a small pathway here for the Kings to actually somehow make it to the playoffs, although it would be a short opening series. But just where are you with where the Kings are at, and what do you think? If you were predicting, what would you predict how this plays out in the next week?
James, I think they can win that first one. Dallas is just all over the place. I mean, Dallas is a case study for the play-in. It keeps everybody involved, but as soon as they made that deal and people started getting hurt, I was like, all right, Dallas is done. Whether or not they win this game, we'll see. But Dallas, talk to me next year about Dallas. But as far as the Kings go, is there that small path that you're describing? Sure. I think there is a possibility that they could find their way through into the first round. But guys, I haven't been with you in a couple months. I just am in total disbelief as it comes to Sacramento that the Kings front office looked at what happened with the Bulls in Chicago with DeRozan and Levine. And they went, hey, you know what we should do? We should recreate exactly what we just watched for several years that just didn't work, that was supremely mediocre. We should run it back now. When that deal went down, the Levine deal, I just shook my head. I'm texting our buddy Slater, and I'm going, what the hell are they doing? And you guys live it every day. I understand. I haven't been able to fully articulate just how mind-numbing I thought that whole thing was. But to see it now play out a couple months later and to see the money that's still on that Levine deal, to try to figure out where they're going, the Aaron's out of there, it is just a mess. And it's why they've been the way they've been for so long.
Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedell joining us. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai from the comfort of your new home at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Yeah, man. And that's, I think with Sacramento specifically, I think the Levine and DeRozan dynamic, we always talk about this with the Kings. There are nights where they're going to go into Cleveland and beat Cleveland. And then the next night beat Detroit in Detroit to cap a 6-game road trip. But we'll also watch them lose to Washington or smoke a 19-point lead at home to the Bulls. Was that how it was with Levine and DeRozan in Chicago, where one game they would look like, man, they might make a run, like, oh my God. And then the next night look like a team that could be in the lottery?
Yes. Absolutely yes. Kyle, what I would tell you, and it's funny you mentioned that Cleveland game. I'm sitting in like a tiny Italian restaurant outside Jacksonville, Florida.
As one does.
As one does. And I look up on the screen, and the bartender must have had a ton of something on Kings Cavs, that game from a couple weeks ago. And I'm watching, and I'm
Degenerate.
exactly. It's like, well, everybody's got their thing, and he was into that game. But I'm watching that game, and I'm like, I've seen this game. I watched this game watching the Bulls in Chicago for a long time, even keeping up with that team. Those guys are fun to watch when it's rolling. And, of course, the Kings aren't just DeRozan and Levine. I mean, there are other players and there are other reasons why always. But they can beat anybody. But the consistency just isn't there. I mean, the issues with Levine's defense have been on full display for years and years. As I watch from a distance now at what's going on in Sacramento, and it goes back to Mike Brown getting fired, giving him the contract, getting fired. You just look at what's going on, and you're like, this is why they are the way they are. This is why it's been set up the way it has for so long. And this is why so many people look at that situation and they go, well, the Kings are going to find a way to screw it up. And when that whole thing went down, I was just going, okay, well, they just set themselves back another couple of years. Like, if you're going to trade De'Aaron, get back all the young pieces, all the different things, but to pair up DeRozan and Levine again, you got to be kidding me.
Wow. I feel like
Brutal.
we should have had him on when the trade happened, because I kept saying the same exact thing and no one was listening. They're like, come on, man, give it a shot. Like, this has got a chance. And I'm like, no, they're the Bulls West Coast. They're the Bulls West Coast, like, version. Like, what are we doing here? And it's played out. Like, I've never seen two players that, again, one night can look just brilliant together. And then the next night, it looks like a big brother, little brother situation so badly, where it's just like they're in the back seat. And, there are times where you're sitting with your brother in the back seat of the car, your parents are driving, and you're watching a movie together and everything's quiet. And then 5 minutes later, you're beating on each other in the back seat, like pulling each other's hair and like wet willies and all that. So that's what it feels like when you're watching them play. It's just, I don't know how to explain it, except for it's two guys that, well, one guy specifically that doesn't feel like he wants the other guy to succeed sometimes. And that's what it feels like to me.
James, I think that's very well put, and I'd add there's always a mom driving, usually in the driver's seat, or a dad that my mom would cry when my brother and I would beat the hell out of each other, and my dad would be like, what the hell are you guys doing?
Knock it off!
What the hell are you guys doing? So when you watch the structure of the team building, you just go, why? And you just wish, because I've known you guys for a long time. I know how many loyal Kings fans there are out there. I mean, truly, like, there are a ton of loyal people that follow that team day in and day out. But when you make moves like that, when you give Mike the contract extension, then you can him with all that money. Come on. This is why they are who they are. And that deal and that pairing, James, to your point, is another reason why who knows what can happen in these play-in games. Maybe they can win a couple games and get in the first round. Sure, hey, this is fun. Let's go try to light the beam. Okay. But how are you any closer to a championship than you were at any other point? You're just not.
Man, it's depressing.
Yeah, let's bring up good news.
This is a huge bummer. No, I want to real quick. I want to ask you about the other playing game tonight in the West, but I want to stick on tomorrow's game, Mavs Kings. What's the deal with Nico Harrison deciding to do an impromptu press conference with no cameras, invite only? What? Huh? Like, you want to talk about dysfunction? What is that?
Kyle, it's the mirage of transparency. It's getting into the news cycle, but not really, because, hey, we don't have cameras and you can't really record anything. And we're only inviting selected media. That kind of stuff just drives me insane. As a journalist, as somebody who spent years covering the league, what you're trying to do is get your message out, but you're not being fully transparent about how you're going about it. And what I would say to the Mavericks, and they aren't alone. I mean, plenty of teams do weird stuff like this. I know the Nuggets just put Kroenke on like their in-house thing and had an interview, and then like a week later, okay, well, he did a press conference. It's just different now. But what I would say to the Mavericks specifically is, if you're going to have a press conference, have a press conference. Let people ask questions. Let the messaging get out there. Let everybody see what's going on. To do it this way just feels too secretive. It feels like you're hiding something. And if you're the Mavericks, you have pissed off your fan base to the highest possible power. I mean, we're sitting here, I'm feeling bad for the Kings fan base. You imagine being a Mavs fan? I think that's actually worse, which is really something to say given where they were only a few months ago. So it's a mess back there, and I don't see that getting better anytime soon because of the decisions that were made.
Yikes.
Okay, so it sounds like, again, I think the Mavs are a total mess, but this offseason feels like it could also be just another wild season of change. I don't know that Anthony Davis is long for there. What do you think? How do they pull out of this tailspin that they're in? Because we could talk about the same thing about the Kings, but the Kings, I think, is a lot more difficult because they have Zach LaVine, they don't have Anthony Davis to trade.
That's one of the most depressing sentences of the year in sports radio, right there, Mr. Ham. Yikes! I feel bad. All my friends in Sacramento, I feel bad. If you're Dallas, though, let's stick to Dallas. If you're Dallas,
yes.
If I'm that front office of Nico Harrison, you get out of the Anthony Davis deal and you just start fresh. It's going to be tough ego-wise to acknowledge, hey, we really screwed this up completely. The amount of season ticket holders that it feels like are pulling back, or everybody's kind of jumping off. I would trade Anthony Davis and get back everything you can. Again, the saddest part is you're trading all these picks potentially and getting all these young players back. You want to find a Luka Doncic. You had him and you gave up. So in order to win in the NBA and in pro sports, you have to have structure top to bottom with people on the floor, in ownership, in the front office, all doing their job in the same way at a high level. When you don't have that, you have the messes that we're describing here.
And as we talk with Nick Friedell, Odyssey NBA insider, and the problem there is there's not only the ego hit for Nico Harrison and the Mavs front office to go, hey, we made a mistake, we're going to trade Anthony Davis. You're probably going to wind up getting more for Anthony Davis than you got for Luka in the first place, which would be a whole other problem. I don't think anybody would be like, wow, what a great haul for Anthony Davis. It'd be like, you got this for Anthony Davis. Why didn't you get more for Luka?
Kyle,
there's no winning here.
The way that was handled was something that they'll truly be writing books about. I mean, my buddy Tim McMahon, he wrote a book, but you could write a whole different one in the last 3 months of what's going on. So they messed it up. They messed it up at a historic level. In order to fix what's happening now, though, you have to acknowledge that. And that's what they've got to do this summer.
We can't keep you all day. Let's finish with a positive note, right? Yeah, let's just finish with a positive note. So you didn't make it out for the A's Cubs series. What are your thoughts on baseball in Sacramento?
I am so mad having spent time in the Bay, and I lived in Oakland that first year when I was covering the Warriors. I'm just so mad at how baseball handled that whole situation. And James, what was sad to me is I was actually trying. I flew to Tokyo. I'm a diehard Cubs fan. Diehard my whole life. That is my team. I flew to Tokyo with my mom. I went to those Dodgers games.
Oh, cool.
They lost, but it was an incredible thing. I was trying to get back to Sacramento, but the ticket prices for that first game were, insane. I'm like, look, I'll be going to the an A's game this summer, but I don't, as much as I want to see the Cubs, I'm not going to pay all that craziness to get in there on game one. But what is sad is it just feels like, and again, you guys live it every day. It feels like in the beginning, everybody was into it and they were packing the park. And as the weeks have gone by, I keep seeing these pictures get tweeted out, and I'm like, like
You're still winning some games, man.
I hate for my friends who are still out there the way the A's situation was handled. Sacramento, if you're a baseball fan, it's incredible. You get to watch a major league talent in a minor league park. That's awesome. But to have that team with the way they've been run for so long, who knows if they're ever going to end up in Vegas. But to drop a team in a place where I know people do care about baseball, but they've had the River Cats for so long. I mean, it's such a strange situation. Always, and it ties into the theme of our conversation today, guys. If you don't have the right people making the right decisions up top, you're going to have big problems as it filters down, and that's where the A's are at.
Last thing, real quick, we're right up against it. Who wins the Magic Hawks game?
I'm not going against my Magic. I'm a proud Orlando native.
Of course, yeah. No doubt.
Big Caro, let's go. I think they can get through that. They're going to get popped. I am curious, guys. Warriors, what happens with them? They had their chance to get that week, and I think that's really going to hurt them trying to move forward now.
Yep. Do they get Memphis tonight?
I think they can, because I think Draymond will carry them all the way through, because he knows, hey, I need those 5 or 6 days to lay low. But I've felt from the beginning their best chance to win was next year when they can load up that roster just a little bit more, not right now.
No doubt. Nick Friedell, one of the very best Odyssey NBA insider. Thank you so much for hopping on with us today, man. We'll do it again soon.
Guys, it was great being with you. See ya.
Nick Friedell, that was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedell. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. We'll have more NBA playoffs, NBA play-in. We'll have some NFL draft. We got some exciting NFL draft news. We'll tell you what it is next. That's James Hammond, Kyle Matz, and Joe Brazil's with us. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Mirage of Transparency.
It needs to be on a t-shirt.
Bar.
I love Nick.
He's the best.
Such a good dude.
We need to have him on more often, because I feel like I wanted to get his thoughts on all that stuff that has just been discussed already.
Yeah,
I wanted to talk playing, and then it was like, well, what do you think about this? What do you think about that?
We could have had him lighten the show up like at the trade deadline and just had him laugh the whole time.
Seriously.
About the Kings acquiring
just killing people.
Zach LaVine.
All right, man. Damn. Getting cooked.
Yeah. According to Ian Rappaport, Cowboys legendary left tackle Tyron Smith is set to sign a one-day contract and retire as one of the organization's all-time greats.
Who's that? Sorry.
Tyron Smith, left tackle, Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yep.
Because we ran out of time, and I think Manny's shtick is old and tired. No, I just forgot. Sorry, guys. I love Manny. Dude, he was really good. Really good for a long time.
Yep. Oh, that's his. I thought that Nico Harrison had talked after the Luka trade. He hasn't talked since the Luka trade?
Yeah, he did that press conference with Jason Kidd where he bailed out halfway through it.
Oh.
And I don't think he's spoken since.
Okay. So he did, like, after the Luka trade. Like, the Luka trade happened. He did a press conference, but it was he bailed halfway through.
Yeah, and he did it with Jason Kidd.
Because Jason Kidd made that decision. No. The answer is no. He did
Maybe.
not.
Yeah, I saw. I don't know if people follow or are friends with Mavs fans, but a couple of the prominent Mavs bloggers, podcasters I follow are in the camp of you need to fire everyone, the entire coaching staff, the entire front office. The only way you're going to even begin to move past this is like, because Jason Kidd's being super flippant about it, talking about, yeah, it's getting compared to Babe Ruth. That's pretty cool. Brother, the Red Sox traded Babe Ruth and did not win a World Series for 108 years. Or whatever it was.
Something,
whatever insane number.
3 million years.
Like, what are you talking about?
Hey, Eric, it is almost time for us to get Faraz Siddiqui in here.
Yeah, we'll get Faraz after the NFL draft once rookies have gone to teams. We'll get him in for a little off-season checkup.
All right.
All right, fellas. So it's confirmed tonight. $33 right behind home plate. I will be there. Can't beat that.
For the kiddies?
For the River Cats,
Nice.
absolutely. Can't beat that, man. $2 hot dogs.
TC's on the line.
TC's on the line. Can this day get any worse?
This is an insane thing that doesn't get talked about nearly enough.
That did happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely madness.
And Mookie
Of
Betts,
course.
by the way, last year just stepped in and was like, yeah, I'll just play shortstop for the Dodgers now. It wasn't a great shortstop. He was fine.
Can do well. He's a good player. I've always said I'll give credit where credit's due. I do like Mookie. He's a great player.
He's incredible. Incredible player. It's jokes. I love TC.
Yeah, we're just messing. He's got takes, and they're all veiled.
Said 3. I said I texted
30.
my buddy who got the tickets. I said, "How many are you? What's the over under?" 7.
Glizzies?
Yeah, that's what he said today. And he said, I'm eventually aiming for the 9, but I'm going to start light today with the 7.
Glizzies and brewskis?
I don't
Or
know,
just
dude.
glizzies?
I don't know. I think
I always talk about doing the 9x9 thing, the 9x9 challenge. Hang on. We got 5 seconds.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I think I take down 3 glizzies.
So Joe Brazil was telling us at the break. What? It's insane, right? It's a wild thing to say. So we're talking.
Are you serious? I thought I did something wrong for a second. I thought I pressed a button.
No, it was me.
No, that was Kyle.
Yeah.
I think I take down 3 glizzies.
I was like, wait, did I get him on the line? Okay.
No, you're
sorry,
good.
continue.
You're good.
That caught me off guard.
Bring gas.
So
Okay.
Joe said at the break, and if you want to hang out with us at the break, we encourage you to jump onto youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320, because when we step away on the audio side, the video side's just up. We're just here talking.
Yeah.
And Joe is going to the River Cats game tonight at Sutter Health Park. And his buddy, you're going with some friends, and your friend said he was going to eat 7 hot dogs.
Yeah.
That's too many hot dogs.
Way
brother.
too many.
I always talk
It's
about
way too many.
I always talk about trying the 9x9 challenge. That's 9 beers, 9 hot dogs in 9 innings.
Do people realize that this would hurt?
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. That's why it's a difficult thing to do. At 22, maybe. Like it's about how old you are, right?
24.
22. Okay. So in my early 20s,
Yeah.
it's a thing that I think I could have done.
Uh-huh.
But when you start talking about at a baseball game, okay.
Yep.
So now we're talking about baseball game beers.
Yes.
And now remember, this is 9 innings. So you have to have like 3 of them ordered by the 7th.
You got to plan it correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I could eat 9 hot dogs in 9 innings at this point in my life. That's so
yeah.
much. That is so much hot dog.
It doesn't sound fun. Like, I don't want to do that to myself willingly.
Yeah.
It would make the experience for me not fun.
And then you're tacking on 2 additional glizzies. And then you're tacking on 9 ballpark-sized beers?
I think that's going to be the easy
No.
part for my buddy, but the beers is no problem. We don't got to worry about the beers.
That's wild.
No,
That's just,
You know, it's going to be
you got to go something light.
yeah, but the beers are really big.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ballpark-sized beers.
I don't
even
want
if
to
it's a
be the
light
guy
beer.
that helps Joe's friend out to the car.
Yeah, no
I
chance.
don't want to be that guy.
I used to do, so this is at, shout out to Flaming Grill. I don't know if it still exists. I know it used to be out in Oak Grove.
Korean spot?
No.
Okay.
But there was one down where I lived off of whatever it was, El Camino and Bell or something like that. I can't remember exactly where it was. Doesn't matter. Anyways, it was over there. They did a liter. You could buy a liter.
Like a liter of cola.
A liter of PBR for like $4.
Oh, yeah.
And my buddy, we sat down to eat. It's like a burger spot. They have like all these. They sold like elk burger, and the python was on their
dude,
menu.
I'm in.
All these kind of exotic. What's the word I'm looking for? Because I don't want to say exotic animal product foods.
Okay.
So that's what they did, and we sit down to eat, and they did great carne asada fries, and I order a liter of PBR. My buddy goes, "You won't drink 2 of those." I said, bet. I got you again, 23, 24 at this time. And I go, bet. So I drink these 2 liters of PBR over the course of a dinner.
Okay.
And the way was I didn't like how it felt in my body.
Of course not.
Pause. And
Oh no.
I can't, the idea of consuming that much beer in that short of amount of time, especially now with baseball games at the pitch clock, this isn't a 3.5 hour venture anymore.
No, that's true.
You're doing this in 2 hours and 15 minutes.
This is a sprint.
That's a no chance for me, brother.
Uh-huh.
I can get you 3 Modelo's during a baseball game. I can get you 3.
Yeah.
9?
So I feel like I would be able to do it if it was just so if I go into it thinking I'm going to do it, I probably won't be able to. But if I just have a crazy night, maybe the stats will line up at the end. You know what I mean? Kind of like not shooting for it, but at the end of the night, the stat line's like, okay, we did really good.
Now, does it? Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. And
you might not put up a triple double.
No,
but you might put up 29 and 8.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I mean, we're talking about it's people are worried. It was a $2. It's $2 hot dog night.
It's $2 hot dog night.
So it's not going to
it's
cost them like
$2
$2 hot dog
dogs. You
night.
didn't say that.
I'm sorry.
So that means it's you're not getting like a Dodger dog type of deal. You're getting it's probably
Be
a
careful
little
with your
lower than
words.
the beef frank.
Okay.
There's no way to go here that I'm gonna be okay. So I'm just gonna
we should just
I'm just drawing fouls at this point. I
Yeah,
got fouls
yeah.
to give. Goodness gracious. River Cats tonight, Sutter Health Park. Go enjoy a baseball game.
hang out with Joe.
Go hang out with Joe and eat some
Yeah, come say
$2 hot
hi.
dogs.
If you're coming out to the game, come say hi.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
why
be right
not?
behind home plate. I won't be hard to miss.
All right. Jay Sam there. Joe Brazil there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program for now. What's happening with the Kings draft pick? What does the Magic and Hawks game matter for the Kings?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it can. So
Okay. Let's start with Magic and Hawks.
okay. So if the Hawks beat the Magic, well, it actually doesn't really matter either Hawks or Magic because I believe. Wait.
The Hawks are 40 and 42.
Okay, no. So if the Hawks win, they're the 7th seed, right?
Yes.
And that pushes the Magic down to the battle for the 8th spot. Whoever wins the 9-10, whoever that is, it doesn't matter.
So it removes the Hawks from the lottery.
It removes the Hawks from the lottery. Okay. So then the next step is, can you get one of those other teams to beat the Magic? Because if one of those teams can beat the Magic, that would drop the Magic into the lottery as well, which of course would put them higher than the Kings at 41 wins.
Right.
Right. So that would push the Kings down 1 spot. So all of this is predicated on if the Kings were to lose to the Dallas Mavericks. So if there's a way that not only could Dallas beat, let's say Dallas beats the Kings and then Dallas beats
Memphis or Golden State.
Yeah. Let's say they beat Memphis, right? That would also drop Memphis in and push the Kings down even further. So in that scenario right there, it's possible that that you could get the Kings down to the 12th spot if 2 40+ win teams, more like 41 win teams, push the Kings down lower.
So you want to see the Kings are rooting for the Bulls or the Heat, because they're both, the Bulls are the 13th pick, the Heat are 11.
Yep.
Rooting for whichever team wins that game to beat whichever team loses the Orlando-Atlanta game.
Yeah, and the Kings would tie with Atlanta, and then there would probably be a coin flip. I believe that's how that would work. So you could actually tie with Atlanta, lose a coin flip, and then lose your pick because of the coin flip.
Oh,
yeah.
Lose your pick to Atlanta because of the coin flip. But if the Kings win, they're outside of weird lottery luck. If they win the first game, lose the second one.
They win the first game, lose the second. Well, okay, so it doesn't.
Oh, this is such a mess.
Yeah, that would put them at 13. Most likely, it would put them at 13 with the potential to go to 14.
Because if you win that first one, the Mavericks are 12.
Yeah.
And then the Bulls are 13 and the Heat are 11.
Yeah, so if you wanted the Kings to keep their pick, but if you want them to win the play-in, then, of course, just cheer on your team.
That's it. And I think maybe that's where we'll stand on this.
It's so narrow. The path is so narrow to keep your pick. And you could get to 12 then have some ridiculous thing where the 13th pick in the draft moves up into the top 4 and pushes you back one, and you lose your pick. So at this point,
but vice versa, you could be 13th and you could be the team that moves up, and now all of a sudden you go from losing your pick to keeping it.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we'll do, we're going to push this to the side. We're not going to talk draft pick unless the Kings lose tomorrow. I don't think they will, but if they do, that's when we can bring the draft pick back into the conversation.
Yeah.
Because ideally, they win a couple of play-in games and they go play in a playoff series and they lose their pick.
That would be the ideal situation, I think.
I agree.
And either way, I mean, that would clear the slate. So as of July 1st, you wouldn't have a draft pick this year. You wouldn't have a first-round pick. You do have a second-round pick. It's a Bulls pick.
Yeah.
But then you would go into, on July 1st, you would have all of your picks from then on.
Right. Okay.
Including your 2026 and 27 second-round picks you would get back.
Right. Because those aren't going to convey in the Hawks.
Yeah, they're currently on hold. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a lot. But speaking of draft picks, we have some fun NFL draft news for you. Missed it here. We'll get that for you next. And then we're going to give away some money.
Oh.
We'll tell you all about that coming up as well. We're giving away money. 500 smackaroos, I'm seeing.
Yeah.
All right. We'll tell you about that next. James Ham, I'm Kyle. That's Joe. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Leader. I got the read. Make sure I'm up. All right. It's NBA play-in time, which means it's almost NBA playoff time, which means it's time for you to sign up for Underdog Daily Fantasy. Their pick'em game is so easy. I tell you about it all the time. You pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your money. It is so much fun, and the NBA playoffs are the best time to do it because joining now, Underdog is doing, starting with game 1 of the playoffs, a 40% profit boost token. So if your lineup can win you $100, their 40% profit boost token ups that by 40%. In game 2, if you use that token in game 1, in game 2, you'll get a 50% profit boost token. If you use that, you get a 60% for game 3, all the way up to a 100% profit boost token in game 7. Sounds like a great time. I can't wait to have NBA playoff lineups on Underdog. Here's what I'm rocking with tonight in the play-in games. I don't get the profit boost tokens tonight, but I'm still going one lineup for each play-in game. Trae Young, higher than 9.5 assists. Paolo Banchero, higher than 30.5 points. And Dyson Daniels, higher than 2.5 steals. Can't wait to lock into that game. Warriors, Memphis, the second game tonight. Gary Payton II, not been great offensively. I'm going lower than 7.5 points for GP2. Steph has got that messed up right thumb. Lower than 5.5 made threes for Steph.
That's a lot of
That's
threes.
a lot of threes. Even if he hits 5, he could have a great game. So I'm going lower than 5.5. And then Ja Morant, I'm going higher than 26.5 points. This is going to be Ja Morant trying to score all of the buckets. And I think that he is going to go higher than 26.5 points. Those are my two lineups. I hope you play along with me on the Underdog app. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KYLEM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. Thanks, Joe.
You did it, Kyle.
I did it.
You did it. Greetings from Mount St. Helens.
Mount St. Helens, nice.
Nice. My grandparents went to Mount St. Helens when I was a kid, and they brought us back ash from Mount St. Helens in like a little jar. I think it was in like one of the little tiny, like Knott's Berry Farm jelly jars
Mm-hmm.
that you get like at a restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my dad has some. I think. Norm, I don't think there is one. Okay, I really need to make sure we get that.
Mm.
I gotta do that and that. Second hour. Somebody had a really good question. I forgot to star it. So when I bring this thing up, if it was you, raise your hand and I will make sure to give you credit for bringing this thing up.
Cal,
Did I forget to start it?
oh, you started
no.
something.
No. Joe started something.
No, I did because I really like that nickname.
Front row Joe.
Yeah, but only for AAA games.
AAA front row, Joe.
That's great.
Or we'll just call you AAA Joe. How about that?
It just doesn't quite. Front row Joe has, I don't know. We can clue it in though. We'll do, I'll think about it.
This is a good question, Kyle. We'll save this.
Chris, I don't know if I'm going to watch the Barca game. I might after the show. We'll see. Yeah. It's a possibility.
Yeah. Who among us?
Man U has another game against Lyon this week.
Ooh. That game he scored, what did he have? 37 and he was, yeah, he had like 37 and I think it was a -6 or maybe a 0.
Rustog, who are the Kings free agents this season after the season? Laravia, Trey Lyles, Doug McDermott, Jay Crowder, Markelle Fultz.
Yeah.
And that's it, I believe.
Zach LaVine had that game in Cleveland. He had 37 points and he was a -4. 27 points against Denver, a -8. $26 against the Clippers, -5.
Sometimes that can mean though that you kept your team together.
Ugh. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. Talking NBA play-in games. We'll have some NFL draft for you. Speaking of the NFL draft, James and I are doing a live show out at Cache Creek.
We are.
For the NFL draft. Yeah, can't wait. That is Thursday, April 24th. So next Thursday.
Yep. Up
at Cache Creek. We're going to be in, I want to make sure I have this right. We're going to be in the YOLO room. And it's a, what would you call it, Joe? Like something
it's
between
like
a ballroom and a conference room?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Intimate little setting. We're just going to sit there, hang out. We're going to do a live show from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay.
Talking NFL draft. Taking you right up to the draft at 5. So we'll do a live show. And then after that, we're going to go to the Elevate Bar inside Cache Creek, and we're hanging out.
Elevate Lounge.
We don't have a show to do. We don't have microphones out. We are hanging out.
Absolutely.
I might have a beer. Maybe.
That would be wild.
I'm just saying.
I'm not having 9 beers.
Well,
and 9 hot dogs. But
one per pick.
Yeah, I might have a drink or two.
Yeah,
and we're talking about.
It's gonna be a great time.
I think we might stay the night. Like they've got.
I'm crashing there for sure.
Yeah, they've got a beautiful hotel.
No, absolutely not. I'm gonna have a great time watching the NFL draft with the homies, and gosh, might go play a little bit.
Should we just take Friday off and?
I low key want to.
I think we probably should just like run something on Friday.
Run a best of.
Yeah, best of on for some. We can do something on Friday. Like, because, that place it's not exactly super close to where we are today. So
we'll discuss all this.
Okay.
We'll be out at Cache Creek Thursday, live show 4 to 5. Come hang out with us. And then we will make our way over to the Elevate Lounge inside Cache Creek. And we're going to watch the NFL draft, have some good drinks, eat some good food, and have a great time.
Yeah. Come out and join us. It'll be fun.
One more piece of housekeeping, and you're going to want to listen because we're giving away money. So listen up. And this is ESPN 1320. This isn't some national crazy thing. ESPN 1320 AM is giving away money just for listening to the station. ESPN listeners will have 2 chances to win big. All listeners have to do, and viewers have to do, is listen for the 2 keywords throughout the day and then enter it online at ESPN1320.com. Listeners will have 2 chances to grab a keyword, one with us, the insiders, another with D'Lo and KC. They're from noon to 4. Each day, one lucky listener will win $500.
Yes.
So every day, we're giving you 2 opportunities to win $500.
Yeah. So it's a $500 digital gift card. And it's courtesy of Folsom Lake Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram. This is incredible.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Shout out to Folsom Lake Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. $500. Again, that begins next week. Cannot wait.
No, it's spectacular. I'm super excited. Yeah.
Salute. All right. Let's talk play-ins. Atlanta, Orlando. I think I'm rooting for Orlando.
Okay.
One, because I'm a big Paolo Banchero guy. We've covered this. But I also just think if Boston's going to steamroll either team, but I think if there's an opportunity or a chance for one of those 2 teams to give Boston like a little bit of a series, I think it's Orlando. I think Orlando is better equipped to potentially make things. I don't obviously think they're going to win the series, but can they get it to 6 games? Maybe. I think they have a better chance of doing that against the Hawks, although the Hawks played Boston well this year.
Okay, so I'm going to go a different route. I'm going to pull for the Hawks here.
Okay.
The Hawks blew up their team midway through the season.
Yep.
They traded Bogdanovich. They lost Jalen Johnson. They traded DeAndre Hunter, and then they started to like roll with Reece Sachet and Dyson Daniels, and they're young. They're like a fun team, but also there's this weird little thing that they had traded as part of the DeJounte Murray deal originally. I believe that they traded their pick to the San Antonio Spurs, and the Spurs have their pick, which right now is like the 14th pick in the draft. So if the Hawks can make the playoffs, that pick is not a lottery pick, which just gives San Antonio less opportunity to jump up into the top 4
That's a good point.
because 2 picks, Kyle, in the lottery give you better odds than 1 pick.
It's a good point.
So if I'm
The mathin'.
yeah, so if I'm a someone who follows the Sacramento Kings, I would like to see the San Antonio Spurs not get a second lottery pick.
Yeah.
And the further they drop in the draft, the better.
When we were discussing the De'Aaron Fox trade and the possibility of that, and we were looking at all the Spurs picks, we saw that unprotected Hawks first, and we're going, dude, what in the world?
Why didn't you get that?
The Hawks are going to stink. And credit to the Hawks, man. They didn't have any reason to tank.
Nope.
Which probably helped.
Mhm.
But credit to them, man. Credit to Quinn Snyder for keeping that team together. Trae Young was really good this year. The shooting percentages were way down, but 24 points, 11.6 assists. Dyson Daniels was a revelation. He's in the most improved player conversation. Zachary Risachet really came on at the end of the year. He looks like a player who might be at least be in the league for a while, which was a huge question going in the draft. But he went on to average what he averaged 13, 4, and 1 this year. Shot 35.5% from 3. I like that the Hawks didn't quit.
Yeah.
And they finished the season 40-42. Again, are they going to beat the Magic? Maybe. Are they going to give Boston a series? Probably not. But given what we thought in February about the direction this team was headed and what it meant for the Spurs, that's a good point by you. Salute to the Hawks. I'm still not going to root for them.
Okay.
But I like that angle.
Okay. Man, Dyson Daniels on the season, 14.1 points. He averaged 3 steals a game.
Good God.
3 steals a game. Led the NBA. He also averaged 4.4 assists and 5.9 rebounds. Man, talk about giving up a young player a little bit too early.
Yeah, I get what they were trying to do, the Pelicans, that is, when they acquired DeJounte Murray.
Mm-hmm.
They needed a point guard, ostensibly, and another ball handler and a playmaker, potentially a good defender. We've seen DeJounte Murray be a very good defender at times. That fell off a little bit in Atlanta, but you kind of saw the vision.
Mm-hmm.
But forget the injury. Forget the fact that he got hurt and is it Achilles for him? It's Achilles, right?
For
DeJounte Murray?
Yes, I do believe it was Achilles.
They had so many injuries this year. It was crazy. But even removing the injury, I think if the Pelicans knew that this type of season was coming from Dyson Daniels, I don't think they would have made that trade.
No, I mean, look.
Like I said, injury aside, even if they got a full season out of DeJounte Murray, I think you'd rather have the 21-year-old who's averaging 14 points and 3 steals a night.
Yeah, I mean, you had him in your building. You should have known what kind of defender he is.
Insane.
I mean, realistically, you had him there. You should have known. And talk about like a perfect fit type player.
Mm-hmm.
You could have had 2 elite defenders at year 2 and 3 between him and why am I drawing a blank?
Herb Jones?
Herb Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like spectacular.
You could have been a nightmare defensive team.
Yeah. Wild decision that they made there. And they gave up picks. They gave up a bunch of picks. So now we're going to have to see. Yeah.
Yikes for the Pelicans. Also, I saw a report from Shamit Dua, who covers the Pelicans and has for a long time, that Pelicans ownership is going to mandate their new GM trade Zion Williamson this offseason.
Okay. Like, look,
we got to do it.
We do have to do it.
We got to talk about it.
Like, look, I've had conversations with people within the walls, right?
Of Golden One Center, not
of Golden One Center.
Odyssey.
Yeah, and there's like a real fear with New Orleans that they're going to be the team that gave up Zion Williamson, and he's going to be great.
Sure.
And they're going to be the team that gave up an MVP, and they're going to be like regretting it the whole time.
Sure.
But they also know that that's almost like the only path forward for both sides.
I would agree with them.
And so there's this really complicated thing that the guy doesn't play enough. He doesn't play enough this season because they wouldn't let him play. They wouldn't let him play in back-to-backs. He's always going to be battling weight issues. That's just something that's part of who he is as a person. And he's going to have to, you need a very, very strong franchise that can support a player that has some very specific needs. And I think that there are a lot of teams that are going to raise their hand, say, I'll take a chance on him. He's still super young.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't know.
And it's not a theory with Zion. We've seen when he is healthy and he's in playing shape, we've seen he is a force of nature.
Yeah.
He is so freaking good. And they won a few games down the stretch because he was healthy and playing. And single-handedly helping them win games. So you see the vision of why they've been holding on to him. Because I get it. I get that you don't want to be the team that traded Zion. Some other team got him on the right plan, got him healthy, and all of a sudden he's averaging 39 and 6 a night. And you're the team that gave up on him.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
so tough.
I hate comparing sports to relationships, but you have that person that you met just at the wrong time in life. Like, man, you know what? There's no chance this is ever going to work. But, 2 different places in life.
Yeah.
Stuff happens. That feels like the Zion and Pelicans thing. They have too much talent. They have too many good players. We talked about this yesterday with David Griffin. They have too many good players to have their entire season riding on whether Zion's going to stay healthy or not. So if you can move him now while there's still some value left and get something of value back that you can build around Herb Jones and Trey Murphy and Yves Missi and DeJounte Murray, who's there now, and Jose Alvarado, you got however much time left of CJ McCollum. Maybe you build around that and it's better for you moving forward and you live with the result of a Zion trade.
Yeah, and the way his contract is, basically, it's 39.4, it's 42.2, and 44.9 over the next 3 years. So whoever is going to acquire him is acquiring a giant salary for sure. But again, he's not even 25 yet.
I know.
It's just so crazy. But there's 24 games followed by 61, followed by 0, followed by 29. Then he played 70 last season and was really good in those 70 games. I mean, the Kings know that because he ran through them.
Yeah.
And 6-0 against the Kings.
And he was dragging them back against the Lakers in the second play-in game.
Then he got hurt. Yeah. And then he backed that up with 30 games played this year. And again, I think that was more, he probably could have played 45, 50, but that was more just the Pelicans pulling him back.
Yeah.
And they're going to have a difficult decision. And there is going to be a market for him. And I can almost assure you the Kings will call.
You have to.
Yeah. The Kings,
now,
trust me, they're going to be on the list of teams that call and see if he's available.
There should be 29 teams calling, frankly, and the Kings specifically.
Yeah,
that's a move. You might hate it. You might say, oh, the injury stuff, but that's the type of kind of, I think, dramatic move that they're in a spot right now where they're just kind of stuck.
Yeah,
they're just. I think they're in this lane of mediocrity where it might ebb and flow a little bit, but for the most part, you're going to kind of be right where they are. You're in that 7, 8, 9, 10 play-in conversation. I think to get out of that, you're going to need to take kind of a dramatic swing. And it doesn't have to be Zion, but I think that's the level of move I think you have to go make. And there's going to be some risk involved. But like I said, we've seen up close and personal just how freaking good he is when he's on. It's like, man, 25 years old. I think I'd take that bet.
Yeah.
But we'll continue discussing this. We're not quite to the offseason yet. I just thought that report was interesting, and I'm sure there will be more coming out about that, and we'll talk about Kings offseason moves once we get there. The other play-in game, Memphis Golden State, might actually impact the Kings. Who would you rather see the Kings play? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Oak Grove Kia talk line. Kings Grizzlies tonight. What does that mean? Warriors Grizzlies tonight. What does that mean for the Kings? We'll tell you next on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, I would not trade Sabonis for Zion. I know that's something that is going on in the chat. To me, I just wouldn't do it. You got a guy who plays, as close to 82 games as possible every year. versus a guy who misses a ton of games. And I know you're getting younger and all that stuff, but I also don't know that Zion and Sabonis could coexist. I don't know. Maybe they could. Maybe Sabonis setting screens for Zion would be like the most devastating thing of all time.
Little Zion Domas pick and roll.
Yeah. 2-man game. Yeah.
Yeah, the only way and that's the thing, and like I said, we'll talk about this more during the offseason, but the only way I am acquiring Zion is if you're gonna have to give something up. They're not just gonna give him away. Plus, you got to match salaries and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But the only way I'm doing that is if they're taking DeRozan and other stuff.
Yeah.
It's not, hey, Keegan's on the table, Domas is on the like I'd rather have Zion with those guys. But
and that's where I think the Kings have some issues. They just as far as salary cap wise, they don't have a bunch of contracts heading into this year.
Yeah. Yeah, God, I guess that's true.
I am completely in. It's no question.
The young people are in. I like that Joe's the avatar for Gen Z for
Let's
me.
go to the young person.
Yeah.
That's totally fine. It's cool.
Yeah, so it just would be difficult. Well, I mean, they're not going to do that. Oh, okay. No, I'm wrong. You could acquire him. Yep, I see that trade. Okay, never mind.
What is it?
Devin Carter and DeMar DeRozan would work. Are we gonna take a call?
Sure. I'll get to it.
Both or one?
Just one.
Yeah. I think you could probably pull off Zach and Devin. I actually just Zach by himself. But I was trying to like mentally do a trade without including that. It's about 10 million. Got to be within, I think, 25%. That would be tough. That might make it.
I agree with this.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Live NFL draft show. 4 to 5 p.m. at Cache Creek Casino next Thursday, April 24th. Come hang out with me and James in the YOLO room. Then we're heading over to the Elevate Bar and Lounge to watch the NFL draft, eat some good food, drink some good drinks, have a good time. Hope to see you out there at Cache Creek again next Thursday, April 24th for the NFL draft. Speaking of the NFL draft, we're gonna sprinkle it in here, and we're gonna do that via the Elk Grove Kia talk line, where our guy TC wants to talk some 49ers. Go ahead, TC.
Kyle Hammer, what's up?
Chilling, bro.
What's up?
Hey, ready for this game tonight, and ready for us playing tomorrow. As far as Niners, I got Niners and Kings, but you know what? I spit Niners first. I don't know how real that is, bro, but I'm doing it ASAP. Like, I'm doing it today. That whole article I was reading, maybe the Steelers TJ Watt for Brock. Your thoughts, Kyle? Are you doing that just simple, yes or no?
No.
Okay. What about you, Ham?
Probably no.
Okay, that's a yes. I can't see the first word, but it's something yes.
Hell
me.
yes. Hell yes is what
Yeah.
you're looking for.
Period. I don't. Yes, that's a yes for me. As far as the Kings and Zion, am I looking at this right? Do they make the same amount of money as far as Domas and Zion?
Yeah, it's relatively close. Yes.
Okay, simple question. Yes or no by both of you guys. Whoever wants to go first. Mine is yes. Are you taking that? If you taking that swing on Zion for the swap?
For me, it's a no.
What's the swap? Sorry, I'm still shook.
He's
off the
saying
first question.
Domas.
Domas for
Domas
Zion
and
straight
Zion.
across?
Yes. I see you, Kyle. Man. I don't know what Ham doing. That's yes to me.
No,
My only hang up is there's thanks for the call, TC. The only hang up for me is I don't mind the idea, but with Domas, you have a floor that you would be erasing with that move. Where now we saw it this year. You got 40 wins with whatever this team had going on. It was just a mess of a year, right?
Mhm.
And you still had 40 wins. You still have a starting center that you know is going to go out there and he's going to give you 20 points ish. He's going to give you 15 to 20 points. He's going to give you 10 to 18 rebounds and he's going to give you 5 to 10 assists. And you just know that night in, night out.
You know you're getting a double-double. You know you're getting the best rebounder in the game.
Sure. And I think there's value in that. But on the other hand, bringing in Zion raises your ceiling, I think, pretty immensely. But if when Domas gets hurt, it's okay. It's not great, but it's not like the end of the world. If you're giving up pieces, you're bringing in Zion, you're now building around Zion. You're doing everything you can to create an infrastructure that is based around his game and his skill set.
Mm-hmm.
And if he goes down and you remove that, you become this year's Pelicans. Now, granted, they had some other injury stuff, but I think like for next season, I don't think the Kings are going to have a roster as talented as the rest of the Pelicans roster was this year. With Herb Jones, who got hurt, Trey Murphy eventually got hurt toward the end of the year. I think Jose Alvarado was in and out of the lineup. They had a ton of injury problems, and they didn't insulate themselves from letting Jonas Valanciunas walk in free agency, which was a whole other thing. They just had Yves Missi, the rookie, and said, "Hey, here, you and Daniel Tice are going to be our centers," which is crazy. So I say all that to say your floor drops precipitously if you do that deal.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I look at the entire package that a player brings to the court, and not just to the court, but to your franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And like Zion, like it's not just injury problems. It's not just he does have off the court problems.
Mm-hmm.
He's always going to have like the weight issue hanging over him. I don't know how long his career actually lasts.
Yeah, no doubt.
And people say, "Oh, we've never seen anything like this. We have not. Oh, we he's just such an anomaly." And it's like, no, he's not. He's Larry Johnson. And Larry Johnson had the same exact problems. He could not stay healthy.
Yeah.
And his career ended early because he couldn't stay healthy. And Zion, like whether it's foot issues or knee issues or back issues, like he's had all of the red flags that you were worried about when he was coming into the league.
Mm-hmm.
And sure, when he's healthy, he's great. But when he's not healthy, he doesn't help you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's too often. I mean, again, he's played 30 games like 3 times. He's played 0 games 1 time. He's played 70, I think, twice.
Mm-hmm.
Like his career path is really, really difficult. And like, while I think he's a tremendous talent.
70 once.
71,
He's
61
played more
once.
than 60 twice in 6 years.
6 years since coming up.
So here's I think where people are going to land on this. If you're in the blow it up camp, if you're in this core of players is not going to work, I'm ready for the Kings to either take a big swing or bottom out, then this is your big swing.
Oh, yeah.
Then this is it. Then if it's Domas for Zion straight across and you're ready to blow everything up and give that a try, then you're probably a thumbs up. If you're not there yet and you're thinking, hey, Domas, Keegan, Keon Ellis, these are the that's a foundation. If you're in that camp, then you're very obviously not doing this.
Yep.
Or excuse me, Levine is in there too, just because I think he has to be. So if you think that's a foundation that you can build around and build upon, then you're sticking with it, and you're probably not acquiring Zion for anything less than or anything more than, what do we say, DeMar DeRozan and Devin Carter works,
something like that. It would be close, picks. But yeah,
that's probably what you're in the range of doing. So I think that's where people are going to fall here.
Okay.
Man, that's tough for me. I lean no, but I could be talked into it.
Okay. I would say, I'm not doing it. And also, if you're swapping Domas straight across for Zion, then you're looking at like the strangest combination of two bad teams ever.
Yeah.
So you would literally have Jonas Valanciunas and Zion Williamson right next to DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. So you'd be like the Chicago Pelicans or the New Orleans Bulls.
Ooh.
It would be odd.
Tough.
And I just don't know.
I don't love that at all.
Yeah.
Let's get out to where are we at? Joe in Elk Grove says no on the Domas Zion thing. What's up, Joe?
All right. How's it going, Kyle? Hey, Mr. Ham, wouldn't it be easier for the Kings to swap out? They need a point guard, send either DeRozan or Levine to Atlanta for Trae Young, a guy that distributes the ball.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're gonna make a move, I've never been like a tremendous Trae Young fan because of his defensive liabilities. I think you have the same exact issue if you tried to bring him in without trading Levine. You have the same issues that you would with the Malik Monk, Zach LaVine thing. Mm-hmm. You can't have two guys who don't play defense as your starting 1 and 2, because then the floodgates are just wide open and you don't have a true shot blocking center. So if you do that, you have to find a way to fit a shot blocker in at either the 3 or the 4 or the 5 and move Domas to the 4. Like, it's just so complicated. Trae Young is incredibly gifted, and he's one of the great scorers in the game, and probably underrated, to be honest with you.
He's one of the great playmakers in the game.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking 10, 11 assists per game. So he's a guy that really does do a lot. But like, it has to be the right situation, and putting him alongside a guy like Zach LaVine is not the right situation, just because you're not going to be able to stop anybody.
Yeah. There's a very particular type of team you have to build around Trae Young, and it seems a little bit like the Hawks are doing it
out of nowhere.
Well, Dyson Daniels is a perfect pairing for Trae Young.
Yeah, and Okongwu and Capella, yes, yep. Perfect pairing.
Very good. Jalen Johnson is an ascending player. He got hurt this year and missed a bunch of time, but ascending player.
Recesche. Yeah.
Tall, athletic, long player. They're building the right kind of team around Trae, for sure. And I think getting DeJounte Murray out of there was a good idea, because that wasn't working. And getting Dyson Daniels in there, oh, look, it works perfectly. So I don't know that the Hawks are going to be super eager to trade Trae Young.
They might look to move Trae Young. I'm not convinced that he's not going to be on the list of players that are available. We talked about this like at the beginning of our show when we first started, that I thought that this last summer could be a year where we saw major pieces traded, whether it was, again, Trae, Luka, and everyone's like, oh, they're never going to trade Luka. I'm like, okay, but like, you have to look at all of and Zion. You have to look at all these guys as like not successful in where they are. Now, then the Mavs go on to make it all the way to the NBA Finals. So you're thinking, oh, there's no way they're going to deal him. But like, I could have seen a way in which all of those players are kind of swapped for each other in different trades, and I still think that there's a possibility again of Zion and of Trae, and I think there are other big names, even AD we mentioned earlier. Like, there's going to be a lot of players. Ja Morant might be available this summer.
Yeah,
like, there are a lot of big name, big salaried players that might be available. And the one thing the Kings do have is Zach LaVine on a 2-year deal, where some of these other players are going to be on 3 or 4 year deals, and you can save the other team, 1 or 2 years of that extended contract.
And if Zach LaVine comes out in the play-in, and he's been playing, I think, very well down the stretch, he comes out in the play-in and has a huge game against Dallas and they win, and then he has a huge game against Memphis or Golden State and they win, and they go to the playoffs, and it's because Zach LaVine was out front leading everything, then maybe there's some value if they want to trade him. But if he has that kind of run, maybe they're not interested in moving him.
Yeah. And I still like Zach LaVine a lot like Trae Young. There's a way to build a team around Zach LaVine. There is. Like, I don't think it was ever realized with the Chicago Bulls, but there is a way to build a team around him. It's just complicated.
Yeah.
And
Right.
you've got to have, again, Keegan Murray is a really, really nice player to put alongside Zach LaVine. Keon Ellis might be a really good player to put alongside Zach LaVine, but you need one or two more of those defensive-minded guys.
Yeah.
And you need ball movers, not ball stoppers.
Yeah, for sure. I am right there with you. Memphis Golden State tonight. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I think there's two separate things here, because no Kings fan is actively rooting for Golden State. So I don't want to ask, who are you rooting for? Who should the Kings be rooting for? From a basketball standpoint, forget fandom for a moment. From a basketball standpoint, we're assuming the Kings beat the Mavericks. Who would you rather the Kings play for the number 8 seed? Is it Memphis or is it Golden State?
I mean, I think the Kings, they can say all they want about, it's a closer trip and we know that team really well, with the Warriors.
Yeah.
I think if you're the Kings, you want the Warriors to be the 7 seed and for you to face the Memphis Grizzlies. I think if you're a Kings fan, you're probably pulling for Memphis. Memphis has not been good in the second half of the season. They fired their coach 9 games ago. The new coach has got a whole new system that he's integrating, and it's a bunch of pick and roll stuff, but they still don't play any defense. And it's a team that for me is gettable. They play fast, but they're gettable.
I would way rather play Memphis. Memphis is a weird team right now, man. And I said this on CBS 13 the other night, and I stick with it. I would like to avoid Steph Curry at all costs, because we've seen firsthand at Golden One Center what can happen there. Now, granted, the Kings shut him down last year. The Kings were awesome last year. I think this is a better version of the Warriors, and I think it's a worse version of the Kings. And Memphis with a new coach, their offense is just a lot of Ja Morant now, and not that really dynamic ball movement, player movement, space invasion offense that they tried earlier this year that they had so much success with. Defensively, I think they're a little bit of a mess. I would way rather see Memphis in that spot. And I know somebody brought this up earlier. They brought up the travel. They said, I'd rather play the Warriors because it's right down the road. You don't have to travel to Memphis. I would contend I'd rather travel to Memphis, because then Oklahoma City's right there.
Oh, that's true.
Your travel to Oklahoma City is now a very, very short flight.
And either way, you're not worried about game 1 of a playoff series. You're worried very specifically about getting to the playoffs. And the easiest path for me is a team that, again, in their last 14 games, the Grizzlies are 5-9. They're not a good team right now.
Yeah, and they're not, it's not like, wow, they're figuring it out.
Yeah.
They boat raced Dallas because Dallas wasn't trying to win.
Yep, at the end of the season. Yeah. And also some of those wins, the 5 wins, we're talking about Charlotte, Detroit, and Miami. The other one is against the Jazz, and the other one again they beat the Heat. Like, their 5 wins, of their 5 wins, I think one of them is like a true legitimate win against the Detroit Pistons. And I don't know if Detroit was on a back-to-back or anything else. I can just tell you that they beat Detroit. Like, I don't see another. They have not played well. Their wins are against the dregs of the NBA.
That's why Taylor Jenkins got fired.
Yeah, even the Heat are like a 37-win team. Like, they're not a good team.
Right.
So, like, this is a team that has not played well, and also has a shakeup at the top.
This is a great point by David Jenkins. The Warriors have never won a play-in game. That's a fact, dude.
Yeah.
A few years ago, they played the Lakers and lost, and then played Memphis and lost, Then they played the Kings last year and lost. And I think that's it. I think that's their 3 trips to the play-in.
Yeah.
Or their 2 trips to the play-in.
Yeah, the year before that, they won the NBA championship.
Yeah, that is it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
20,
oh my God.
Yeah. The year before that, they were bad and didn't make the playoffs.
Because 2021 was, right, that was the Lakers year. They lost to the Grizzlies. Then they won the title. Then they went to the playoffs. And then, they lost in the play. Okay.
Yeah.
I had my years mixed up. Man. So, if you would have that advantage, if Golden State loses tonight, you're going into a game at Chase Center against a team that has literally never won a play-in game. That's a W. That's a win.
Yeah, there you go.
Here we go. Golden State doesn't have a lot of athletes. They don't have a lot of those rangy athletic guys that give the Kings problems.
Yep.
Jonathan Kuminga is apparently just out of the rotation now.
But they do. They shoot the lights out.
They are capable of doing so for sure. And that's what everything with Golden State rides on with for me. You know what you're for the most part going to get from Draymond. You know what you're for the most part going to get from Jimmy Butler, and you know for the most part what you're going to get from Steph. What do you get from all the other guys? Who else is going to be able to knock down shots?
No, I get that, but when it comes to the Kings allowed their opponents to shoot 38.1% from 3 on the season, 30th in the league. It's still the biggest problem, and the Warriors are that team.
They're going to get their threes up.
Yeah, if you're going to lose to a team in that play-in game because of one of your fatal flaws, it would be the Warriors and their 3-point shooting acumen.
Yeah.
And the Kings can do all they want to, stunt to send 2 guys at Steph, but at the end of the day, the Warriors have a bunch of dudes who can bust you up from 3, and including a guy like Moses Moody, who might not be shooting well right now, but he sure does look good every single time he plays the Kings.
Yeah. Capable of having one of those 5 for 7 type of games.
Yeah. You still got Buddy Hield looking for a revenge game. There's a lot of players on that team that can shoot the 3 and hurt you.
I would hope Buddy Hield isn't looking for a revenge game because yikes.
Well,
not what anybody wants to see. All right. We'll get predictions. East-West play-in games. We'll have predictions there. And we'll have the handoff coming up. It's going to be Jesse Tapia jumping in for the handoff on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. James Ham, Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll be back in a second on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Oh, according to Anthony Slater, Moses Moody is now questionable for the Warriors game tonight with back spasms. It's not great. Oh, that's a good one, Soren. His back is being moody.
Yeah, this is the other thing.
Oh,
we're just having this conversation because that game is happening tonight. The Kings might just come out and not play well against Dallas.
Oh, I'm so terrified for tomorrow.
Super possible.
I think I don't know. Every time I've thought, all right, the Kings are fine. Here they go. Okay, they're locked in. There's going to be the rug gets pulled out.
That's exactly what they want you to think.
I'm not going to be fooled.
It's Lucy and Charlie Brown.
That's it. Every time. I think Complex is a top 6 cool person I know.
That's a good take. No, that's a good take.
Just from a style perspective, from a vibe perspective. Jesse Tapia, everybody.
He might be top. Damian Barling's pretty cool, so I'll put Dame 1.
Damian's extremely cool.
I'll put Complex at 3.
Okay, who's 2?
Casey.
In the building or that you know?
In the building.
Oh, in the building, that's easy work. Yeah. Oh, I'm talking about of everybody.
That I know,
D'Lo might legitimately be the coolest person.
Yeah, D'Lo's like a good guy, so that kind of adds to it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Complex, his portfolio is like
No, Complex. If you
puts
talk
him
to
up higher.
Complex, like Complex knows people too.
Yeah.
Complex is just that dude.
Yeah, but his name is very like perfect for like it's like he is a complex dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's nicer, Charlie or Joe Brazil?
Charlie.
Dang.
It's Charlie.
Nah,
I think
it's
it's
Joe.
Joe, 'cause
It's Joe.
yeah.
I've seen Charlie be mean. I've never
Exactly.
seen Joe be
Yeah,
mean.
I've
Yeah,
seen
but
Charlie
you
lay
guys
down the
gotta
law.
realize, like, I hate to pull back the curtain a little bit, but I am a newer person, and like, I'm a nice person, 100%.
I've never even heard you talk smack about somebody behind their back, though.
Yeah, I
Joe.
know.
I've
I
seen
just
Jolie.
don't. I just don't.
I've seen Jolie being a little flustered, like, oh, like this is frustrating me, but like Charlie's been like, no, I'm mad.
Yeah,
seen-
Right,
I mean,
I've seen-
at
yeah.
events, like I've had to get a little mean at events before because people are like just not listening or whatever. Like, for example, someone's just getting a little too close to somebody. Like, I will, but I don't know. I'm not mean, but Charlie's nicer. I gotta go with Charlie.
I think Charlie too, because Joe's a fighter. Joe's gotten,
Just haven't seen that side of Joe yet.
Okay. Wait, no.
Oh.
I've been fighting. Great, that makes me sound even better. These accusations are false. I am not a fighter. I'm just involved in fights.
What does that even mean?
Joe just got a punchable face,
he's
and people take advantage of it, I
what he's
guess.
saying is he's not a fight winner.
No, he's not an instigator. Shout out to Joe, man.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
The nicest man in the building, Joe Brazil, is there. James Ham is here. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia is here. Jesse Tapia's Fresh Fade is here. It is
Shout
the
out to my
handoff.
barber.
Shout out to your barber. Yeah, I walked in yesterday. I walked into the room because your beard was getting long. Your hair
Yeah, I'll
was getting
go
long.
month and a half at a time without a haircut. It's just when I'm able to get back home and go see the barber, like I'll go do that. Shout out Jesus, praise the razor barber. And Siri, shout out.
Saying series?
Yeah.
You drive to Series to get your haircut?
Well, no, I'll go like if I'm gonna go see my dad or go hang out. Like,
Oh, I
let me
see,
make a haircut
okay.
appointment or something like that.
Do you have barbers here? And I ask this legitimately because I shave my head. I do that at home. I do it myself. I don't go to a barber. I know that finding a barber is very stressful though. Do you have a Sacramento barber and your Series guy?
No, just
that
I've just
one.
been going to him for like the last 5-6 years.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
Shout out
'cause-
JC the barber 916. That's the Sacramento barber.
All right.
Yeah, 'cause, like my mom and dad are back there, so I see them enough to get a haircut every once in a while.
Haircut text, James?
I've got I go to a salon, but yeah.
Oh,
I've had
You have a set person that cuts your hair, or do you
For
have
the-
multiple people cut your hair?
no, I've had the same lady for the last
That's how it should be.
10
I agree.
years.
I agree.
Probably 10. Before that, the other one was probably 15.
Prom in high school. Listen to this. My barber, I need a haircut, blah blah blah, in 2 weeks. He never hit me up. I had a prom. Yeah.
You
Never
went to
got a-
prom?
No, I found a haircut. I found a
Oh.
person to cut my hair after that. Nah, it was all good. But it's just that was like wow.
That's
Like
stressful.
stood me up.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That's a
Oh,
bad
no.
beat. Right before prom.
Never
too?
talked to him again after that.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Yeah, no.
The hell with that guy. Jesse Tapia, our resident Boston Celtics fan. I know you have no fear of either Orlando or the Hawks, but which team has a better chance of giving Boston like a little bit of a series?
I'm gonna go off of past experience. I don't want to play the Hawks.
The Hawks had a weird. Did they go 3-0 against Boston this year?
That sounds. They always. I don't know if they went 3-0 or whatever, but they always play Boston well. They're the team where it's like, yeah, Boston's gonna put up 120. The Hawks could put up 121 tonight. Like they played them in the playoffs. I think it was maybe last year, a couple years ago, and the series went 6. And it's not like I don't think Boston's gonna lose to them or anything like that. But if the Hawks need to get buckets somehow, some way, like they will, I think in one game.
Yeah,
They
it
were
was
2-1.
two seasons ago.
Yeah.
They took the Celtics to 6 games. So did you say 2-1 against them this year?
2-1 this season.
I think
one of them
matchup-
was the in-season
matchup-
tournament.
Yeah, matchup wise, like the Magic are probably like the one you look at because they got size and length and all that. But like I've seen the Celtics play the Hawks and somehow, some way, Trae Young's gonna go for 45 and win a game or two.
The Hawks haven't played the Hawks since
January
18th.
18th.
That's crazy. That's a long
November 4th, November 12th.
The Kings have played 5 seasons since then.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels like it, huh?
So you're pulling for Orlando?
Yeah, I'd like to see.
I mean,
Orlando,
if
yeah,
for
Orlando's never really found their flow this season either.
yeah, they're in a weird spot. All right, Memphis, Golden State. Who, if the Kings are hoping to make the playoffs, let's assume they beat Dallas. We're just going to assume that for now. Who we're both. I think we landed on we'd rather the Kings see Memphis, right? James,
Say that again.
we landed on the Kings. You'd rather them play Memphis.
Yeah, I would rather them play Memphis.
The Chatty House seems pretty split. Where do you land?
Yeah, I'm there too. I don't want to see Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler in a winner go home game.
Yeah,
like they've been there, done that, have all experience. Like I just don't want to see that. Memphis feels like a team since they fired Taylor Jenkins. They just been on a downward. I want to say spiral. They're just not looking good since then.
Yeah, they're such a I don't.
That team might have run its course. Might be time for some changes this offseason.
That's it.
I think you take a look at. I think they'll take a look at trading Ja after all the Lucas stuff. I think you guys brought up Zion to some report earlier. I think I don't know if they do trade Ja, but I think it's a thought at least this offseason.
Yeah, for sure. I'm with you.
Yeah,
the roster's weird.
I think there's a good chance that they blow that thing up. At least
it feels like you've gotten the
partially.
most out of that.
Yeah, I mean, and they're worried that Jaren. Well, if I'm them, I'm worried that Jaren Jackson wins Defensive Player of the Year. Then you have to.
Oh yeah,
he's gonna want max money.
Better hope that Draymond Green media tour is still going strong.
Yeah,
in Memphis.
There you go. Well, the Evan Mobley media tour as well. Like,
yeah,
the Cleveland's just not good at it.
Yeah,
they're just not real good at like putting it out there.
Dyson Daniels was also really good this season as well, but just no one cares, I guess.
Can I give it a stack real quick on the Draymond thing? The reason he's in the DPOY conversation, he's awesome. He's a really good defender. He should at the very least be in the conversation. But when Wemby went down with his deep vein thrombosis, it was okay. Triple J, Evan Mobley, those are the guys. Draymond had a really nice stretch of games where he was making these big plays defensively down the stretch, and he just got into a press conference and went, "Yeah, I'm the Defensive Player of the Year." And it was like collectively, the national media just went, "Oh yeah, he sure is."
Let me tell you something.
Like,
I
wait,
saw
what?
No, hold on. I saw that. I was like, huh, he's got a point. Maybe, yeah. Did you know, like I feel like Defensive Player of the Year is one of those. It's like based off of reputation. And if you get the right people behind you, then like you can get it done.
I agree with you. It's just insane that Draymond's DPOY candidacy, which like I said, I'm not trying to invalidate it.
Yeah.
He's an awesome defender.
How big Warriors hater you are.
But yeah, I just can't stand him. But I'm not saying that he shouldn't be in the conversation.
Oh, yeah.
But the fact that he wasn't, and now he just is, and is a favorite to win it, because he went into a press conference and was like, "Yeah, I'm the DPOY."
He's probably going to
Evan
win.
Mobley needs to get better at this. Jaren Jackson campaigns for it, and there was all that controversy about he had all these blocks at home and not a lot on the road, and the home scorekeeping and stuff. But Evan Mobley needs to come out and get on a podcast or get in a press conference and say some wild stuff that gets covered, because I'm sure he's said, I've not paid attention to every Evan Mobley press conference or any, to be honest. He needs to say something wild that gets covered nationally, where he's like, "Yeah, Draymond sucks. Jaren Jackson sucks. I'm actually the best defender in the league. And let's get this campaign rolling, Evan."
Yeah, you think.
You got to be loud.
Cavs just got the worst PR in the league, like 62-win team.
It's
and it was kind of
unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Why is there not an Oklahoma City Thunder player mentioned in the DPOY race?
Because they got too many dudes.
Yeah, but their defensive rating is a 106.6.
Who's the guy you point to though?
Lou Dort.
You could just give it to Shea, because you're gonna
stop. You can't give him MVP and DPOY. That's crazy.
Okay, best player, best team.
I don't know. Like I wouldn't say he's better than Evan Mobley or even Dyson Daniels too. Like I said.
Yeah, I don't.
You throw him in the conversation.
Lou Dort.
The question.
Really
that's not eligible.
The bigger deal for me is how many players are they going to have on the all defense teams. That'll be interesting to see.
They'll at least have 2.
Lou Dort and Caruso.
Or Jalen Williams.
Oh, J1.
Yeah.
J-Dub, J-Will, whichever one that is.
The good one.
Yeah, the better
small
one.
forward version.
The almost all-star.
The
All-star
James, the
ones.
good one. They're both good.
Yeah, he did make the all-star team. I was thinking of Norman Powell. Yeah.
We'll see. Like Jaren's probably gonna win it, honestly.
I don't think so.
No?
No, I don't think
He's got all the media attention right now.
I agree, but once people actually sit down to vote, I know it's the conversation right now and all that jazz, but they're a 7 seed. You know,
Might not even make the playoffs.
They might not even make the playoffs. That's it. If they were definitely in the playoffs, if they had been the 5 seed, if they beat the Spurs and they were the 5 seed, if they beat the Spurs and then the Clippers, then I think the conversation is a little different. But you can't confidently put your vote down for a guy whose team might miss the postseason.
Yeah, it'd be kind of odd, but I mean, media's kind of weird.
It's extremely weird.
Yeah.
I don't think he's in the top. I don't think he's in top 3, like defenders in the league. I just don't like Draymond.
Sure.
I mean, I think he's a really good defender.
Yeah.
But I also think that there are games where he's like overmatched.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm okay with him like going out there and putting his candidacy in. I'm okay if he wins like second team, all defensive team. But I just don't think he's there.
Yeah, and you can talk all you want. Like, it's up to the media to decide too.
Yeah, no doubt.
They should be the ones.
I just think
watching
it's
this,
the only reason we're talking about this is because he just in a press conference went, "Yeah, I'm the defensive player of the year," and collectively
worked.
The NBA commentariat went, okay, sure, yeah, he is.
Sounds good to
and
me.
He also had an incredible defensive game. I can't remember who it was against. He had an amazing defensive game. Said the DPOY thing, and then had another unbelievable defensive game. Might have been against the Lakers. In fact, it was because he stripped Luka at the end of the game. He got such a clean strip on Luka that Luka didn't even look at the official. And it was all of that happened. He had a big block in another game, and all of that happened in this span of time. Everyone went, wow, he sure is. But I'm with James. Like, he's very, very good. He can be all defense for sure. But you can't talk to me about Jaren Jackson all year and Evan Mobley all year and have a team as good as the Oklahoma City Thunder are defensively. And then because Draymond in a press conference said, I'm the DPOY, suddenly go, oh, yeah. I just, like, what?
James, do you want to get the crew together? Maybe we'll get a little Keon Ellis for second team defense.
I'm happy you brought this up. Our guy, Danny Morang, reached out to me after I tweeted during the Kings game on Sunday. I tweeted out something like, Keon Ellis won't be on an all defense team, but he needs to be in the conversation. And he said he was on my short list. He was just outside. It didn't get
on the other list, Danny.
Shout out to Danny Morang.
I think
we're going to go to the press conference right now. Get the crew together, James. We can do this right now.
The advanced stats also say Keegan Murray is way up there.
Keegan Murray should be the DPOY. Huh?
There it is.
We got to throw a press conference.
We're starting it.
We got about what?
Need Keegan to
a behind closed doors press conference. That would make sense for Keegan Murray.
No recording devices.
Yeah, Nico Harrison, you're a wild guy.
Invite only.
Yeah, I think I'm the defensive player of the year.
That's a really good Keegan. You do a very good Keegan.
Sorry. We got to end the show, right?
Can I do this? Hey, I don't know if you can hear me, Javier, but try back tomorrow. All right. What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
Trysta Krick, Jason Jones, and Kings playing. Just a lot of that stuff.
Can't wait. More NBA talk coming up on D-Lo and KC. They'll take you up to 4 o'clock. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water. Be nice to people. See you. Did I get out right on time?
We'll figure it out right now.
Nope.
See you, Chatty.
Legal's going to play right at noon. See you, Chatty Gang. Appreciate you guys. Good show today.
I'll see everybody tonight at the game. That made me sound like a fighter. Wow.
No, everybody, wait a second. We're not ready.
We getting there.
No, we're not ready. We had some other bed file pulled up. All right, y'all. That was good.
We
That was
getting
good.
there.
We got him screaming, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC.
The best part is we live this all on the podcast too.
Yeah, leave it in. It's all good.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
We in here. Hey. Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna get these headphones. Hey, turn me up in my headphones. Can't turn you up any louder, dog. We welcome you in here to the. I got a message. Why are you dressed like you're getting baptized today? That's what someone
Confirmation today.
I don't know.
Confirmation.
I don't know. I mean, who said that?
I'm not gonna say.
Where is it at? Well,
It's not in the chatty house.
They gotta know style. Nobody gets baptized in what I have on today.
Can you show everybody your belt?
It's just the belt. It's right here.
Nobody can
see
see it. Wow.
You see, it's just
Wow.
right here. What are you talking
Well,
about?
it matches his bag, different color.
What are you
but
talking
matches his
about?
bag.
Yeah, no, nobody gets baptized in this. I'm not sure what they're talking about.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
You look terrific, though. You look absolutely
You look
terrific.
fantastic as well, my guy.
I'm cozy, man. I'm cozy. We welcome you in here to the tax day edition.
Hey.
I ain't even started them bitches yet. I can't lie. My accountant already knows. He filed the extension a month ago. I turned taxes in 3 weeks early last year. He said, "Great, filed an extension for you already. We'll have them done in October." Out of my face. I didn't even start them yet. That's a damn
the
shame.
vibes, man. You know
that way D-Lo's gone in the summer, man.
I caught myself. No flag.
Well, it's okay. Go ahead, Kenny. Say your piece. Say what you want, bro.
Hey.
I don't even have the flag in front of me.
I was about to say, don't throw no flag, even though he's gonna throw a flag. You know the extension vibes.
Brought to you by 7-Eleven.
Wow. We're doing that at 12:03, huh?
Yep.
Extension vibes. Okay. Goodness gracious. Who even does their taxes today, anyways?
I had planned to. Well, I plan to talk to my guy.
Yep.
I don't know if they would have got done today.
First words in front of the judge. Judge, I planned. I don't know what happened.
Scheduled the appointment.
I did. My H&R Block app crashed. I don't know what it was. My Quicken app don't work anymore.
Although nowadays, can't you? I'm not gonna do it because I trust my dude. You know what I mean? That's my guy. I've known him for 20 years. But can't you do it yourself on a Quicken Books or something like that? Just plug in some. numbers?
Yeah. You can. I'm not.
I ain't doing it.
I'm not doing that. I want creative people who will do my taxes. I also want part of my agreement with my tax company is, should the government call, and they have,
burn everything
on 3 separate occasions, you go to wherever you got to go and fight for me, not me. You're in charge of this. And so far, all 3 times, they've taken care of it. They're like, no, here's why we did what we did. No, okay, got it. And it's always, you know what it is? It's always the state of California. California, the loopholes I have to jump through with the state of California is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let your dumbass own a property in California.
Do you get the entertainer tax that Tyrese had to have?
We all get that.
Well, did the same amount come? Sorry, I didn't ask the question correctly. Does the same amount that came out of Tyrese's account come out of yours?
The same percentage.
Well, no.
The same percent,
amount.
not the same amount.
No, the same amount.
The same
Sounds
percentage
right.
comes out. Same percentage that comes out of Tyrese's account comes out of yours, and it comes out of mine.
No, you got it. Same amount. You got it.
The hell's an entertainer tax?
It's a tax that we pay because we entertain the world is basically the gist of it. This is a true story.
Like,
We're
you guys,
taxed
right?
at a higher rate.
It's
Yeah.
facts, man.
Yeah.
It's a dirty game.
Oh, and
It's a dirty game.
Hey, Sky River, they want to take care of D'Lo and KC. The government says, oh, yeah? Okay, pal. We'll show you. Man, it's a cold game. Every day, every other week, we get this breakdown of how we'll get paid. And every other week, that check comes and it goes, man, that doesn't match the breakdown we just got.
It don't never.
The math never
goes up.
maps.
We do more and it never goes up. You get more, never goes up.
No.
All right. Well, they just find a way to keep us at a certain spot. Boy,
Damn,
oh boy.
damn shame what happened to D'Lo and KC. All because it was tax day. Anyways, it's April 15th, as y'all guessed. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
A little bit of a lie right there. He's well dressed. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledgement.
And we are live. And our
Hey,
sincerest apologies.
We might have to update that one. He had a bomb.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did. I thought about that. We need to cut
last
that one.
night.
Sacramento. Yeah, that's going to be the new one.
Yeah,
That's going to be the new one.
killed that one
Also,
last night.
our sincerest apologies. You know what's so funny? I just saw somebody here who I swore was fired. I just saw somebody here. You still work here.
I'll be doing the Denzel.
Wow. Holy crap. Sorry, distracted. It was like seeing a ghost. We sincerely apologize to anyone who spent money
Oh my gosh.
to go to the Golden One Center yesterday.
That in my pocket.
Oh,
Ooh.
I feel disrespected.
Every single time Kenny and I looked up at the screen while doing that show on KSFM, we saw a video package.
Oh.
Every single time.
And it was like of everybody that at least I'd want to see. They had Bianca video package. Rhea, I'm gonna show you that, bro. What?
Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah, that was, and I'm getting live updates from, WCW. He's like, we're an hour and 17 minutes. There've been 2 matches. Everything else is it's a 10-minute video package inside the arena.
Hey, bro.
And you had my punk ass sitting around all night just to wait for Roman and Punk and Seth to come out.
Now that was a good segment.
It was.
But that show was
more
gone.
the same.
Hey, lesson learned. Let this be a reminder to everybody. The go-home show to WrestleMania on Monday is trash. Why? I didn't know this. Jesse hit me to this. I guess I just haven't locked into that Friday show enough. I always thought the Friday show was just filler and recorded because they're in the city doing God knows how much publicity and NXTs and Hall of Fames. Jesse hit me to SmackDown is live from the T-Mobile Arena on Friday.
So it's going to be
of course Cena's going to be there.
Yeah,
He's already there. Of course Cody's going to be there. He's already there. I bet your boy shows up.
That's your boy.
Because he's going to be there anyways.
Right.
So the show now is the Friday show with the idea of if you're coming to WrestleMania,
you basically going to get 2 big time
Friday,
shows.
2.
3, I guess, because it's 2-day WrestleMania.
You get 4 because Monday's show
that's true
will be in Vegas.
That's right.
So you could do the go home, you could do the event, and you could do the Raw after WrestleMania, which are all supposed to be special events. That doesn't even include the NXT stuff or the Hall of Fame stuff or the countless other goofy indie promotions that are out there running barbed wire exploding ring matches.
Hey, Wale Mania going to be out there too.
Wale Mania always goes hard.
I want to go to Wale Mania. Man.
Why is the Hall of Fame thing at 10 o'clock at night too?
What day is it?
Friday, I think.
That's why.
It's got to be.
It's got to be after SmackDown. They got to get everybody there.
They kind of messed up with that too.
The Hall of Fame.
They had to do what they had to do.
Who's even going into the Hall of Fame?
Triple H.
Akeem the African Dream?
Triple H's.
A real brother.
Frankie the Bird?
There's a tag team in there.
Oh, Earthquake and Typhoon are going in.
Well,
The Shockmaster is going to be on stage at the Hall of Fame.
Michelle McCool is making it in there.
I wonder how she got in.
Yeah, I just missed that era, I guess.
Well, you know who Michelle McCool is.
Oh, yeah,
That's
that's what
why
I'm
she's
saying,
going
yeah.
into the Hall of Fame. She won the butterfly title, I think.
Oh man.
Yeah, Undertaker's inducting her.
They really messed this up by having 2-day WrestleManias. Because the Hall of Fame you could have done SmackDown, Hall of Fame on Saturday.
That's what they used to do.
And the
NXT or maybe NXT was Saturday. Hall of
NXT
Fame
was
was Friday.
on Saturday, yeah.
Yeah. Now when is NXT? Must be Thursday. Maybe it's Saturday. No, it can't be Saturday. It must be Thursday. Yeah, they've been making WrestleMania weekend longer and longer and longer.
Well, not to mention it's on Easter.
I don't think that, and that's crazy.
That's
crazy.
Nobody paid attention
Triple
to
H
that.
said F God. Like we want hey, my father-in-law once pinned God in a tag team match.
Oh, look, he said, we want to stay away from the Final Four, but F God.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
Local guy says NXT's at 10 o'clock on Saturday.
Who's the first? Oh, okay. Wow.
Damn.
Who's the first person to make a resurrection joke on
Pat?
It's Pat McAfee, right? Yeah, 100%. I guess Pat called the show last night.
Yeah,
Pat
he
was
did.
here.
He was here. He was here. Yeah. He was like the only one. Like I said, that little segment, I watched that. That was cool. Shay kind of mailed in the
Sacramento
the Yeet moment.
Well, they probably had enough family here to where they're like, hey, let's send Jay and Roman to Sacramento.
Yeah.
Because they got all those Bay
Didn't
Area.
even have Jacob. Yeah. Jacob and Ananda.
They might have been worried about the pop.
Mm.
Jacob might have gotten a big pop in Sacramento, and that might not be what they want. We'll
talk about this during the break, but when are they going? It's
this
time.
This mania's
This mania is showing it's time.
Yeah.
It's time to
for
push.
Jacob.
Yes, it's time. It's time.
All right. This is exactly how we intend. Oh, hey. Hey. Hey.
Come on, man. My boys.
Stockton Kings won
my boys
209
209 forever, baby.
They won the G League championship. Mason Jones out here winning MVPs.
We got to know when we come back, we got to have a conversation about Mason. Just a quick one. It doesn't have to be long, but just a quick conversation about Mason Jones. I got a question for both of you guys.
I got a conversation about DeMar DeRozan too.
Okay.
We're just getting started. We're thrilled that you're here with us. The phone lines are open for you. The Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC. We got Trysta Krick at the 2 o'clock hour. Top of the 2 o'clock hour, Jason Jones later on in the show. Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Do we get a parade? Does Stockton get a parade?
They should, actually. In all honesty, they should. For Stockton. That's pretty cool.
I don't know why, but this is really funny, and it might be accurate. If Halliburton was still on the team, The Rock would have showed up. I don't know what those two things have to do with each other, but I think Mark might be right.
Yeah, I think he's on to something. If Halliburton was still on the team, would he have been in the ring at Raw yesterday?
Oh, man. Then imagine he plays bad on Wednesday.
That's what I was thinking.
The smoke.
Oh, man.
Oh, the smoke.
I think you have Jacob lose to LA Knight, by the way.
Why?
Yeah,
you have Solo turn on Jacob or whatever because he's been big dog for a while.
Turn Jacob babyface?
Yeah, you can do that. You could have Jacob beat up Solo, however, and then kind of after that put whatever title you on.
You've got I disagree.
You don't need to put a U.S. title.
You have a
Jacob.
prime
You don't need
time.
to put the U.S. title on him.
No. You have a prime time heel standing right there in front of you. A monster standing right there in front of you.
You don't have to turn him.
You don't turn him
have to,
babyface.
necessarily turn him either. Like he just they cheer him now. I feel.
Are you sure Jacob's a heel?
Yes.
Wow.
Because he's a monster.
I don't think he's a monster. Like, nah.
Yeah, but don't crowds love monsters?
It depends on who you match him up with.
Bray was a heel. They turned him.
Yeah.
Like it or not. And
Well-
I didn't buy it at first, but they were right. Braun was a monster. And the crowd turned him.
But who'd they get matched up with, though, too? When they were trying to make him a heel? Because when was Bray and Randy? That was just a wash, right?
That was that was the Mania where the bugs appeared in the ring. I don't remember what Mania that was.
When he blew up or set fire to the thing, right?
Yeah, so let's be clear. Randy Orton was the babyface in that match, and he blew up Bray Wyatt's house.
That was bad booking.
Bray Wyatt was like from the underworld, bro. Of course, I'm gonna blow up your house if I have to.
That was bad booking.
It's like he murdered like Randy Orton like murdered Sister Abigail or something. And it's like,
that family was
Randy.
possessed.
What?
No, this is it right here. Like Jacobs is like an in-between guy. Like he could be heel, babyface, whatever.
He
doesn't need to be one set thing.
Or I'll say this: you try to make him heel as long as possible.
Like I said,
it's time to put him up against Cody.
So who
you
you
got
send him
the
after?
stuff going on, but put him up against Cody. Put him up against Punk.
You could do
Put him
that
against
after.
Punk.
You do that after. You have Jacobs or solo turn on him, have the WrestleMania moment, blah blah blah. Jacob beats his ass after that, and then boom, throw him against whoever.
Jesse Russo.
Hey, only one of us was trying to have Jay Uso and the bloodline.
Oh, hey, that would have been the move. That would have been the move. I'm telling you. As
far as I'm concerned, keep the belt on Gunther this weekend.
I wasn't crazy about that segment. They kind of mailed in that segment yesterday. Those are the only two things I watched, by the way. I only watched Jay in the end, the final segment.
Oh, we're over here trying to book next year's WrestleMania,
which is in. I don't remember.
I want to say is it New Orleans again?
Oh well, let's start this
I think
parade
it's New
again.
Orleans.
I'll go to New Orleans, but if they put,
I might be wrong.
I ain't gonna
42
say.
WrestleMania 42 is it New Orleans?
I'm not gonna say. I was gonna say something.
You ain't going to WrestleMania.
I was gonna. Well, I was gonna
get it to sales.
Can I?
It is in New Orleans. Let sales know we're going to New Orleans.
They have the same guy in the main event next year. I can promise you, I'm not going.
Who, Cody?
What if it's against Jacob?
Oh, that'd be fire. That's okay. I'm going again.
I don't think Cody will be a babyface at this time next year.
That would be fire too.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be a babyface. They have to add. I mean, but the thing is, I know you disagree. That character, he's still the number one. Him, Punk, Rhea, they're the top merchandise people. Like the kids, like, and I wonder if this is how people our age felt about like Hulk Hogan. Like my first introduction to like older fans being annoyed was like John Cena.
Yeah, I think they were
like people got
in on it with Hogan though. Like if we did a show in '88, we would be in on. Like, yeah, Hogan is dope.
We wouldn't be begging for like, God, why don't they just give Ace Cowboy Bob Orton a run? Like, he is such a great worker.
I don't think so because there were grown adults in those audiences.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like it is today. The world turned cynical and like liking the bad guys in the mid-90s. And then that's when we just kind of grew up and we got tired of rooting for the good guys. But in '88, D-Lo and Casey would have been, I hope that Hogan beats up that Piper. Roddy Piper, by the way. Pause.
I can't believe you guys were Hogan fans. D-Lo and Casey loved Hulk Hogan. Wow.
Hogan was that dude, man. He was that dude.
It was a different time.
It was that dude. Now he's not.
Train and say your prayers, eat your vitamins, and maybe an occasional N-word here or there. But
Kyle Matt's in this video.
He left
Reagan and Hulk Hogan for Casey is tough.
Oh, Reagan, will you stop it? Maybe Hogan would have. I ain't even gonna say. It would have been like, who was that? Marcus Morris. Maybe he would have pulled one of those.
What Marcus Morris?
He's.
You see? Did you see it?
Yeah.
What Marcus Morris do?
He a wild boy.
Wait, there wasn't even a game last
He was
night.
on first take. He was on first take. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not even gonna say it on here because I ain't gonna. I'm not gonna
No, what'd he say? Can we find it?
No,
Can we play
You can
it?
look it up.
Yeah, no, look, I'll text.
Wait, did
to
it
you.
air on TV?
It did. It didn't. Nothing happened. But you don't need to be saying that, bro.
Oh well, man, how come y'all, man? Y'all don't
Marcus,
share
you're
with the
ESPN.
class.
Start sending it
Wow.
in the group. We forget you're not on Twitter, so you don't see these things.
No, I'm not, and I refuse.
I'm about
be.
to text you right now.
Well, that doesn't help me because can we
No,
play it?
it will. It'll help you. It'll help you. And he said the letters. That's
Oh
it.
dear, he said.
I was like, bro. You gonna say
Okay,
that?
all right.
You gonna say that,
all
bro?
right, All right.
Come on.
Did y'all see the clip where Steph? I think Steph said that word
Like in
a post game interview. Yeah, but
did he say the two letters or did he say the word?
the word?
I don't remember that one.
But it's the internet. That's why I stay off the internet because I never know what's real or what's not anymore. I don't know.
The AI be going crazy. But this wasn't AI. This was Marcus Morris live on the First Take Studio. And once again, it's nothing it gets bleeped. Like if you know what he's talking about, you know what he means.
Oh,
If you
there it
don't, you
is.
don't. But
Yeah. Well, okay.
it's just like, yeah, don't.
What
All
is
right,
it?
bro, don't say that.
Just doing the Grizzlies no favors either.
Well,
Don't say that, bro.
I ain't even worried about that game. I'm worried about that. Wait
I
a
am
second.
interested.
That game's tonight.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
interested. In it. I want to see what time it is.
I mean, I'm not rooting. Hey, y'all do whatever you do. I'm just worried about the Sacramento Kings beating the Dallas Mavericks.
I got a sneaky feeling. Damn, because it just feels like there's no other way this thing is gonna play out.
There's no way they're gonna lose to the Grizzlies. I do not see it. The Golden State Warriors are not losing to the Grizzlies.
I don't think so either, but it just feels like it just feels like we're destined for Friday night at the Chase Center. It just feels that way. Didn't we think last year? I can't remember the scenario, but weren't we like, no, we're done with the Warriors? Like we're not playing, like going into like the last week or so.
Well, no, it wasn't the last week. I think it was before the Malik injury. Then once the Malik injury happened, it was like, okay, this thing's kind of falling apart. Like they're going to play in the play-in. Then it was like, oh God, it's going to be the Warriors.
We missed.
I remember
7-8 by a game
I
or something
remember
like
us
that.
talking like, brace yourselves. It's going to be Kings Warriors in the play-in. Like, wrap your brain around it now. They could do it again. And
That's how I feel right now, bro.
I just don't see it.
I don't think they shouldn't lose tonight. The Warriors should not lose tonight. They should beat the Grizzlies.
I'd be shocked if they lost today.
I'd be shocked too.
I
but
would
I'm
be too.
I'm looking at the totality of. I'm looking at our experience,
Yeah.
not an NBA experience.
Yeah.
And like we're gonna have to see these guys.
Just the basketball gods having fun.
Yeah, the Northern California.
Then you know what
basketball
happens. Then you know what's going to happen. The Warriors will beat the Kings. Then, to make our life as miserable as possible, the Warriors will beat Oklahoma City in game 1. Oh, and the basketball universe will go crazy.
Man.
Now, what
man.
happens after that? I don't know. But the Warriors would win game 1. And everyone will
There's
go
a
crazy.
lot of people who look at the Warriors as like they didn't necessarily throw the game, but they were like, yeah, this is good for them. They get Houston in the first round instead of the Lakers. And I don't know, man. All these people who like dismiss the Rockets because they're young, that's gonna be a tough out. The Rockets gonna be a tough out. And I don't know when they're going out. They're gonna be a tough out.
Everything about the Rockets is probably narratives based right now, and the thing about that is they don't buy into none of that stuff.
No,
like if they are who they like, if they're as good as they are, like they'll show it.
I agree with you 100%. And you know how I call Minnesota crazy? Houston a little crazy too. The coach is crazy.
Coach is hella crazy.
Them boy, they might, if the Warriors win, they might beat the Rockets in the first round. You know what I'm saying? I'd understand them being the favorites. I'm just saying that's going to be a tough out for whoever got to play the Rockets.
So what the hell do we do if the Kings beat the Warriors to get into the playoffs?
Celebrate.
Yeah.
James Ham said it yesterday. It's been like
FaceTime.
5 seasons already. Just make that the 6th season this year.
I'm telling you, I'm convinced if, again, I don't think this is going to happen, but if somehow it did wind up being the Kings and the Warriors, the league would step in and go, you know what? We're not doing this game. We're going to do this game a week from Saturday on ABC. We're going to get as much out of this as we can. Like, because that first round playoff series, I think, was a month and a half.
It felt like it.
I think it ended right before the finals did.
It was 2 weeks of arguing before game 1 even started.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I remember we got to like Thursday or whatever it was before game 1. And it's like, yeah, why are we so exhausted right now?
Yeah, right.
We haven't even played anything.
That's facts, man. That was a long 3 weeks.
That was so brutal.
Man, that was a long 3 weeks. And it wasn't just the game
what was a shoot.
It wasn't just the games either. There was so much drama that entire series.
Draper apologizing on behalf of everybody. You guys after that, like, who apologizing for who?
What? I just want to apologize for some of the media in Sacramento. Like, hey, Drapes, I know you're listening right now. Sit down. We got this. We got this.
Man.
Yeah. Shout out to our guy, Kyle
We
Draper.
apologize for absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing. If I want to tell John Dickinson to go to hell, I will. And I'll give my man JD a hug. We'll be fine.
JD, that's my boy too. But remember, he insinuated that the Fox broken finger wasn't real.
Oh, that's right.
And people were acting crazy.
Oh,
people were acting crazy.
They also, Drapes, poor Drapes. You talk about a work and a shoot. Drapes didn't know what a work or a shoot was. He didn't know we were working with 95.7 the whole time. He thought we was at some type of war with each other.
Oh man.
Meanwhile, we texting with a certain host down there, and we tweeting back and forth all of these lines, and that certain host is texting us something different. All right, yeah, this is a work.
That was a moment, man. That series was a moment.
It was.
It wasn't even just the logos that be like Mr. Brooks in the chat, like JJ Reddick, or the Warriors somebody using the basketball Reddit.
Man.
There was a letter.
And then JJ Reddick's like, how can they let this go on?
JJ.
What is going on?
The league is slanted towards the Sacramento Kings.
Oh man.
Oh man.
That was a moment.
That was an all-time JJ Reddick clip.
Didn't he pound the
yes. This isn't fair.
He was adamant. He was like, yeah, like this is a conspiracy.
The league is favoring the Sacramento Kings in this series. Like every Kings fan's watching this dumbfounded, like, us?
Wait, they want me?
Wait, what? They're favoring us? Oh my God. Is this what it feels like?
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm glad I got to live through it. You know, today, I don't know. I got to double check this, but somebody had put it on Twitter. But today was the anniversary of game 1 of that series.
Okay.
I didn't think it was April 15th. I thought it was another date, but somebody had put that on Twitter. It was a hell of a day. Hell of a day and night. Whenever game 1 was. Because I don't know if I don't think it's April 15th.
What time did that game start?
5.
Because I just remember being down there really early.
Yeah, you get down there at about 2, 3, something like that. Started at 5.
Trysta and I went to that. It's got a different name now, but it used to be like Wine and Grain. And ate with Will Z and Hannah, and then made our way through that mob of people that were already outside that had been there for hours.
Yeah.
And
I almost got stuck. I almost didn't make it for like warm-ups or something like that. There were so many people out there. And I thought I was getting there early. I went to me and Jesse's parking spot, like walked down K Street. It was crazy walking down there, get to Doco, and it was a madhouse. Good times. Maybe we can recreate them.
And maybe we'll do it again Friday.
Oh man.
Wouldn't be here though.
No.
We'd have to bust down to Thrive City.
Thrive City.
We'd have to go take over Thrive City.
Thrive City it's nice. It's nice. It's not Doko, but it's cool.
It's underwhelming. I mean, it's nice in terms of its
It looks nice. Like
yeah. But it's not. It's a little underwhelming. It's really, I don't know what it looks like when it's like popping. But it's very like, I don't know how you congregate there because it's so wide. It's a lot of it's just wide open space with not a lot of like navigation and definition to it. It's just big, giant open space that has, the restaurants and different things on the perimeter.
Yeah, it's
and the restaurants are nice. Like,
it's cool. Like for All-Star, everybody was just kind of there. You know what I mean? So it was cool. But I think during like Warriors games, like when they play the game on the screen out there, I think they like regulate how many people could be in that area, which is different from, I forgot what they called L Street during the playoffs, but they had L Street went crazy during the playoffs because they played the game on the parking structure, and they had, if you've been downtown, from the parking structure on L Street all the way back to probably Punch Bowl, they had people watching the game. That was crazy. We didn't get to see any of it because we were inside, but I remember watching the news later and seeing that's why so many people were out there when we came out of the game, because it was 17,000 inside.
Yeah, right.
And I think another 5,000, 6,000 watching outside.
We called that Section 916, by the way.
Section 916. Good call. Good call. Yeah. It'll be popping for games 1, 2, and 3 against OKC. Game 3, the Kings are going to win.
Doko did more than what WrestleMania was it, where they did 93,000?
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
I think it was 94.
Give yourselves a round of applause.
We beat WrestleMania.
We did.
I think it was 94-27 was the 94-0-27.
Was the number of what?
And Doko.
Yeah, that sounds right. 94,027. That's how many people were there. Yeah. But if you count like all of downtown.
Oh, well, now we're at 105,000.
No, it was way no. If you go, I think once you got, I think the number I saw was 157,312. And that was that's before you get to like the what would be the official cutoff of downtown. It was,
I will say this. I think it was game 5. There were so many people downtown. I said, I probably should just leave. There's too many people downtown for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like between Doko K Street, all this people, Tiger, all. I was like, they're just.
When was this?
I think it was game 5.
Oh, okay.
Might have been game 2, but there was too many people for me to be out there just by myself. I don't like being by myself with that.
It might have been game 2 because I think I bumped into you before I was going to Yard House or something like that.
That might have
because there was hell of people out there. I remember, yeah.
There was a gang of people.
Yeah.
There was so many people downtown, and clearly not all of them were there for the basketball game. They was just trying to catch the vibes.
Mm-hmm.
So, or like when I say for the basketball game, being there at the game, they were just there for the vibes. It was just like, there's a lot of people. I need to go home.
I can't remember game 5 very well.
That was sad.
I remember 1, 2, 6, and then obviously 7. I can't remember game 5.
Yeah.
Did they blow us out?
No. Well, Draymond hit like 23
That's
points.
right. That's right.
He hit like 4
right.
threes.
That's right.
I said, I can't believe they're about to lose this way.
Yeah.
Terrible.
The Mavericks could beat the Kings tomorrow.
They could. I didn't guarantee that game.
We'll get there when we get
I
there.
guaranteed game 3.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, no, I'm prepared. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. I'm prepared for the Mavericks to come into the Golden One Center tomorrow and be ready to hoop.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna bring their A game.
Yeah.
They could still lose. Obviously, the Kings can still beat them playing their A game. But if the Kings are on some nonsense and not ready to play, Dallas is going to be ready to play.
Yeah, they can't let this become a battle of depth either, because they could lose that game. You're down Malik. Jake LaRavia was a rotational piece who did good things for you. It's not the same as Malik being out, but I'm not going to pretend like losing a rotational player isn't a big deal.
Yeah.
Your Zach LaVine's, your Keon Ellis's, two guys that we talked about pretty in depth yesterday. Your Keegan's, all of those guys, they have to be DeMar. They have to be at the top of their game. Domas. You've got to welcome this challenge with Anthony Davis, because it starts to get into a thing where you start to stretch into that bench, and now all of a sudden you got guy, 7, 8, or 9 or whatever, hitting 2 or 3 threes, getting to the foul line 5 or 6 times. Then you've got a problem, because you have no one. You're going to rely on Trey Lyles to balance that out for you. That's a tough ask.
Yeah.
So to me, tomorrow's game is going to be it relies on how well the starters play.
Absolutely, and I'm depending on how the game is going, how the bench reduction is. I'm looking for those starters to go 40. I would tell, if I was Doug, I'd tell, be prepared to go 40 plus, because literally this is a win or go home scenario. So if whoever, is coming, if Devin Carter, the rookie, if the moment's a little too big for him in that first half, hey, LaVine, get up, come on, get back in there. We don't have time to mess around. So maybe we'll try Devin again in the second half, and he's got the nerves out or something like that, but I don't have time.
Yeah, that's another tough ask for the rookie. It's like, hey man, you've been doing some good things lately. We're gonna need you to keep doing them in our biggest game of the season.
Yep. So it might be like that Cavs game. What did he do? It was just Lyles in the second half off the bench.
Was it? Yeah.
Malik might have played
Did Malik get? Was that the one Malik got? Did Malik get hurt in that game?
He got hurt the next game, but in the second half he played. Or was it 9 total minutes for Malik, or just 9 in the second half? I can't remember.
I got you. Hang on 1 second. Malik in the second half. Where's Malik? Yeah, it was 9 minutes and 56 seconds for Malik Monk in the second half. 0 for Devin Carter, 0 for Isaac Jones, 0 for Jonas Valanciunas. And you'll be stunned to find out Jay Crowder did not play in that game. Yeah. But yeah, Malik Monk was the only bench player to play in the second half.
If it needs to be that way tomorrow, it needs to be that way.
And you got 28. Now remember, Keegan was out this game.
Yep.
Which is why Trey Lyles, I'm assuming, didn't. Trey Lyles was a starter in this game. I don't know how it would have worked if Trey Lyles was coming off the bench in that one. But 28 points for DeMar in that one, 27 for Domantas Sabonis, and of course, Zach LaVine had 37 in that game.
Yeah, it's you mentioned it. You kind of broke it down, and I agree with you, man. It's going to be a lot on these starters tomorrow night, and like I said, I'm talking to those guys, I don't know, having another starters meeting and saying, get ready to go 40 plus if need be. I'm gonna lean on you guys heavy over these next 2 games.
Well, but to maybe to build off a little bit of what you were talking about right there, Malik was the Cavs game. Devin was the Pistons game. Devin Carter played 12 minutes in the second half of that Pistons game. Him and Valanciunas were the only guys who played in that one. So bench guys who played in the second half of that one.
Devin had 7 points, or he had like a 7-0 run personally in that Pistons game, I think.
He finished with 7. Yeah, Devin Carter finished with 7 in 21 minutes. And again, 12 of those were in the second half. So he did some things, and that was a 10-point game. It was one of those games the Pistons were like lingering around, after Kings got rid of that lead that they had, and they held them off. And I think Devin Carter was a big reason why.
Yeah, and it'd be great if we got that Devin Carter tomorrow, because it would just open up so much for that roster. As far as, like I said, rotations, giving guys rest, all that throughout that game. If you got Devin Carter, playing at a high level tomorrow night, it doesn't even have to be like a bunch of points, but just hustle plays, defense. I love when he picks up full court the way he does, little stuff like that. Being a nuisance out there, being a little Alvarado ish out there.
Your boy.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Also, with that, we talk about the minutes and stuff like that, and you just reminded me, no Murray in the Cavs game, but no Murray in the Pistons game either, right?
Right.
Yeah. So,
did you have some thoughts on Mason Jones? I don't know how much time we're going to be talking about the
the unbelievable
G League Finals MVP.
Unbelievable season in Stockton. We talked earlier about like, what does that even mean? You know, because some of the numbers we see in the G League and guys get up here and they, can't do half of that, a quarter of that when they get into an NBA setting.
Mm-hmm.
Am I off basis for saying I wouldn't have minded seeing Markel's minutes go to Mason? And we saw Mason a few times in emergency duty, in mop-up duty, and it didn't look great. Like, it didn't look – I was like, I don't know if he's an NBA guy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if that's the only opportunity you're getting, that's also not kind of fair, right? Like, give him a 20-game stretch where he's playing with other NBA guys.
Yeah.
And I wonder what it looks like. He may not be good enough to be that in the NBA. I don't know. But you have Markelle Fultz, who at some point, who I like the hiring at the signing at the time, but we saw more of him and he kind of played himself out of the rotation. I wonder if Mason, it's too late now, but I wonder if next year maybe he should get a real 20 to 25 game look as a rotational backup PG to see what he is, because he dominates the G League, absolutely dominates.
So what do you think this should mean for next season? Like, should he be someone who comes into camp for Sacramento with a real opportunity to be a Sacramento King versus a Stockton King? Or is the discrepancy between the two leagues too great for that?
I'll answer when we come back.
This guy, I swear to God.
You keep doing that with like 40 seconds left. You can answer.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Let's just do his cute little tease.
You just lost that quarter hour.
Great. They're 3-minute meters now.
Yeah.
Great. Got to have a meeting about this crap, Kenny.
Maybe
Your
change the
stupid
rejoin music,
your
guys.
stupid little button up and belt over there. No, it's fine. We'll come back. Kenny will pay off his big tease.
Yeah, what do you guys think about changing the rejoin music to some country or some
Oh my
rock?
God.
That reminds me, Jesse. I got some. I think I got it in.
I thought Jesse was going to murder that man when that happened.
What do you guys think about just completely shutting down the show at the beginning of every hour just so Jesse could do a sports update? How about we just do that during the commercial break? No, let's do it during the show.
Oh, man.
Terrence, there goes a minute of my life. Sorry, Terrence.
These are the rules, guys. These are the rules. Jesse, I'm about to send you some music.
Just lazy sending me here.
I believe. Well, I definitely am. I just thought I already had it.
The 41 best WrestleMania matches of all time. I'm not going to make it through this entire list.
Yeah, I've seen they've been counting that down.
Shawn Michaels and Undertaker at 17 is idiotic.
Wait, which one?
That is ridiculous. The first one. Well, maybe they're talking about the second one.
No, the 25 is the first one.
Oh, yeah, they bugging.
That's insane.
WrestleMania 25 is number 17. That match.
Yeah.
All right, this is trash though.
Absolute trash. That match is number one.
Yeah, it's easy.
Oh, I bet I know what they have
Now
as
that
number
this
one.
is stupid.
They absolutely have the Austin Brett match at number one.
That's number 2.
It's number 2.
If we're talking about the same list, I've seen that today. It's number 2.
Ricky Steamboat, Randy Savage, the most overrated match of all time, is 3. They have WrestleMania 26 as number 2. They clearly mixed these two matches up.
Yeah.
They absolutely mixed these two matches
I'll stall
up.
them out, even though maybe they could really.
No, the list. This is a complex list, not the DJ, the magazine.
Okay.
They have
Yeah,
Austin and Brett as number 1.
Okay, I saw another one. I think it's Wrestling Ops on Twitter.
They have Austin and Brett at number 1. They absolutely mixed up 26 and 25 because 26 isn't even close to 25.
Still too low.
Wrestle Steamboat and Savage at 3. The end of an era, Hell in a Cell match at 4.
There we go.
Rock and Austin at X7.
Wrestling Ops is what I saw. My bad.
I saw Sean and Kurt Angle live. I remember being so upset that Sean lost.
We're the Sean and Kurt Angle.
That was WrestleMania 21 at the then known as the Staples Center.
You taking Roman or Sean?
As what?
Just overall, just pound for pound wrestler, promos,
Sean.
all that stuff.
Sean.
I'll give you Wrestling Ops tops 5. Well,
I think that's the one I've been saying. They got the blue little logo or whatever.
You mean the Twitter handle?
Yeah.
Yeah. They've got little wait.
Boy, I have been waiting for 4.5 minutes to hear Kenny's thoughts on Mason Jones in the NBA.
That's a wild tease.
So, if you're just joining us, since we're like radio professionals now,
That's what we got to do.
if you're just joining us, we were having a riveting discussion about Mason Jones, the G League Finals MVP,
Yeah, man.
and what his
Put some
place would
respect on his
be
name.
with the Sacramento Kings headed into next year. And a cliffhanger through that commercial break leads us to this moment where Kenny can tell us how he feels.
I think he should get a real shot in training camp to be, to be a backup, to be on the Sacramento Kings. I think James has said he's out of two-way possibilities.
Okay.
So you either have to sign him or let him go off into the abyss. I think he should get an opportunity. And I don't, like I said, I'm trying to figure out how they translate, because we saw all year, like Isaac Jones had like a 45-point game earlier this year with Stockton, and he can barely get off the bench in the NBA. And when he's in the NBA, it looks like he would never score 45 points in an NBA game, 25 points, let alone 45 points. But I think Mason has earned it. One of the things for him is his ability to shoot the rock. If he can guard good enough, handle the ball good enough, distribute just enough, he can survive, I think, being a spot-up shooter, because he does shoot the ball really well. The interesting thing is, when he's gotten up here to Sacramento and played in games, he hasn't shot the ball that well. Same distance, same 10-foot basket, but he just hasn't been able to. So I think he should get an opportunity going into training camp next year.
Okay.
You were going to ask a question that I'm really interested in, honestly, about DeMar. I want to know.
Well, no, it's not necessarily about DeMar. I was reading a lot of stuff on, man, boy, Ishbia is a wild dude. I was reading on Budenholzer yesterday, and Budenholzer getting fired is not it's not a surprise, like in the context of a coach being fired and the context of the season. That you watch the basketball team. It was a lot like watching the Kings in the final days of Mike Brown. Like, there were games that they just didn't play hard. There were games where they were clearly disconnected. The rumblings of a disconnect with players, that was quick. Like, that did not take long to hit the media. Chris Haynes has been all over the story all season. He followed it up with his Haynes briefs wrap up. We're talking about his conversations, Mike Budenholzer's conversations with Bradley Beal and Yusuf Nurkic and all those different things. But the underlying thing, Ishbia was what I thought about Ishbia that was funny was he was like, yeah, it was just clear it was time for a change. Bro, he was the coach for one season. What are you talking about? Again, I'm not disputing Mike Budenholzer was the wrong coach,
right?
But the phrasing, we just needed a change. No, what you need to do is hire better. That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
But every article, every single one, the also or underlying remark was about Kevin Durant and how it is just clearly it doesn't appear to be an if Kevin Durant is traded.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of a when will Kevin Durant be traded and who to. And I listened to some of our conversations, Jesse, obviously James, Kyle. Is that the case with DeMar DeRozan? Is DeMar not an if, but a when?
It certainly feels like it. It certainly feels like it. It feels like that's where we're headed. Number one.
Do you think? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say number one, because if everybody's talking about changes need to be made, and that seems to be like one of the only moves you can make that would
maybe it feels obvious because of the contract, the caliber of player, the person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's one of the only moves I think you can make that can net you some type of improvement in return, improvement to the roster. You have other players that are just as good or maybe better or whatever, but I don't think you're trading Sabonis. I don't think you're trading Levine. I think you're open to trading Malik Monk, but I think DeMar DeRozan nets you back a little bit more than Malik Monk. Mm-hmm. Or maybe it's about the same. Mm-hmm. So I do think it's a foregone conclusion.
You think DeMar is being traded?
I do.
Do you think DeMar? Do you think DeMar feels like he doesn't fit here?
Oh, if he listens to James Ham, yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say DeMar DeRozan doesn't listen to James Ham. There are a lot of people at the very top of that organization that listen to everything this radio station does. I don't think DeMar DeRozan is one of them.
No, I'm having fun with it, but I don't think so. I don't think he feels that way. I don't think he feels.
Do you think he did? Maybe the first, I don't know. I'm just going to pick a number. 31 games of the season?
Yes.
Okay. Something magical happened in game 32 where it was like,
Well, once again, it's time. Change is good sometimes.
Change is good. It's, hey, enough is enough, and it's time for a change.
I think DeMar feels like I don't know if it's the right word, but like the Kings kind of got over on him. Like he was probably sold something in the offseason where it's like, hey, this is the plan, blah, blah, blah. Now it's just kind of like none of that happened. Like I'm sure he was told, like, yeah, De'Aaron Fox is gonna lead this team and you're kind of gonna be the guy who kind of takes us over. And now it's just not like you fired your coach. Do you feel like maybe?
No, I don't think he feels duped in that regard because he didn't. By all accounts, it doesn't appear he's the biggest fan of Mike. So moving on from Mike, at least if you believe the former point guard, had a domino effect. And there's a lot of evidence to point to the fact that De'Aaron told us the truth. So there was a domino effect in that regard. And if you're the player coming in, maybe you don't know you don't like something. But then, like, you practice, you go through training camp, you're like, I'm not really feeling this. That's not really getting over. That's not the Kings getting over on him. That's more like, all right, I tried something and it didn't work.
Yeah, I don't even know like duped or getting over is the right word, but just more so like he was like you're told we're going this direction. And it's just like, wait, no, we went some other complete opposite direction.
Yeah, I think they were forced into change. Like, and that's probably, for a guy who's been around the league as long as he has, I'm sure he recognizes that. Like sometimes things need to change. I do think there is an important component to. I do think this is important to mention in the discussion of the DeMar DeRozan thing. And I'm happy DeMar came here. I'm happy like DeMar chose to come here. DeMar was offered a lot more money by Sacramento than anywhere else. Like when we knew, I mean, I know there were, I'd never heard that the Heat were really seriously a part of this. But there are a lot of reports to say, I think even DeMar maybe said, the Heat were in on it. I don't know for how long, but I know in the end, it was the Clippers, and it was the Kings. And regardless of whether the Heat was involved or not, the Heat could essentially offer the same amount of money the Clippers could, which was a fraction of what Sacramento was able to do by executing the Harrison Barnes trade. So it's not like all money was equal. DeMar saw the situation in Sacramento and said, I want that one. No, the money here was a lot better. He probably did see an attractive situation, but there's no scenario where he was duped because he got here, maybe wasn't particularly fond of the way the team was being run. The team made a decision to move on from the guy who was running the team, and it had a bit of a domino effect to it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't and I know Jesse's not necessarily saying this, but I don't think he was like lied to when he got here. There was a vision that they had, and like you mentioned, circumstances made them have to pivot off of that vision and pivot off the personnel that was going to be here. Some of it was DeMar looking at maybe Mike Brown and saying, I'm not feeling this no more.
Yeah.
And he's one of a few guys who felt that way. The domino effect of Mike Brown being moved led to De'Aaron Fox not being here.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes things happen. Sometimes you're selling somebody on a vision and you're expressing this is the vision that we have for this team and your role in this vision.
Mm-hmm.
And things happen along the way and you've got to make a change. And I would hope, if that's the case, if that's exactly how it went down, I would hope DeMar would understand that. It wasn't their plan when they talked to them and talked to him and tried to bring him into Sacramento to have things go the way they did. But they pivoted. They were kind of forced to pivot, I think.
Yeah. I still have so many questions, man. They were forced to pivot from a guy it appears they didn't really want in the first place.
Well,
or at least over the summer.
Yeah.
They were forced to pivot from a guy that they had reservations about anyways.
I was saying more so Fox.
Okay.
Because there is a world, and who knows if they even asked them,
mm-hmm.
but there is a world where you fire Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox is like, all right, well, I'm here as a King. Let's move forward.
Mm.
But the firing of Mike Brown and what De'Aaron Fox had told them if he ever had to play for another coach kind of forced all of this to change into something else.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not blaming De'Aaron Fox or anything else. I'm just looking at the circumstances as we know it.
Mm-hmm.
You could have just fired Mike Brown and moved on how you were. I know people like to dismiss that as just a pie in the sky situation. Or
where is DeMar's daughter?
Yeah, we got to get her.
Can we get her out here to the Golden One Center?
That was what, 2 years ago?
Yeah, that's what they just showed on the screen.
14, 15 years old at this point.
Can we just get her out here screaming?
We need that. All hands on deck.
Every time Anthony Davis goes to shoot a free throw, just
all hands on deck. She's got to be there.
Everybody needs to be here.
But yeah, you could have just fired Mike Brown, played well as a team, and continued to be successful like you were in the early part of Doug Christie's tenure. And I think the direction for this team would have stayed on par or would have been a little bit more clear.
Mm-hmm.
But because they were under the impression that if you move on from Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox wants to leave,
mm-hmm.
that kind of shifted everything.
How can we blame this on Harrison Barnes?
If he would have made that shot in game 4, everything would have been different.
There it is. Well, at least he finally made it.
Oh, good for Harrison. I'm so happy for him.
I'm so happy for him. So happy for him and Spurs Nation, or whatever they're called.
That,
you know,
I thought you were about to say.
Oh, no, I just had a realization of something we forgot to talk about yesterday. It's a pivot from the Kings, though.
Oh, what you got?
Gold Diggers.
Oh, I'm upset they kind of
no. Did you see the rollout video?
No, I didn't.
Okay, that was the problem.
Oh, okay.
The rollout video was the problem.
I didn't see the video.
I
thought
believe
they were just talking about the jerseys and the name in general.
I believe it's been scrubbed from the internet. Let me see. Because we were on the air. I guess it was Friday when this, or no, it wouldn't. It wasn't Friday. It was. It had to have been Thursday.
Yeah.
By the weekend, that name there were apologies.
And I was once again. I haven't seen the video, but I was like, oh, I kind of liked it. I like the color scheme. I like, you're minor league. You're a minor league baseball team. Like, yeah, you got to get creative sometimes. I like gold diggers. The baseball team.
Man.
And I thought it was a good what they call it, a different identity or something like that, alternate identity that they were having with the River Cats.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a good idea, but I didn't see the video.
That's why you're not in charge of anything.
Well, if they wouldn't have had the video,
well, I can't find.
Maybe it would have been fine.
I know. Here's a sample of some of the imaging.
Yeah, that's the problem. The actual Sacramento Gold Diggers, the name, that's not the problem. But you accompany it with whatever happened in that video. Well, yeah, now you've got to pivot at this point. Because gold digging is a historical thing that happened in Sacramento. Go to Sutter's Fort and they'll tell you that.
That name has been overtaken. The term gold digger has been overtaken.
So understandable. But you're saying because it has, I don't even know if this is pop culture, but because it has taken on a different connotation, I'll just say for argument's sake, in pop culture, you can't acknowledge the historical meaning of what it is. I'm just asking a question.
In my opinion, no, you can't.
Okay. Soren's got it right here. Just call them the gold miners and call it a day.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
It's the same thing.
Sure.
Everyone's happy at that point.
I'm still trying to find the video. I realize it's been this awful announcing said it's still on the Bees web page, but maybe it's not, or maybe our wonderful Odyssey browser is just not equipped to do that. But yeah, that's what popped in my head. That's why I chuckled.
Oh, I like I really did like the jersey, and I liked everything about the rollout for the uniforms and stuff. But I didn't see the video. I wasn't even aware of the video.
Yeah, it was the video that immediately was hey, missed the mark with this one. Sorry, guys. They leaned in to they didn't focus on the gold diggers.
Yeah.
They focused on the Urban Dictionary use of that word, and it's like now it's misogynistic. Now you have a problem.
Which is also what they didn't do when they announced the name, right? Like when they announced the name, they talked about all the historical references to Gold Digger, Sacramento being the first place they found gold and all this other stuff. And they completely went away from that in the video, huh?
Yeah.
That's their bad.
They leaned heavy on the Kanye West version. And if you're ever leaning heavy on the Kanye West version, you have failed.
Yes.
Failed miserably. Anyways, back to your Sacramento Kings.
There you go.
They even had Royale, I think, out there tearing up. I don't know if that was photoshopped or not, but it was funny. They had Royale like tearing up the Gold Diggers logo thing. It's like, oh, this is great. What a disaster it's been for mascots and alternative names and all of this stuff here in Sacramento. All right, focus back on the Sacramento Kings. DeMar took more money, which essentially means he's never mind.
Oh, just wanted to get paid.
Hey, as he should. And the Sacramento Kings had the ability to make that deal. And I'd argue that the DeMar DeRozan deal that they have now was probably easier to move than the Harrison Barnes deal that they had. Or I should say will be easier to move, even though it's more money than the Harrison Barnes deal that they had. Yeah. Harrison, they gave up picks to move off of that deal and help facilitate this trade. They couldn't have landed DeMar DeRozan without this Harrison Barnes trade. So I guess that's the thing I was hung up on. Reading all of the Kevin Durant stuff and the the matter-of-fact way in which a Kevin Durant trade is being discussed, I kept reading it. Like, I feel like but this is happening everywhere.
Yeah.
Nationally, locally.
They were saying it 2 weeks ago.
They've been saying this for a month.
Right.
This is happening by everyone who covers the Phoenix Suns. And one, I don't know who's talking about the Sacramento Kings besides us. I didn't even see it on the screen here as part of the game. Maybe they'll wait till tomorrow. But I started thinking, is it an absolute matter of when DeMar DeRozan is traded and not if? And it feels like in our discussions, our discussion sounds like the Kevin Durant discussion nationally. It's just matter-of-factly said, well, yeah, with DeMar, you could, maybe get a point guard or something. It is talked about as if DeMar DeRozan, who, again, for those that miss this show, and shame on you, you're not allowed to miss this show. You lose your job like poor Zabo did. Missed like 10 minutes of the show one time. Is his averages this year are, again, just slightly, not like crazy. They're just above his career averages. When you sign DeMar DeRozan, he literally is doing everything you would hope that he would do this year. It just doesn't look, I guess, the way some people expected.
Go ahead, Jesse.
If all money was the same, or let's say everyone had DeMar's contract or whatever, who would you guys move off of? And I guess I'm kind of asking this in part of like, is DeMar the one to get traded because he's the one who doesn't fit? Like he's the problem here, or is it just because he has an easier contract?
Run that back.
Like if everyone had if the contracts were all the same, like which player would you move off?
Oh, got you. Oh,
so I'm not sure if this is like you're moving DeMar because he's the issue,
yeah,
or because he has
the contract is good. Yeah,
so I don't know. Like if you're just moving because of contracts, like how much is that really fixing here?
So there's a good question. We might have to let's simplify this and do which one.
Mm-hmm.
If Levine's contract was the same as DeMar's, would you rather move DeMar or Levine?
I'd rather move DeMar.
I think I'm with you.
I think Zach he's not as consistent. At least he hasn't been over the time that we've seen him here. But he's a little younger, and I like his offensive ability and versatility more than DeMar DeRozan's.
I'm with you.
I would take my opportunity. I would take my chance with Levine over DeRozan in that situation. But there are question marks about him too, and question marks about his game and what he's able to do. One of the things about DeMar that you never question is whether or not he's going to be ready for the moment. He may not make the shot or whatever, but he's going to be there. And for me, there is some comfort in that, in a guy that's one of my top players, that I know he's not going to shy away from the moment. He's not going to shy away from taking a big shot or anything like that. Zach LaVine has been up and down here in Sacramento, and he's had some personal things going on as well. So I don't want to dismiss that. But, he's had the 5-6 field goal attempt games. And then you talk about that in terms of what it looks like when he is aggressive, and it looks like a completely different player. It looks like a completely different team. And it's just, man, if I could rely on the fact that I knew he was going to be aggressive all the time, it'd be a no-brainer, but I can't rely on that. So that's where maybe I think a little bit more about DeMar DeRozan, but I will go with Zach LaVine.
Did you have someone in mind? Did you have someone you were thinking, or were you just thinking like
no,
those?
because it's just I don't know if this team is hey, let's trade DeMar like away from, all right, like we're good now.
Okay.
Like it feels like that just feels like the simplest thing to do, but I don't know if it's fixing like really everything yet, I guess.
Okay. Well, it was Harrison, it was Herter, and now it's DeMar. They make this deal. You better pick a battleground, because we're running. I mean, I guess you can blame Levine.
No, they'll blame.
I think it's beyond blaming one player, is basically too. Like I think you got to make this roster work finally. Get guys who belong in their roles and just guys who belong finally. Like we saw yesterday, I think I saw the report. Mike Budenholzer wanted Bradley Beal to play like Drew Holiday.
Yeah,
that's great. That's great.
Mike Budenholzer's fault. Like Bradley Beal is not Drew Holiday. He's not that type of player.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's
like you can't tell someone to not to go play like someone who plays completely different than you do. Like Drew Holiday isn't a style of play; it's a player with an elite skill set.
Right.
Brad has his own elite skill set. Man, does this bring this full circle that you didn't need on that basketball team? That's not what you needed in Phoenix. You needed Drew Holiday.
100%. But this is where, we don't have to have the super long discussion again. But if you're Mike Budenholzer and you're getting paid X amount of dollars, I need you to look at the roster you have and put everybody in the best position to make it work. Not try to turn somebody into somebody they're not. That's not good coaching.
No, I completely agree.
You know what I mean? And
I completely agree.
And this is my thing. Like the roster is going to be the roster. Sometimes you're going to be in love with it as a coach. Sometimes you're going to hate it as a coach. But your job as a coach that's making $8, $9, $10, $11, $12 million a year is to take what I have as a roster and get everybody in the best position possible for them to be as successful as possible. It's easy, and I'm not even saying it's wrong.
No, you're right.
But it's easy to say, "Oh, you didn't get me a Drew Holiday, so I couldn't win." No, you got Bradley Beal, and you find a way to make him work the best you can.
But you find a way to make Bradley Beal work.
Exactly.
Not by turning Bradley Beal into a completely different type of basketball player.
100%.
Yeah, that's bad coaching. That's why that's one of, according to Chris Haynes, 50 reasons Mike Budenholzer was fired. Not just Chris Haynes, everybody reporting on the Mike Budenholzer firing. It wasn't a singular thing. Again, this was one that was sniffed out months ago. It's like, oh, Bud ain't gonna make it. And I don't know how many more opportunities Bud's gonna get. It'll certainly be a fascinating thing to follow. He obviously did well in Atlanta. He coached the Milwaukee Bucks to a championship, but that style of coach, they're few and far between. And if you're going to coach with that style, one isn't going to do it. You better be Pat Riley and throw a bag of rings on the table.
Be proven.
That's it.
Be proven. Because that
other than that, like these players, they're not going to take you seriously.
And even then, that's just a bad move. Like that's just bad decision making as a coach. Like I'm Bradley Beal, I want you to be Drew Holiday. Like, bro, that's not. Stop. What are you doing? Do better. that's what I would say. Do better. Because your solution of saying I'm going to turn Bradley Beal into Drew Holiday, that's just a failing thought process. Do better.
We'll come back. We'll talk more basketball. Update on Dame Lillard. Kind of a vague update. And what player has the most to prove in this postseason? We'll talk, man. We're thrilled you're here with us. Elk Grove Kia Talk line open. You want to get in? 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'm just getting caught up on the group.
Oh, Chris?
Yeah.
Man.
Look, Jesse's response.
I ain't gonna see it. I gotta see it. Hang on.
I just sneak that one on.
Yeah, Brett's got
Are there any other matches in the discussion for number one?
Not for me. It's one of those two.
If Stone Cold showed up instead of The Undertaker last year, maybe Cody versus Roman.
Wrestling ops, the little Twitter, I shouldn't say little, but the Twitter end, when they're breaking it down, they have, I think it's Hogan Rock at 3. Now, technically, that wasn't like a super technical match, but that was one of the biggest moments in wrestling history.
That one's one of my favorites.
That was. I don't know if it's good enough to be number one, but that was a.
I'd put it at 2.
That was crazy.
Yeah, I love that. I love rewatching that match. The Austin Brett match wasn't like a technical masterpiece. It was a storytelling masterpiece. Like it almost looked purposely clunky, but the story they were telling in that process is what made it great.
Mm.
Stone Cold had to make Brett submit, but he didn't have a submission move to do it.
Mm.
And I actually thought Ken Shamrock was a good, having him in there as kind of his sort of debut for WWE. I thought that added a lot to it. And then Brett, this is where Brett's a genius. The full turn at the end where he's like kicking Stone Cold and Shamrock like does I think it was a belly to back and he throws him down and he's like, come on. And Brett's like, what? And then he just kind of, he takes that step back and steps out of the ring and the whole crowd boos and he looks at them like, fuck you. I'm like, okay, this is where Chris's boys.
He's getting his bag.
That was the beginning of Brett's best year.
Getting in his bag.
Yeah.
This one, I don't want to say it's top 5 because, like I said, or it's number 1 or anything, but it's probably, how do I put this? Most memorable one for me, maybe top 3 most memorable. Seth cashing in. Does that not get considered because of the match
that's a moment.
or the moment?
Yeah, that's a moment. The match was good though. I remember that match vividly. It was really good, but I think everybody was. No one loves cutting off a nice commercial conversation more than Jesse Tapia.
Nobody loves talking more during a commercial break than D'Lo and KC.
Or we're the only ones.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Let's get our man TC in here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's good, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my 2 brothers?
What's up, TC? How you doing, bro?
I'm all good. Jesse in the back. Jesse, my dog.
What's up, TC?
Hey, man. So check it out. Hey, so question for all 3, all right? And I just, answer truthfully. Actually, it's to be 2 questions. One is Kings and one is Niners. Nah, seriously, D-Lo, check it out. So first, Kenny, you answer this one because it's a Niner question.
Okay.
So listen, yes, just simple yes or no. TJ Watt for Brock.
I'd say no.
Okay, D-Lo.
Man, who's your quarterback then?
That's my thought. Like,
I think you have to. Great. I think you have to say no.
Yeah, he's probably a better player, overall. But
you can't replace that position.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they don't have a quarterback.
Steelers' first-round pick to that. Does that make a difference? Because I saw that trade.
The first-round pick's like in the 20th. I don't know if I'm getting
21st pick and TJ Watt for Brock.
I'm doing that, bro. You can. How you turning that down? A first round and TJ?
Because if you get a quarterback that is less than Brock Purdy, it doesn't matter that you have TJ Watt. It doesn't matter.
Your defense is taking a step up and your offense is taking a gigantic step back.
Yeah.
You have to have a plan at the quarterback.
If Jackson
position.
Dart is no good, you're up a creek.
I get it, but Brock Purdy's never really not a Hall of Famer, bro.
We know you hate Brock Purdy. It's fine.
Right? So we're just, I'm just saying. But
can we trade TJ Watt for Kyle Shanahan?
Of course.
Okay.
You
Okay.
know that.
Yeah. Okay. I was just asking. What's your other one, TC?
Hey, so look, check it out. Okay. Now look, go straight across. Would you do this? Domas for Zion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Are you saying like you would or like?
Yep. If I'm the Sacramento Kings and I have to go down, I'm going down in a blaze of glory. I'm going down with Zion Williamson if they let me.
I'm gonna take Zion too because when he's healthy, I think he has more of an impact.
Yep. I will find Pete Youngman. I will find all of Pete's friends. I will hire the single biggest medical team in history.
I think. Oh man!
Can I point something out while you're just painstakingly going through this?
Yeah.
40-42 is their record this year.
Oh, you don't have to I hesitate because I like Domas a hell of a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a hell of a ball player. But you know the argument I always talk about when others talk about the Chicago Bulls and Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan and how we saw that and that didn't work. But you talk about Fox and Sabonis like they got 4 championships.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do nothing more than what happened in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time it was all falling down, they were a very disappointing 13 and 18.
Mm-hmm.
They were trending down.
Mm-hmm.
And Sabonis was part of that.
No,
I'm not learning at you.
You don't have to
I'm just
convince
saying,
us.
Domantas Sabonis was a part of that. So the notion that, oh no, you can't trade Domantas. You build around Domantas Sabonis.
When healthy, is Zion Williamson franchise?
Yes,
absolutely. 100%.
The problem is that win is never.
Well, like you said, you're kind of at a point where it might be time to take a chance.
Yeah, that's the thing. If I'm going, I'm not going down playing. Burn this bitch to the ground. If that's how I die, that's how I die. I will make that deal. This isn't a Luka for Zion Williamson deal. That is a building I won't burn down. I know I like him, but I'll trade Domas for Zion Williamson. And hey, if Zion plays 26 games next year, God damn it, I tried. I don't know what to tell you. I tried. He scored 29 and 13 rebounds in all of those games, but I get it.
Yeah,
that was a good one, TC.
I'm thinking about was just thinking about the lineup, and you got JV, aka the Nasty Boy.
Nope.
At center. You got Zion at the 4.
No one ever named him that.
Which they've already done before, by the way. You talk about things we've seen before.
It'll be different here, Kenny.
We did.
Hey, that got to the playoffs, though. Who was the center? Zion didn't even play, so it don't matter. I'm about to say, wasn't JV the center when they pushed Phoenix to 6? I think he was, but Zion didn't play in that series. That was Brandon Ingram. I
don't think Zion's ever played
in the
playoffs.
No, he got hurt in that playing game last year.
Yeah.
So you got those two. You got Keegan at the 3, Zach LaVine at the 2, and you go find maybe in a DeRozan trade, you find a point guard, or you go find another one in free agency. Malik off the bench. I think that's pretty solid on paper, at least.
Would you trade Domas for the last couple of years of Kevin Durant's career?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I had to think about it. Then I said, why am I thinking about this? No disrespect to Domas. But we talking about Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was all NBA player this year.
Yeah, Kevin Durant was
yes.
Kevin Durant is not the reason that the Suns sucked. Not at all.
Jacob Z is bugging. Talking about
emphatic no.
All right,
crazy. Man averaged 26 points this year. 26 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. 52, 43, 89.
Well, Stephen Brown. KD been losing a lot. What the hell has Domas been doing? This is the thing that I don't understand. Especially Steve Brown, that's what we call him too, by the way. Especially Steve Brown and others. What the hell was Fox and Domas winning?
We have never called that man Steve Brown.
That's what James called him yesterday. Someone called him Steve Brown.
All NBA, but misses playoffs. It's an even swap then.
Oh, man.
And I like Domas.
Yeah, the difference is KD's like all NBA first team.
Yeah, there ain't if this guy gets injured, I think he can get on the third team. No, KD there.
Oh, man.
Then KD might be washed, but I'll take my chances.
KD is not washed.
No, I'm talking about like next year, just fall off a cliff next year. Or something
KD
like
is
that.
not falling off a cliff.
I don't think so either, but
How old Katie next year? 36?
Yeah.
30 it'll be 37 when the regular season gets going.
I don't even know. That's a bad job by me for even
Steve
thinking.
Brown.
One of the things that we've talked about privately, and we talked a little bit about on the air, is getting into the conversation of what you're paying for what you're getting in return. And what we mean by that is you got Giannis Valanciunas.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just the guy, like, right here. Like, he gets played off the court sometimes because he's slow-footed and stuff like that. You would need maybe a little bit more athletic guy, but he can give you 13 and 7 on a night for $12 million a year. Is the 19 and 14, because he's the NBA rebounding leader, is the 19 and 14
3 years in a row
for $43 million. Is that, nobody's saying it's empty calories, but is that taking you to another level for the price you're paying for it?
Well, regardless of what you're paying for Domas, regardless of what Domas's contract is, that's him as a player is not taking you to another level. He took a 38 win team or a 36 win team or 31, whatever. I don't remember. It was all bad. I think it was 31 Luke's last year. I think all of Luke's years were 31 wins. He's capped out at a 31 win coach. He took that team to another level. But now you're a 40-something win team. Where does that level of player take that version of the basketball team? And that I'm not sure. I don't think Domas is in this. We've been over this a million times. As long as Domas is here, this will be a discussion. I don't think Domas is the one. He's not. We'll use the term Jesse was using yesterday. Domas isn't franchise. He's important to your franchise. He's an extremely important component to build around. Domas is very, very good. But when push comes to shove, if tomorrow's game gets dicey in the fourth quarter, your franchise goes and wins you that game. Steph Curry goes and wins that game for the Warriors. Anthony Edwards goes and wins that game for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Jalen Brunson goes and wins that game for the New York Knicks. LeBron James, Luka Doncic, take your pick. They go and win that game for the Los Angeles Lakers. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the Oklahoma City Thunder. Who wins that game for the Sacramento Kings? Probably DeMar or Zach LaVine. Maybe Keegan. If he was healthy, it could be Malik. But if you made a list over guys who are going to win a win-or-go-home game for you, where would Domantas Sabonis be on that list? He'd be at, I don't care the order of the list, but he'd be after LaVine. He'd be after DeMar. If he was healthy, he might be after Malik. And then you'd have a conversation with yourself of, was he after Keegan too? Where does Domas, what game did Domas ever, Domas had a crazy putback once. I can't even remember who it was against. And I think it was Domas. I think it was Beam Team one year. It was like a flip tip shot putback. That's the only Domas wasn't going to let us lose this game. He was like battling for the rebound. Like he was fighting.
It was the Heat game.
Okay.
It was the Heat game in Miami when DeMar missed the jump shot and he got the rebound and put it back fouling away. Yeah. Well, that was one. That is a time.
Okay.
Maybe it's not the one that you're thinking
of,
I
don't think that is the one. The one I'm thinking of, I think, was either last year. It might have been 2 years ago. But like, great. He did it in Miami this year. Point is, he doesn't do that. That's a singular play. What were the 5 minutes before that like? What were the 3 minutes before that like? What were the 2 minutes before that like? No one goes, man, hey, it's Domas time. It's Domas time.
I'm looking at it right now. Like Bowman on this list: Anthony Edwards, Jimmy Butler, KD, Siakam, Sabonis, Giannis, Franz Wagner, Cade Cunningham, Evan Mobley, Scotty Barnes, Dame Lillard. Those guys are all getting the ball in the fourth quarter -1, right?
Yeah.
They're all getting paid around the same per year.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I always say. here's the thing that I always say about Domas, and I started to say about De'Aaron Fox after a little while. Hell, I said it even when I thought he was like, yo, one of the guys that you build around. Everybody want to talk about championship and championship this, championship that, all this other stuff. You talk championship, because it's not we for some reason now all of a sudden in Sacramento we thumb our nose at getting to the playoffs. All right, let's talk championship. If you want to get to a championship, you need for sure one, maybe two better players on your roster than Domas.
Mm-hmm.
That's not franchise. To your point, to what you've been saying, look at Minnesota. Do they need two better players than Anthony Edwards to get to a championship?
They don't need any better players than Anthony Edwards.
Thank you. We look at
they need better players than Julius Randle. With all due respect, I like Julius Randle. Your number two needs to be stronger.
Yeah. Do you look at Oklahoma City? Everybody want to point towards Oklahoma. Do they need two better players than SGA?
No.
No. The Lakers. Do they need two better players than LeBron? No.
They might have gotten one. Might have.
And you go down the list. And usually when you're talking about franchise, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about a guy that you need complementary players around. And when you talk about building around Domas, you can't put 4 Keegan Murrays around him and be like, oh, you guys are good for a championship now.
Yeah.
No, you need at least one Anthony Edwards. At least, maybe two.
Mm-hmm.
And that is when we get into this discussion of Kevin Durant and all this other, who would you trade Domas for? I want Domas here, but I also realize he's probably got to be your third best player if you want championship, because once again, everybody want to talk championship. He's going to have to be your third best player.
Chris Juvenal in the chat asks, going off that list about guys getting the ball in the fourth quarter, getting paid by near Domas. Like, how many of them are big men? Just 1, 2? Yeah, like Embiid, when he was healthy, he got the ball in the fourth. Anthony Davis.
I mean, I was going to say, I hate to say it.
Yeah.
They get the ball.
There might be one of them tomorrow.
Hey, there's a guy in Denver.
They all get the ball. Karl Anthony Towns. They're all highest paid players on their team. They all get the ball in crunch time. Domas is the only one we're talking about that doesn't.
Is that enough, Chris?
Wemby will get that. Wemby will be that type of guy.
No.
You know what I mean? To be honest with you, if Chet was in a different situation, he'd probably be one of those guys. Chet Holmgren.
Yeah, for sure. I know who Chet is.
Hell, the Rockets might go to Sengun more times than the Kings will go to Sacramento
on this show. Call you Bonte Caraway over here with these Sengun takes. Man. Yeah, it's
I love Domas too, like everybody else does in Sacramento, but we kind of gotta be real with who he is as well.
Mason Gregory says, okay, but why would you give Sabonis the ball in the fourth when you have DeMar, Fox, and Malik? Why are you paying Sabonis like he is one of those guys then?
I don't know. I don't hate contracts as much as everybody else does. I felt like the reason Domas got that contract that he did was the Kings wanted to make him a Sacramento King long term.
Mm-hmm.
At the time they made that deal, him and De'Aaron had just made All NBA.
Mm-hmm.
In their, I don't know, never asked, never had a conversation with him, but in my head they're thinking, we have the ability. It's a unique strategy, but we have the ability to execute this game plan and make Domantas Sabonis a King long term.
Yeah.
Next year, De'Aaron Fox hits that All NBA again. We've got our 1-2 punch here for the foreseeable future. Keegan Murray's coming off of this stellar rookie year. Like, think about where the mentality was with this front office coming off of that Beam team 1 year.
Mm.
It's the mentality that I think as much as we joke about how everyone hates the Kings, no one hated the Kings after that round 1 series. Right. I think a lot of people thought, hey, Sacramento's got a nice little future here. Regardless of the 48 wins, regardless of the staying healthy, regardless of the fortune, all of the things that went their way that have never, ever been brought up with another basketball team again, just Sacramento. When that series ended, I think a lot of people thought, oh, we see it. We saw that performance that number 5 had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got something.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely got something here. I think the front office thought that too. We know the front office thought that. That's why they didn't do much that offseason. But they locked in Domantas Sabonis with the idea, I think, that De'Aaron Fox becomes an all-NBA player next year, Supermax eligible. We've got our group. We've got the emerging player on a rookie deal, and now we've got a chance to make a deeper run into the playoffs. That's where I think their mentality was. If the renegotiate plan with Domantas Sabonis had happened after last season, I wonder if it would have been different.
Yeah.
If you had just played through the first 2 years and had done that ploy with him last year, would it have been different? Would it have been less? Would they have even done it? I don't know. But my feeling is they wanted him here long term. Or them, both of them, long term.
Yeah, I agree. They wanted to build around those guys, and even then, I don't know if you needed another guy better than both of them to come in, but I think you needed one at least equal to Fox if you were talking about a championship. I thought those two alone were good enough to, win a round, maybe 2 rounds in the playoffs, max. But when you talk about championship, you needed a little bit more than those guys. And once again, we continue to say Sabonis is one of the great players in the league right now. He's a guy that if you want to be a winning team, you can do that with the Domantas Sabonis. But I just think we got to be real about who he is. Like, he's not one of those go-to guys. That's just not who he is.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you don't need him or he's not effective or nothing like that. He's just not one of those go-to guys. That's not his strong suit. When the game gets tight, it's going to be somebody else that's going to go shot for shot, play for play with one of those other franchise guys.
Yeah.
That's all.
Man, TC really sparked the conversation. This all started with Zion Williamson.
Shout out TC. Shout out to my boy.
So yeah, I'd take Zion. What?
So I just asked one of the homies. I guess you guys will be able to decipher it. But I asked him off air. I said, "Hey, what's the Kings' record when DeMar DeRozan shoots 18 plus times?" And he responded, "No clue."
What? Who did you text that?
Who would I ask?
Will?
Will, sick of you.
I love that Will just said the hell with you.
Yeah. I'm not your stat boy, Kenny, okay?
I love that.
That's right, Will.
I love that. Will,
Oh no, I had a question. I went to the one guy who I thought be able to answer it.
Will was just
Said no clue.
Well, no, wait a minute. Did you text the wrong Will?
Will, did you text?
Did you text the wrong Will?
Hey,
You're an idiot, dude. I can't deal with you.
Oh my
Get out.
gosh.
Get out.
Yeah,
Get
take a
out.
lap, bro.
Get
Go
out.
take a lap.
No,
Hey,
seriously. No. Take an actual lap.
You know who it is? It's our boy who told us about the Jazz 2 years ago.
Oh, for God's sake.
Bro, just go run and I'll let you know when to stop. Like, it's one of those. I'll let you know when to stop. Dude's like, wow, great to hear from Kenny. It's a random ass question, though.
I was like,
oh man.
and my favorite part is I'm thinking Will Z would never respond to me that way. That's hilarious. Will's team D-Lo. He was like, the hell with KC. Yeah. Kenny just sending random Will's messages.
What the hell's this got to do with me? I'm a Jazz fan.
Oh man.
No, seriously, bro. Take a lap. Like an actual physical lap.
Go to Complex's office and pack.
Go count all the new cars outside.
I'm going.
Yeah,
Man.
go to
That was
Shotty
a
House
problem
yourself.
again today.
Oh,
Settle
yeah,
down.
yeah, walk it off.
Out of here, man.
Walk it off. Goodness gracious. Man out here in jeans and a button down like he got somewhere to go. Just texting, hey, if you're Will and you're in KC's phone, watch out.
How does that even happen in this day and age?
Kenny's, hey, don't. And I love that Will Z has the number. Don't text and do the show. It's like texting and driving. Goodness gracious. Well, Random Will doesn't know the answer, but Will Z knows the answer. The Sacramento Kings are 19-17 when DeMar DeRozan shoots 18 plus times. Man. No, don't mind him. He's taking an actual physical lap.
Yeah, no, he went and dapped up everybody who was standing over there by Charlie's desk.
No, as he should. He needs to just make his way around. So he's trying to find out what the Kings' record is when DeMar DeRozan shoots the ball 18 plus times.
Okay.
Who do you text for that information? You text Will Z.
Of course, WillZstats.com.
Right, absolutely. What's Kenny
Sports
do?
Illustrated now.
He texts a random guy named Will. Yeah. No, you did. Okay. Have a seat.
Yeah, took my lap.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
Will Z has your answer, by the way. The answer is 19-17 when DeMar shoots 18 plus times.
You mean
it took him 5 seconds to get that for you. You could have just said it on the show.
Well, I didn't know what he was doing, so I was just like, whenever he gets to it, he gets to it.
Now the poor guy Will is wondering, what the hell?
What was your reaction to thinking Will Z was just like, yeah, to hell with
It's like, damn, who else am I supposed to ask? Well, not this Will.
I really love that Will Z, you thought Will Z told you to go to hell.
Did you text the other person back too? Like, hey, sorry about that.
I'm
wrong
about
number.
to text him right now, man. I'm about to text him right now because that's my boy, too. That's my boy.
Shout out Will at Southwest. Man. All right. So the answer is 19-17, by the way. Was that what you expected?
I didn't know.
Well, there's a lot you haven't known the last 3 minutes, but
I was just curious to see what it would be. Because I was looking earlier in the season when he was taking around that. They were winning a lot of games. And then when he wouldn't take a lot of shots, it was a loss. It coincided with the loss. So I was like, I wonder if that was just a coincidence.
I feel like he's pretty consistent in his volume. Like he had that stretch, just for no reason, I'll call it the Mike Brown stretch, where he didn't shoot as much. Let's see. I got Basketball Reference. If I go to field goal attempts, what game is that? That man shot 2 times.
What?
Well, that's a Mike Brown game.
He got hurt.
Yeah, that was the one.
Phoenix, I think.
That's right. He got hurt. He shot. Let's see, December 22nd, 7 times, 5 days before Mike Brown was fired.
What's that Portland game? What's that Portland game look like? Christmas? Thanksgiving.
That's not Thanksgiving. There's a Portland game on the 27th of a couple days ago where he shot 6 of 10.
A couple days.
March 27th.
Oh, okay.
What you're asking for the other?
It's the day after Thanksgiving, like 11/28 or something like that. At Portland, they lost.
It's whatever it is. It's probably not as bad as you think. Because I'm making my way down the list and I don't see Portland a second time.
Okay, I got you.
But yeah, he shot the Mike Brown, Doug Christie, Doug, Mike Brown. Yeah, it's probably not as bad as we thought. I think the one that just really stands out is that Indiana game where he was 1-7 and the team was
another bad one.
They were not playing
the Brooklyn game. I was there for that one. That was bad.
7 of 11.
He shot 7 of 11.
Well, they won in that Brooklyn game.
No, I'm at home where they lost.
Yeah, that was at Brooklyn. Well, whatever it is, it's more than 13 times.
Gotcha.
Maybe it's not as bad as we thought it was. Yeah, we'll go to break.
See what happens when I don't have to go to break.
Well, you're right.
Yeah. For a loop.
Need Kenny to drive the show. Boy, Kenny, I thought Kenny Smith was going to join us. No, he just texted some random guy named Kenny. Steelo and KC on
Kenny Albert and stuff.
Yeah, great. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Shout out to our man Will. He goes, I go, hey man, my bad. I text the wrong Will. And he goes, Will Z? I said, yeah, man. Oh, bro.
This is not news because I definitely listen to sports on their radio all the time. But I was listening to the Dodger game on radio, walking my dog yesterday. It was a vibe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but sports on the radio is just better. I feel.
It is cool. It is very one.
It's got to be the
time-
right announcer though.
Yeah, yeah. 1 year, I had the MLB, league pass or whatever, but the audio only. I'm not going to do that again. It wasn't bad though. There would be some Saturdays where, I'd just be on the sticks listening to the game. It was all good. But yeah.
So maybe a 5th rounder. I don't know, 4th. But Jalen Ramsey's still really good. But at this point, I don't know. You're really getting much for him. Oh, and I hate my football team.
Oh, what? That's what. Hold on. How we doing? Wait. I don't know how we doing this. What's going on?
You talking about that Jazzy 510 message?
Yeah, I mean, what do I need? What needs to happen? What needs to happen? All right, man. I'm confused. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? I'm down for whatever. All about the cheddar. Put that on my name in the 23rd letter.
Juice punch you back or?
What's that?
So that juice punch you back right now, or?
Yeah, no. This is the new batch. It's definitely got the ginger and the cayenne in it. Definitely. I feel like I'm too low on this camera. It's driving me nuts. What's up, Scooter? You ready, 916? Let's get that run. We should maybe run some Sean Cunningham of KCRA sound.
I'll be careful. I don't know if we can do it.
It's redacted Cunningham too, sir.
Redacted Cunningham.
No, he's still at Fox. It's still got the Fox logo on it. Oh, good. The basketball. Back. All right, Trysta Krick going to join us here in just a few minutes. Lots to talk to her about. Let's hear a little bit from Doug Christie at practice today, courtesy of he is still currently Sean Cunningham, as he, by all accounts, still works for Fox 40. We will soon refer to him as Redacted Cunningham of that other TV station. Here's Doug Christie. Nope, that's just basketballs bouncing and clapping.
Before I took the job of coaching. Does that worry you? Not at all. I'd rather be good at coaching than golfing. Yeah.
I know you don't want to think about golf at a time like this, but just when you think about just what lies ahead for you guys and so much uncertainty, you've been in plenty of win or go home moments. How do you feel like that scenario plays for your team?
I mean, more than anything, I think you embrace the moment and enjoy it. Like, because if you don't, all the other things that go against you, it's the ability to get stiff and tight and all these things that we're not about. So I want them to have fun, be serious about what we're doing, pay attention to detail, all those different things, but at the same time, come out here and have fun, put on the show.
Show your team is right down, Doug.
You have postseason experience as a coach, but even as a player, how much do you draw back on those previous experiences when you were playing and try to implement different things that helped you with this group?
I think a lot of that comes into play because if players haven't experienced it, you talk to them about it. Certain scenarios you talk about. So all that different stuff comes into play. Sometimes, like practice-wise, you might understand how it comes into play. During the game, you don't really know when and how it's going to come into play sometimes. It's just little things that you might see and you're able to help one of your players with. And then even teammate to teammate, encourage them to, if you've been in moments before, explain to them the value of it and valuing the basketball and all those different things. It's all those experiences. This is what it's all about.
It's like one of those instances where, like Jay Crowder, for example, a lot of playoff experience, kind of lean on those guys to try to share with his teammates.
Definitely. You talk to a guy who has a lot of experience because those moments inside of them, you're trying to do the right thing. They can become big in the moment, but then when you break it down, it's just basketball. So you just want to, are there some different things that I should look for, different cues and stuff? And that's really the type of stuff that you're sharing with the players. But at the same time, when it goes peer to peer, it is always big. It's always big.
Now, as a player, I threw about 3 flags on Doug on that one, man. I'm gonna let Coach slide. I'm gonna let Coach slide. It was getting a little comfortable there, DC. So it's what? Man. Close there, Doug. Close there. We'll hear more from Doug Christie and DeMar DeRozan later on in the show. But the guys did practice. The guys practiced yesterday as well ahead of the play-in game tomorrow against the Dallas Mavericks. We'll talk a lot about that. As the show rolls along, also what player has the most to prove this postseason? I think there's a fascinating discussion to be had with that. WNBA draft was last night. Paige Beckers goes first. No surprise there. She's headed to the Dallas Wings. I did get caught up this morning watching film of, I call it film, it was highlight reels of Dominic Malonga, 6'6", France, by all accounts, a massive star. I thought it was lazy. I kept seeing, the female Wemby, the girl Wemby. I was like, all right, dude, they're French, they're tall, like I get it. And then you watch her play and you go, oh, okay. Yeah. I see why you guys are doing this. Holy crap.
France got it popping.
No, she's legit. I don't know who the Valkyries drafted.
Well,
I practiced this morning, and I knew as soon as I said it, and then I knew it. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna be able to do this during the show. I don't know how to say the young lady's name. I don't know who this young lady is. Yeah. She's from Lithuania. I don't know who she is. And then I read. I don't really know if this is the direction you want to go after your first draft ever. They go, yeah, we're not really looking for the face of the franchise yet.
Okay.
All right, man. Like, that's okay. You don't have to be looking for the face of the franchise. That's just a really odd thing to say in your post-draft press conference. Hold up. What? Hold up. What is this?
Hey.
This?
Hey, we got a new space.
Are we at the house?
No, we're at this new, I'm at this new little workspace here that I just got a membership to. It's freaking dope. So dope.
Huge. This is fire.
Yeah,
and they have a little podcast
on the stories. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a podcast studio in here. There's a bunch of different general workspace rooms too, but this one has mics and lights, and It's like completely cushioned in. So hopefully the audio sounds good with this mic connected.
No,
to all that
everything
stuff.
it's
Yeah.
flawless. This is not Trysta on the phone in a sports bra. That is not what is happening right
I
here.
think both have its, uses.
Well, ask the Chatty House. They absolutely do.
So yeah, so I just joined, got a little hot desk. So now I don't have to do everything at Mama Crick's house. And
Love
this
it.
podcast studio is a big reason for the draw.
That's fine.
And I can basically use it whenever I want. So I can do hits in here. I can record the podcast in here. Today's episode, this morning's episode of the Heat Check was filmed in there, in here. So the quality is good, and we're going to start posting more to YouTube. So having a consistent space and a consistent look was super important.
I love it.
I love it. That's fire. That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask both of you guys a question here. We were talking about the WNBA draft, and I got to be honest as well. I wasn't familiar with Dominique.
Mm-hmm.
I was not familiar with Dominique. It wasn't my job to be familiar with Dominique, but it was the player personnel in Dallas. If from what I saw of her is who she is,
Yeah.
should she have gone number
I
one?
wondered the same thing.
Because
Yeah.
she looks like the truth.
Yeah.
Not that Paige isn't, but she looks like a game changer.
Definitely, yes, game changer, but I don't think you can take out the monetary aspect of a player, right? Like you see, Caitlin's not just a really freaking good basketball player. She's also a superstar. She's also filling up gyms. Paige will fill up gyms in Dallas. Absolutely. And Arike needs a co-star alongside her who can get her easy looks, even though she can create her own shot. So Paige is, I don't know if you guys have gone on Gen Z TikTok, but Paige is the most impactful star. There were so many edits showing her and AZ Fudd together and, going wild with that. There was probably so much footage that the infatuation with Paige is up here. And so regardless of what you do as a GM, you have to keep that in mind, even with how good Malonga looks. Like they're saying she's the equivalent of like a Victor Wembanyama. She's only 6'6".
Yeah.
So I mean, she's not 7 feet tall, but I don't think
The
you can
6'6" is tall in the league.
It
6'6"
is.
is tall in the W.
6'6" is very tall in the league. And we're getting a lot of taller girls, right? We saw
Yeah.
with South Carolina a ton of centers that were 6'5", 6'6", 6'7".
I feel like humans are changing.
Definitely.
Like
think it's
humans
the
just
eggs.
continue to evolve.
I think it's all the steroids and the chicken and the
Well,
eggs.
that's why eggs are $12 now. In chicken, God, you have to be rich like Kenny to afford chicken.
Well, I'm not rich. You are.
I got Butcher Box recently.
You just hit me with a I know you are, but what am I?
I just got Butcher Box for the fam.
How's that working?
It's pretty good. It's my first month
Yeah.
with it. They give you
Okay.
you can choose whatever you want in there. I think it's like $150 or something like that a month. And it's all your meat pretty much for the month. So I got bacon, chicken, steak, for all your meat for the month for the low
That's
price
a
of
wild-
$150.
Okay. Well,
Well,
all
The
right.
background changed, but the content didn't change.
Has ever wondered
Oh, by
about
the way.
Trista's private life?
Look at this. Can we just talk about this?
Oh, it's Kith.
Oh, I just made the camera.
No,
No,
you're
you're
good.
good.
You're
You're
good.
good.
You're good. We got
Okay.
you. Yep.
So
4K.
it's
I
a
think you got an
Columbia-
endorsement deal with them.
Columbia Sportswear Kith collab, and Portland's the home of Columbia Sportswear. So I bought this for no reason other than to be like, oh yeah, I'm a Portlander. This is but like swag, you know.
That's fire.
I see
Pretty
you.
fire.
I see you. I
That's
think
fire.
she does have a deal with Kith though.
I think she does.
I hope so someday. I really hope so. Did you guys see that Georgia Amore, or Georgia Amore, got styled by Russell Westbrook? A little honor
Yeah,
the
I did see
gift
that.
collab.
Yeah,
Took him almost a year to build out the fit. I think it was like a leather blazer, leather skirt combo. So
Mhm.
dope. I
Yeah, she
would
looked great.
love Russell Westbrook to make me an outfit. I'm just putting that out in the
We
universe.
saw Russ on the podium or on the desk and was like, oh, is Russ analyzing the draft? And then saw on IG that Honor the Gift launched I think they called it Honor the Women, and Russ was a part.
Honor the chick, you know.
No, I don't think that's what it was. I don't think that's what it was.
All right, you River Cat executive.
Yeah.
Trysta Krick.
Trysta, I got a great idea. Let's call them gold diggers. Yeah, that was fire. What'd you think of? So maybe you can help us out. I practiced this morning. Once you stop practicing, I can't do it anymore. What did you think of the Valkyrie selection?
Ooh, I can't pronounce it either.
You can't do it either.
I don't know.
I don't. Nope.
Josite.
Nope.
No, I don't even think that's it. It's not that.
It's not that. When you it runs together very smooth when you hear it. It's just I practiced it and stopped practicing it, and now I can't remember it.
I did that with Tua Tagovailoa when he first.
That was a full weekend of work.
I was at that national title game in the little media section, and we were all just saying it 15 times, Tua Tagovailoa, so that we could come out on the field after the game and have something proper to say. I thought it was an interesting selection. You look at her footage, and boy, oh boy, can she shoot. She's smooth. She's buttery. And you also end up getting Cheyenne Sellers. And she fell so far that she ended up getting selected by, a team that could have drafted her at 5. Or I know she was mocked in the kind of like mid first rounds. And she ends up getting picked up by the Valkyries, which I thought was a great selection. She's a 6'2" guard. And that's a big guard. I mean, that's a guard in the NBA. That's Russell Westbrook, right? That's Damian Lillard. So I like that pickup. And then, of course, Caitlin Chen is a star, an absolute star. So she's going to be really fun. Her having the exact same moment as Kate Martin, who got selected by the Las Vegas Aces, only there at the draft to support her teammate, and then gets selected there by Las Vegas, and now she's a Valkyrie. So now Caitlin Chen gets selected in the same manner that Kate Martin does, playing on the same team now that Kate Martin plays. So that was cool, a full circle moment, I think. There was a lot of interesting moments in there.
Let's run this real quick. I don't even think that's right. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right.
You stay, Yochite.
I think that you stay. I think that
actually looks.
So I heard someone with the Valkyrie say it like on the in the way. Of course, everybody could be wrong, or maybe I don't know which one's wrong, but I heard the business person say it, and I was like, okay, got it. And it's not exactly the way that the commissioner or president, I can't remember which one they are, just said it. You stay though is unanimously her first name. That's her name. You stay.
You stay.
She can shoot.
No, she can shoot.
She can shoot. Yeah,
she can shoot.
She can shoot.
I wasn't
She
familiar
can
with the
shoot
game.
the leather off the rock.
I think she can shoot it.
You said there were a lot of interesting moments. What else stood out to you in the draft yesterday?
Yeah, I thought that the whole selection through the Mystics, I thought they did a phenomenal job too. I'm just pulling up these draft picks
in the first 6.
Yes. So I thought the fact that Sonia Citron and Kiki went back to back, I like that. Georgia Amore was a bit of a reach. And I like that selection. I think she's really good. I think Georgia Amore is a star. You saw her. I don't know if you guys watched the broadcast with her and Russ together. She is so damn likable. I think DC is going to embrace her. You can tell she's, as an Australian, super embedded and just like loves hip hop culture. She's Trinity Rodman's biggest fan. Trinity Rodman calls her, does a FaceTime, says like, listen, come to a game. So I think Georgia Amore is a perfect addition with Sonia Citron from Notre Dame. And then Kiki, I love Kiki as well. So that was a great 3 picks for them, a team that's rebuilding their ass off. And then I thought Sanaya Rivers going to the Connecticut Sun was really fascinating because Isaiah James, who is Sanaya Rivers' teammate at NC State or was, she was mocked to go there at 8. And so then she ends up going to the Wings instead, which I think is one hell of a pickup by the Wings.
You think that Dallas got better yesterday? Like they were a single-digit win team last year?
Yeah, I think that was just a little misleading, right? Because there were so many injuries that Dallas had throughout the season. They obviously do lose out on why am I blanking? Guys, I really think that there's something wrong with my brain right now. I am losing words.
Well,
I
I
am
know who you're
losing
talking about, and I would say the
names.
name, but I always get it wrong too. Marco Sabat, how you say her? How you say her?
Satu Sabali, right?
Yeah, I always get it
Satu.
wrong. Yeah,
I just
but
know
she
it's
left,
Satu.
right?
Yeah, Satu's gone. So, but I think Dallas was a better team fundamentally than what their record was. And we saw them down this stretch play some really good basketball against the Fever. They were very competitive. So, yeah, I think they got better, and I think they're going to be good. I don't know if you guys saw what because they ended up getting Nalissa Smith and Dejanay Carrington in the offseason. I don't know if you saw what Nalissa Smith said. She tweeted first team all studs.
Okay. All right, man.
And then Dejanay was like, "Yeah, the femmes out here better keep it cute. Like people are trying to take Nalissa from her. This is gonna be so messy, guys. Them on the same team. I don't know, Chatty House, if you guys know, Nalissa Smith and Dejanay Carrington have been dating on and off since their time at Baylor as teammates, and they're just a funny ass couple. So now that they're on the same team, I don't even know what to make of it. And Paige is gonna be there.
The fact that they were dating at Baylor
Right.
is amazing.
Amazing. Kind of unreal. How do they keep it so tight, you know?
Yeah, the relationship.
Yeah.
How do they keep the relationship?
Pause. You know, see, under wraps. You know what I'm saying? Pause.
Gotcha.
Under wraps.
A lot of people say we'll have a higher profile situation again next year. I wasn't familiar with their game.
Which
I didn't
one?
know it was Paige.
I know they haven't come out and said anything, but there's just so much. There's just so many people who want it to be. I personally want it to be true for so many reasons. They are the cutest.
So last night didn't confirm? That wasn't a confirmation.
It was a true hard launch.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't a hard launch. I mean, the hand placement was lower back. I don't know if you guys saw it last summer.
Can you fill everybody in, by the way?
Okay, so
my bad. That's my fault. You go ahead, Trysta. You got it.
Sorry. So AZ Fudd plays for UConn. She was the most outstanding player of the tournament, NCAA tournament. She is Paige Becker's best friend. I don't know. I remember back in the pandemic, there were reports about Paige going to the DMV. AZ's a DMV gal, lives in Arlington. She's from Arlington. And was living with AZ's family. AZ's family has basically like somewhat taken her in as like another child. And they are inseparable. Paige recruited her to go to UConn. She ends up going to UConn. And then last summer when we saw the iconic Paige white suit, that was what kicked it off, boy. The white suit. And AZ was with Paige at the draft. And then the summer of Paige, I don't know if you guys remember the summer of Paige, where she was outside, which then spurred the Nike commercial about how people want her to be, you know, at UConn, or there people are saying I'm everywhere too much. So her and AZ, even at New York Fashion Week, at the Nike shoot, all the places that she was, they were like peas and carrots. And so people were sort of speculating that maybe there was something going on with them then. And then during that summer shoot, there was a video that went viral of Paige AZ was like holding on to Paige's finger, like Ariana Grande in the Wicked shoot. I don't know if you guys saw it.
Yeah.
And then she dropped it when she saw that they were on camera really fast. So there's been rumblings. And now AZ was with Paige last night. that AZ was the one at Paige's table when there was only one spot available. Like Paige basically was like, family can wait. AZ's right here. And then Paige embraced AZ. The camera went right to AZ when Paige went back to the table. And AZ whispered in her ear that some people were saying, I love you, which could be a platonic thing. And then Paige was like, hey, I'm mic'd up right now.
Yeah,
I'm mic'd up. I'm mic'd up right now. I just want to let you know before you say anything crazy. I'm mic'd up. So some people thought that was a hard launch of their relationship, but they haven't really truly said.
Was it a soft launch?
It was kind of a soft launch.
Yeah.
It was kind of a soft launch. We saw AZ's hand or Paige's hand, I forget what it is, on the lower back of that dress. Yeah, so it was Paige's hand on the lower back. And then you can see edits.
So
of
higher
Paige
back, platonic, lower back.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. It was like, and there's been a bunch of edits that have come out of Paige and AZ and how they look at each other at the podium and just what Paige was saying and looking for her when they won the title. And so there's been a lot there. A lot there.
Gonna be the highest profile relationship in the WNBA next season if it is a relationship next season.
And Paige, I could see AZ becoming a wing. Paige figuring out a way for them to be inseparable. If they don't, AZ's not going to go number one, so she'll be like a top 6, 7 pick.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure,
for sure.
absolutely. Yeah, sure.
But she was going to be like the sixth pick in this year's draft if she would have stayed, if she would have come out. So,
Trysta, your thoughts on my Aces sneaky pick? Get my girl out of Alabama. Now, look, I don't, my girl Leah, I'm not going to act like I watched all her games or anything else like that, but I am familiar with her game. And the one thing that I'm familiar with is she can shoot the rock. So you get a shooter around my girl Asia. Come on, man. And now, and my girl Jewel is going to be out there too. And all she's got to do is do like she did at Alabama, just catch and shoot that thing. Hey, we back at it. We back at it.
You sound ridiculous.
why are you an Aces fan?
Thank you. No,
First
it's
of all-
worse. No, go ahead. Say your stupid line.
Well, first of all, it's Aces for life.
Yeah, they've
around
been
here.
in existence for 4 years.
That's the squad. That's what I'm rolling with. I love me some Asia Wilson ever since South Carolina. All right, that's my girl. And then I like Las Vegas. I like the way they be handling business out there with the Aces. So yeah, I'm rocking with the Aces.
Aren't you guys surprised he's not a Sparks fan?
Stop it. Stop feeding into this narrative.
Okay, leg show.
Okay, Lake Show.
Yeah,
No, I don't like the Sparks at all. The thought would have been
Kelsey's
maybe
a spark, right? Is that
Yeah.
how
Yes.
the trade works?
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
a spark.
Yes.
the thought would have been maybe the Liberty, because I like my New York teams. But no on the Liberty. They're cool. I like them. But when Chelsea Gray was out there doing work, I love her at the point guard. I mean, she still is. But I'm saying like when she really started to come up 2-3 years ago, I was like, oh yeah, this is squad. This is squad. I think I got with the Aces for one heartbreak because I don't think I started being an Aces fan when they won. I think they the year before when they lost, that's when I really liked them.
Yeah, what, like in the finals?
Yeah, well,
Like
they
they
should have
lost
won.
in the finals.
Yeah, they should have won, and they lost.
He's such a front runner.
Well, they lost. I should have went. Who they lose to? Didn't they lose Seattle or something like that? I would have won with Seattle. No, not doing that. I'm rocking with the Aces, and it's Aces for life. We got my girl Aaliyah from Alabama, and it's just gonna be shooting fish in a barrel. It's gonna be shooting fish in a barrel.
64% from 3 is insane.
She can shoot the rock.
Sarah Ashley
doesn't even
Barker
make sense.
was a bit of a reach too. I don't know. She was supposed to be Sarah Ashley Barker, who's also from Alabama. That's the segue there. She was supposed to go in the second round, and she ended up going to your Sparks, Kenny, at 9th, which that was a huge surprise.
Not my Sparks.
I'm really gonna
I was
like
gonna
the
say,
Sparks
the
team
Sparks
this year,
got
though.
talent.
Cam and
Yeah.
Kelsey Plum.
Yeah, they got
give
talent.
me that.
They got talent.
Yeah, Cam Brink, Kelsey Plum. You got Sarah Ashley Barker there. You got some talent on the team.
How do you think?
My girl Rakia. Don't forget my girl Rakia. She's a
Do
bucket.
not forget Rakia.
We got
Aaron
the
McDonald as well, and Ray Burrell. Ray Burrell, by the way, is really good.
Ray Burrell sounds like an 80s singer.
You guys didn't
Sounds
see
like the
Ray
person
Burrell
Michael
in
Jordan, bullied in.
Unrivaled? Ray Burrow
I
was
I
really
did
good.
not
I didn't
watch.
watch a whole lot of the.
I didn't watch a ton of Unrivaled. I saw it. I didn't like lock into it for the season
Yeah.
like I should have.
The only thing that I saw consistently was Angel and Chelsea's team going at it with Skylar's team. That's
Yeah.
what I saw a lot of.
There was because that was the matchup. Hoo-doo. And then I think also another storyline that was great was Haley Van Lith reuniting with Angel Reese being on the same team on the Sky.
Yep.
They needed a guard. Obviously, there was a hole left by Kennedy Carter not playing on that team anymore, which I think is probably the right move not to bring her back based on a bunch of things that I've heard offline about her behavior and her character. There's a reason that she's had a hard time sticking with any teams. So Haley Van Lith, I think she's added to her game a bunch. She's going to learn from Courtney Vandersloot, who comes back from the Liberty to play for the Sky, which I think is kind of a nice elder statesman to run the offense.
It's so crazy to me that Courtney Vandersloot's an elder statesman in the league now. Like
I know, right?
she is like low, like kind of under the radar, one of the greatest point guards the league has ever seen.
She's incredible.
She really is.
She's a big part of their title run.
They tried to convince us she was John Stockton's daughter.
What?
Yeah, when she came out, they're like, "No, she's John Stockton's daughter." It's like,
Who
no,
did
she's
that?
not. Oh, that was an internet thing for her. I think it started maybe her. I don't think it was her junior year. Definitely her senior year, and then into the probably her first year or two in the league.
So they went 4 years trying to.
Yes.
So
What happened to the first time they talked to her? She says, "No, that's not my dad."
Didn't care.
That's a testament to Courtney Vandersloot, really.
Yeah, didn't care.
She's a bucket. She's a bucket.
How do you think because it's the Valkyries this year, and then is it Toronto next year?
Yep.
How do you
And
think,
Portland, baby.
Yeah, Portland.
Now who they want?
Can't wait till my Aces beat the crap out of that team.
what are they?
I'm just
the
jealous.
Portland
I'm
what?
just jealous. Don't mind me.
Portland
I'm just
Fire.
jealous.
Portland Fire. That's what you were before, right?
Yeah, I think that's
the
what I
Portland
think
Fire.
that's our
right.
team
I'm
name
sorry.
now.
I'm thinking of the Cleveland Rockers.
Oh no, that's the team. They have no business. No business.
So Portland's back next year too. So
Yes.
it's Portland and Toronto next year. So right now there is this massive influx of
Oh, we don't
talent
have a
in this
name
league.
yet. We don't have a
okay.
name yet.
Well, let's
Yeah.
not do Fire then. Let's come up with something else because the
What
Fire
would it
lasted
be?
2 years. I don't know. Fire lasted 2 years.
The
Why don't we come up with something that didn't last 2 years? You know how long the Monarchs lasted? Never mind. We ain't gonna do it.
What is what
Portland
would be like a
Rose.
female version of a blazer?
The Portland Rose.
Like the skirts?
No, the Portland Rose. That's
no,
it.
no.
Portland
I'm
Rose.
kidding. Portland Rose.
Portland-
We have the Thorn.
Who's the Thorn?
That's our soccer team.
I thought it was.
They won a chip, by
women.
the way.
I was about to say I thought it was the Timbers, but that's the
Men's.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
How
yeah, the
does-
Timbers and the Thorn.
What do you think the influx of these teams? Because now all of the talent is going to be a little more spread out. It's really condensed right now, which it made the league really great in terms of you rarely saw bad games. You rarely saw, you'd see teams that, like Dallas being, a 7-win team or whatever they were. But you saw good players every game that you watched. You usually saw multiple really good players on every team that you watch or every game that you watch. Now you're, over the next 2 years, you're throwing in 3 more basketball teams. That talent is going to get spread out a little bit. Can the league still sustain that? Can the league still feel that growth without that tuning in and it's a bad, Portland Thorn game or whatever you wind up calling it? Because, expansion teams are just that. Like, even though there's a lot of talent out there, it is still an expansion team. You're getting, for lack of a better term, you're getting the leftovers. You're not getting to steal the Valkyries. You're not getting franchise.
Right.
Franchise will come later.
Yeah, I think if you look at the Valkyries as an example of what we've got going on here, there's a few players who I'm really excited about watching, right? Tiffany Hayes, Kayla Thornton, Cheyenne Sellers, this Eustace, whatever last name is.
I already forgot myself. I
But
apologize to that.
you look at Yeah, and you've got Temi Fagbenle from the Fever. And that's pretty much all the name recognition that you have on the team. Kate Martin, of course, Monique Billings. But so I think that it will take a few years for those teams to start building up the coffers, right? And
But can the
so
league handle that?
I think the league
Like
can handle
3
it.
of those in 2 years is a lot.
I think what they feel is that there are players who are good enough to play in the league who are getting taken off of rosters completely, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, we saw the example that comes to my mind is Alexis Morris from LSU. Alexis Morris 2 years ago when they won the championship, 3 years ago now, when they won the championship that Angel Reese year where she did the "you can't see me" face, she went nuclear in that tournament. She played for Kim Mulkey before. She ended up transferring, coming back to LSU, and she was a star. And she didn't even make a roster. She was gone in no time flat. So I think that there's players who are capable and qualified, especially these like Kate Martins, these glue players, these Caitlin Chens. I think that they deserve the ability to play on a team, but when there's only so many teams and so many roster spots, they sort of get left to go either overseas or just completely left to the wayside. So yeah, I think he can sustain it. I just don't think the quote unquote star power will be there as condensed. But I think what we're seeing in college basketball too is that there's a lot more players, especially at the guard position, that we're very excited to watch. She's not a guard, she's a big, but like Sarah Strong's going to be an awesome player in the WNBA. And I think she'll probably go number 1, but there's a lot more of players that can be big and shoot threes and pass. So the league basketball as a sport is evolving on the women's side. And I think there'll be some growing pains, but ultimately I think it's good for the sport in general.
Yeah, I understand exactly what Dame is saying, but I think they're ready for, what would that put them at, like 15, 16? I think they're ready for 15, 16. If you talk about like, and I know this is being drastic, but you talk about going to 30, like a regular league. I don't think they have enough for that. But 16, based on like you talk about the talent that's in college right now, the talent that's coming into college from high school, I think there's going to be, I'm pretty sure there's going to be at least one player everybody knows on every team by the time, 2 years from now. You may get to the point where 2 players on most teams, you know what I mean? Because you think about college, and every year in college, we got a new person that we're looking at. That's because they cycle out of college. These young ladies aren't cycling out of the WNBA. Their names are just going to continue to grow. So I know exactly what you're saying. I think they can do it though. I think it'll be all right. You'll have bad games. You'll have these, awful matchups record wise, and even maybe they start getting into load management type situations where player X, who's our star, isn't playing because she don't want to play on a back-to-back or 4 games in 5. They may get into that situation, but I think for the most part, they'll be able to sustain it. I think so.
Okay.
What do you think, Damian?
Women's basketball is going crazy right now. Like at the high school level, it's going crazy.
I'm a little worried about it, particularly the next couple of years, because as you just laid out, it'll take time for Golden State, Portland, Toronto to kind of build. The teams like the Aces were a relocation. They weren't an expansion. I don't even remember the last expansion team that the W had, but it had to have been a while ago. Might have been Tulsa. I can't remember. No, Tulsa was Detroit. Which is, that's a wild sentence. The Tulsa Shock or the Detroit Shock. But I do worry a little bit about those teams kind of being, I think schedule makers, you got to be careful. Maybe that's the Caitlin game you don't put on TV. You give those teams an opportunity to kind of, build themselves up a little bit. I also worry about not just the quality of the teams and the players. I do worry about the quality of ownership and the quality of front offices. Like I'm not trying to make a joke, but Portland's last team lasted 2 years. That was a different time in our life. That was a different time in the league. That was at essentially the birth of the league. But we saw Portland, I think Miami, Cleveland, those teams lasted 2 years. I'm afraid people might look at the WNBA now as a way to like get rich and make money. And, these aren't, obviously Joe Lacob is in the league. Not all of these people who own these teams are Joe Lacobs. They want their teams, or Mark Davis's, right? They want their teams to make money and be profitable and be businesses essentially. And man, sports franchises are tough. Women's sports franchises, women's sports franchises are really tough. So I worry. I want the quality of ownership, front office, all of that stuff to stay there with these new basketball teams in it. Now, I mean, obviously with Golden State, you're on solid ground. I don't know as much about Portland, and I forgot Toronto because I feel like there was a change because it was Toronto, then Toronto was stopped, and then it was Toronto again. So I don't really remember what the shift was there, but I do have some reservations for sure.
Those are real concerns too.
The interesting thing, and just to like kind of dovetail off of what you're saying about Portland, I think people should feel confident in Portland as an owner, like the ownership group in Portland, because what you've seen is that the Portland Thorn, the soccer team, the NWSL team, has done really well. It's been very successful. They've won a championship, and that's the Batal family, and that is the same family that is owning the Portland Thorn. So I think when you see a family that has already had success and then stays in that same market, for example, if Michelle Kang, who owns the Washington Spirit, were to buy the Washington Mystics, I would feel much better about the future of the Mystics, just because I know where her head is at in the investment that she has in women's sports. And it isn't like a get rich quick scheme or an investment opportunity. It's something that owner really feels is important. So versus the guy from like Zoom Info or whatever, that was going to buy the Portland team before. Yeah. And he wanted to name it like the Rose City Royalty. And Kathy Engelbert, the commissioner of the WNBA, had a lot of problems and they were having a lot of friction. And so now the Batals I feel really good about the Batals. That's all I'll say.
When are we starting the W podcast?
Now. Come through.
To Portland?
Well, we can do a Zoom.
Work studio. Okay.
We can do a Zoom for now.
We keep talking about it. So we're gonna do this for real?
Let's talk about it offline. Let's talk about it offline.
We don't talk about stuff offline. We work out our entire lives.
Yes, we do talk about things offline.
That's true.
Yes.
We do talk a lot about, we talk mad stuff offline. All right.
We do.
Great.
We talk a lot of smack about Kenny offline.
No.
What happened?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Love the new workspace.
Why I said that. I love you guys. I also just want to say really fast, I really like the cardigan look. I think that needs to be multicolor, color block cardigan. I think is like a staple for you in spring and maybe even part of summer. What do you think, Kenny?
That's a beautiful cardigan.
It's a great cardigan.
You know who designed it?
It's Honor the Gift.
That's what you know me so well.
It's either I already know you only have a couple. It's essentials.
And
it's
no way
Honor the Gift
would make anything with colors in it.
They never would. They never would. So it's exactly right. It's like, okay, these are the two buckets that it's in.
Yeah.
There's color. That's Russ. That's just a nice. Russ needs to make more smaller sizes. I know you guys got to get to break. I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're good.
But when I see your eyes go to the
I hate when you do that. I hate when you do that.
It means like, okay, like hurry it up, girl. Let's go.
No, it's deciding, do we go or do I just let her rock?
I mean, I'm open for whatever. I've got another thing to do, so I guess we can just call it.
Go do your other thing. We love you.
Love
your
y'all.
workspace.
Love you, Chatty House. Love you, boys. You guys are my favorite. Everybody says that you guys are their favorite too.
That's love.
Okay, I'll take it. Tell Mama we said hi.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Trysta Krick right there. We'll come back. we'll talk baseball.
Talk
Because
baseball.
your boys keep winning, and I think they play again in about an hour.
Yeah, man. They're going to be ready to go. There's something else that just caught my eye like in the last 5 minutes that I want to ask you.
Okay. Steeler and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I like everybody associated with the show, but I thought it was going off the air a month ago.
Yeah, it keeps saying the show's going to end. Oh, Cole, you can rock this easy. It's a little loose. But a lot of Russ's stuff is. That's the look. I get it. I don't know about that, Chatty House. I don't know about that, Manny. Sal, I don't know what happens with Bianca. And it does feel like someone is turning. And I really did think it would be Bianca. But I don't know. That was funny, Dr. David. What else we got? All right. Raw had no dark matches after the show like Smack. Oh, man, Zabo. That show looked terrible. Maybe not terrible. It looked I honestly, Jesus Christ. I honestly don't know if I could do like a WrestleMania again. Like, I don't think I could do a 2-day pay-per-view. Like, if Money in the Bank pulled up to Sacramento or even the Chase Center, like, that'd be cool. Oh, Zay, I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad it was fun. One thing I hate about live shows, and this seemed to be really prevalent last night, are like, it's live, right? And it's live. So you can have a match and then a video package. And I guess there are still commercials. They're not like 6-minute commercial breaks. They're like 2-minute commercial breaks, but they're still so long, like through the course of a show. And it's just a lot to sit through. Yeah, Colin, she rocks with Memphis. I don't know why everybody in their feelings with D-Lo and KC.
I don't know. We just do what we can.
We just out here living. Man, that was awesome, Norm. I think I said this already, but I appreciated you sharing the pics of the kids that you took out, man. That was pretty dope. Yeah, Zabo, leave it halftime. Leave it halftime of Money in the Bank. What you want to do, man? Do you want to do baseball or what caught your attention?
We can talk baseball real quick. There's not a whole lot to talk about because the Giants just keep winning. The Giants just keep doing what they're doing. I'm watching the game yesterday while we're doing the 102.5 show, and the Giants go down 3-0 in the bottom of the first. I'm like, damn. Usually this happens like it happens with the Kings a lot, right? Like they're playing well and you get excited to watch a game. Like, man, I can't wait. The whole day you're anticipating this team playing. And then they go out and they like get beat up. Like it happens often with the Kings. And that's what I thought was going on with the Giants after what they did over the weekend. And they go down 3-0 at the end of one. And they come back and put a 6th spot on the board in the top of the second and really don't look back, man. This team, they're kind of different. Like I'm starting to believe they're a little different.
What is clicking? What's clicking so well for them right now? Like that's different than last year. And
one, I think they have the best or one of the best bullpens in the game right now. I think the bullpen ERA last time I checked was like 1.2 something. So they get into these situations where, number one, late in games, if they have the lead, they can hold on and bring it on home. If they're behind late in games, they don't fall far behind, because that bullpen keeps them in games. That pitching keeps them in games. Young-Hoo Lee, he wasn't. Now, I joke about it yesterday. That was a Farhan signing. He was out, I think, pretty much all of last year. He's a game changer. He is a game changer. And balancing out that lineup with Lee, with Ramos there from the start of the season, Willie Domas, what he's doing, putting guys in spots where they can be successful as opposed to having to carry the entire lineup on their back. I think that's helped out a lot. But it should probably just, and once again, this is no shot to him, but just a different feel around that organization. Bob Melvin probably feels different about how he can manage from game to game with a guy like Buster Posey in place as opposed to Farhan and the way that he liked to approach games. So it just feels different, and they're just playing good baseball. The crazy thing is they're in the NL West.
Yeah, right.
And that that helps nothing. I was watching the Padres game.
That division is nuts.
It's crazy. I was watching the Padres game last night, and you talk about bullpens. Their bullpen is fantastic. That team is fantastic. Giants, Dodgers, and Padres are in combined, I think my math was right, like 38-13 to start the season.
Yep.
Goodness
14-3,
gracious.
12-4, 12-6.
Man, ridiculous. And I tweeted
Even
out
even the Diamondbacks are above 500. They're 9-7.
right. And they're like, why do we have to be here?
Yeah.
Why can't you put us in the Central or
Well,
something?
the teams,
like
it's
that?
like, why do we have to be here? Is the Rockies?
Well, they're talking about Major League Baseball.
Well,
but, I was watching that Padres game last night, and they played the Cubs. Really good game. Padres won, pulled away from them late. But I was just I'm so astonished. I tweeted it out. I'm so astonished at the attendance in San Diego for like the last 3 years. They packed Petco Park out every night. I think they said they had like 47,000 last night on a Monday night. I know the Cubs were in town, but still, there wasn't like a bunch of Cubs fans there. They have that going on. And then they have like behind center field, they got a grassy area. But it's not, I don't think it's part of the attendance. It's you can watch the game. You can kind of see into the ballpark, but they got a big screen out there as well. Packed, probably like another 5,000 out there. I was just amazed. I was like, damn, they love the Padres in San Diego. They've been a complete renaissance. So Giants, Phillies again this afternoon. We'll see if the winning ways can continue for my Gigantes. Big up to them. Here's the thing that I saw. I saw it the last 24 hours, but I wasn't really thinking about it. But I just saw it again during our talk with Trysta. I was like, maybe this is topical, and I'm not really recognizing. Did you see that University of Colorado, is retiring Shador and Travis Hunter's jersey numbers for their spring game? People are not happy about that.
Should have retired Cordell Stewart's jersey first.
Yeah, that's people. Cordell Stewart won 2 bowl games. Yeah, they're like, they didn't win anything. Why are they getting their jersey retired? And as a bit of an outsider, although Colorado is my team, as long as not my team, but one of my teams, as long as Coach Prime is around. My thought is, do you guys understand what they did for that program? What they did in 2 years for that program is something that I don't remember any Colorado moment outside of them throwing a Hail Mary to beat Michigan like in 92.
I was going to say those two made more money than Cordell Stewart or whoever he
Does
just
anyone
said
think
did.
Joel Klatt should have his jersey retired?
Hey, he's got a good podcast. That's my boy. Shout out to my
I
boy.
disrespect him. Just saying.
Does he have a problem with it?
You retire his
No, I'm
headphones.
just looking at the Colorado list of quarterbacks.
What about Rashaan Salam, Heisman Trophy winner? Anybody know? If anybody can tell me, and you know who you are, because if I say who it is, don't say it. You know who you are. But if anybody can tell me where Rashaan Salam went to in the NFL, then I'll say, yeah, don't retire their jersey. Who'd he play for his first season in the NFL?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't it Chicago?
Damn. All right, guess I can't tell.
Well, wait, but I don't get
their
it.
jersey. No, I'm just
But
the
what's
whole
that have
point
to do with
was
Colorado?
No, the whole point was those are the guys we're talking about. Rashaan Salam, Cordell Stewart, who were really
I think
good.
his first year might have been. I don't think he played very long.
He didn't.
Oh, no shade.
But I say that to say, just making a joke. Those are the guys that we think of when we think of Colorado, and I don't think they had the impact that these two had in 2 years at Colorado, along with Coach Prime.
Yeah.
So I understand it. I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think like, oh, this is the best thing they ever did, or it's a travesty. I was
Did
just
Joey
like,
Porter
oh,
go
okay,
to
cool.
Colorado?
I don't
Because didn't the
believe
Matt
so.
Backer go there? Hold on, let me look up Joey Porter real quick.
I was looking up their alumni yesterday. It's not the greatest.
Where'd Joey Porter go to school? He was Bakersfield. Colorado State. Oh boy, that's gonna cause a fight. It's Colorado State. My mistake. My mistake.
But yeah, people are up in arms. Up in arms about it.
That's a really weird thing to be upset
Travis
about.
Hunter up there if you want.
What'd you say?
So go ahead and throw a statue of Travis Hunter up there if you want. We'll win a Heisman.
That's a really weird thing to
Right.
be upset about.
But their whole thing is they didn't win anything. They didn't win anything. What are you retiring their jerseys for? And the whole reason why, like, I didn't even think about like even talking about it is because I saw it. I was like, oh, okay. And it just keeps coming up on my timeline. Like the graphic that Colorado made just keeps coming up. And I'm like, so I finally start looking and like people are upset. And I'm like, are you for real?
I guarantee you the people going to that game are going to be elated.
Also, it's
Twitter
Colorado,
always looking for a reason to bitch.
It's
Go to Blue
Colorado
Sky.
football. You don't care that. You don't really care. It's Colorado football. Like, relax.
Settle down. You hadn't thought about Colorado football in
Since
25 years.
Shedeur
before
Sanders and Travis Hunter got there.
Right.
Something tells me you were mad that Deion Sanders was there. I'm not sure. Yeah, I did see that story. Honestly, I didn't think anything of it. I was like, oh, that's cool. And I kept moving. Never gave it a second thought. Didn't realize it was creating controversy.
Apparently it is.
No, so
well.
be mad.
I'll be watching the highlights of their retirement jersey.
We'll come
ceremony.
back. We'll come back. We'll hear from Doug Christie, DeMar DeRozan at practice today as the Kings get ready for the playing game versus the Dallas Mavericks tomorrow. Is Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Okay, Tyler. Oh, thank you, Scooter. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Usually, and I could be wrong. I could be wrong with this, but usually more like an algorithm. Don't you have to engage for it to like get on your algorithm? Like
They
it's
say
something.
that, but I feel like if you even scroll past, like stay on a tweet while you're scrolling for like 2 seconds, it'll start popping up stuff like that.
It
Like,
might
they say
that
you
might
gotta
be the
interact,
case.
but
Yeah, that might be the case. I know I didn't.
I feel like
I
there's a
didn't.
lot more leeway with that.
I didn't stay on any of those Colorado tweets for more than 2 seconds. Just kept scrolling right by them, but they kept coming up. So maybe there's something else.
I feel like if you read something, like even that'll count,
Yeah,
even
could
for a
be.
second or whatever. All these phones are listening to us right now, bro.
Right. I don't know. They don't dress Steve Brown. They don't dress like I dress at church. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously you only see the shirt, so you only comment on what you see, but a little different. A little different than that. What shoes am I wearing today? Will ask. I'm wearing some cowboy boots. Nah, Steve Brown. No hard bottoms.
I've only ever been to the Coliseum and AT&T Park or whatever it's called now. I gotta get out more.
I've been to Petco, like the area. I've never been to for a game. I want to go, but it is a beautiful place. San Diego is a beautiful city, maybe the most beautiful city in the country, and where they have that stadium set up, and it's perfect. It is perfect. Yeah, well, they got a hill on them. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. I wasn't ready for that. I was not ready for that. And you just gotta be. You can't move like you do with tennis shoes on. You gotta be aware, or at least you gotta get used to it. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? No, this is ridiculous.
What?
This is ridiculous. They suspended my boy Mbappe when we out there trying to get that Champions League championship.
He plays for Madrid now, by the way.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Well, you get
your boy. Like PSG won today. They advanced. They're in the semifinal.
Yeah. Those are my boys. Semifinal. We about to bring it home this time. We about to bring it home.
Probably gonna play Barcelona next, I believe.
Oh yeah, we gonna take care of Messi. Messi still play for Barcelona?
He's still in Miami, pal.
Oh man.
Okay. All right. Well.
KC, king of the fake outrage.
Shout out Messi, still turning it up, by the way.
Anybody mentioned anything about MLS this year?
No.
Has anybody seen anything about MLS? They need to get off that paywall of Apple TV.
They could put them for free anywhere else.
So so the problem with MLS is Apple TV.
It's not Apple. It's if they were anywhere where it was just exclusive.
The problem with MLS is that it's not good enough.
Yeah, it's not Apple TV is fine. It's if they were behind a paywall where you only had to they need multiple partners, and I think they do. I think they do partner with Fox. I think they do have some games on Fox, but they need more of that. They need more of that because if you don't go to Apple TV regularly, it seems like you don't even know what's going on with the league. So
start bringing in talent too, by the way.
Exclusive rights, I don't think hit the way that people want them to. Sunday Ticket going to YouTube TV was a brilliant move by the NFL, and I guess by YouTube TV, because the growth of YouTube TV was already there.
Yeah.
When you have something that already works, adding a coveted product to it is great. It's weird to say something involving Apple as a jumpstart, but Apple TV not the device, but the channel, is still a very new thing that I think loses hundreds of millions of dollars every year because they put on really high quality programs. They have great shows on Apple TV, but not enough. And I know it's like $4 or $5 in comparison to what some of this other stuff is. And they try to lump it in with other Apple products. So like, hey, get your iCloud service or your Apple music service. You know, you can lump this all into one. But when you're essentially an upstart, when you're new in the game, using an exclusive rights thing like MLS or any other Major League Baseball, it's not going to work for you. Sunday Ticket, that was in trouble because DirecTV was dying. Like a slow and brutally painful death. And the NFL saw, we've got to get out of here. And I can't believe the DirecTV gone out of business sign hasn't gone up yet. And I know they've tried to, like, you know,
the streaming thing.
They've tried to, like, you know, kind of, you know, redo themselves a little bit, but you have to, if you're going to do it, you better tag on with someone who, like, HBO Max is growing. They're adding their whole platform continues to evolve. If you did something like that, it would make sense. Apple hasn't figured out how to evolve yet. And so maybe, you know, there is something to being buried on Apple TV. Like, again, I don't know how much interest it would have on Max. I don't know how much interest it would have on YouTube TV, but you sure see it a lot more.
Maybe. And like I said, my issue, and even with Apple TV is dope. I love watching Major League Baseball on Apple TV. Like, I love watching the shows that they have, their layout, it's not them. It's MLS's decision to only have it there.
Yeah.
And that could be
Not
for
the
anything.
move.
Like if it was Max, I'd say the same thing. I just think for them trying to grow multiple partners and more something on is it linear, like a linear station would help them grow that game a little bit more, grow their league a little bit more.
It would. But I also think the league has a ceiling that they have to figure out a way to break through.
Yep.
And being on Apple TV or YouTube TV isn't going to help them break through that ceiling. Thought the Messi move was it. It wasn't. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. It ain't going anywhere. That's the good thing.
No, when they're paid, like they're actually fine.
Yeah,
financially,
ain't going
so
anywhere.
They ain't really hurting right now.
Let's see if we got to throw any flags on Doug Christie. More from Doug Christie today at practice, courtesy of he is still Sean Cunningham and he is currently still with Fox 40 Sports.
Player, you had the luxury of playing in front of these fans in Sacramento throughout all your postseason runs. How big do you think these fans are going to be tomorrow, and how much do you feel that's going to energize and, you know, really set the tone for this team?
Well, I don't think, you know, a few players have been here, but Sacramento postseason basketball is a different animal. It's a lot of places get credit for a lot of things that started right here in Sacramento, in my opinion. I had never experienced anything quite like it. I've been to finals games. I've, you know, watched them on TV, and nothing was like that. So I'm hoping that they come out. I wouldn't expect anything less and turn the hell up. So it should be a really, really fun environment.
Will you watch that Memphis Golden State game tonight?
Yeah, I'm a basketball junkie, so I'll have it on, but I'll be working. So, you know, I have to make sure that I'm prepared for what we need to do. But you know, most definitely, if basketball's on, most times I'm watching.
Having coached now, you know, Zach and DeMar are the same as teammates. Obviously, DeMar using as a point guard situation quite often. Do you notice differential from what they did in Chicago together compared to the way you're using them here?
A little bit. I think that when you look at our team, there's some talent here that they didn't have there. They had different type of talent. You know, Voos is a little bit different. Big fella is a little bit different than what you get with Domas. Domas has the ability to DHO and a lot of different things that they didn't necessarily do there. But both of them, I think, are valuing the moment probably maybe a little different than they did there, especially with Debo. I think he understands and he's trying to get his teammates to constantly understand what these moments mean, because even when I played, you never know when you're going to get them back, and it's truly important that you take advantage of them. With Zach, I think that he's understanding that as well. So a little bit, but at the same time, they're going to go out and hoop because they're hoopers. So I'm excited for both of them to experience this environment and hopefully thrive in it.
And then with EG,
Doug would tell his team to quiet down while he's talking.
They working.
Yeah, they're getting that working. Yeah. We'll hear from DeMar DeRozan here in just a couple of minutes. I hadn't really thought about that, of how different, if at all, the Kings used DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine versus how Chicago used DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. Oh, it's not something I'd really thought of, especially the way DeMar plays. Like,
I hadn't thought about it either. And one of the things I just always feel people can be a little disingenuous with that looking back on their time in Chicago, because clearly this group, or those two guys, if we're just going to like narrow in on them, they need a table setter. And when they have a table setter, things go pretty good. When they don't, they're up and down. And to tell the story of DeMar and LaVine in Chicago without mentioning what they were with Lonzo and what they weren't what they were when Lonzo wasn't there, it's not telling the whole story.
No,
I don't think, but it's whatever. Like, I was there for both, and they were pretty good when they had a table setter, and when they're left to, for a lack of a better term, to their own devices, they struggle. So
they don't have a table setter here.
An organizer.
Or an organizer.
Yes.
This is 3 minutes and 29 seconds of DeMar DeRozan. What do we set the more or less at? 3 minutes and 29 seconds.
I'm going to
He's no Domas.
Like 13 seconds, I'd say.
13.
I was going to say 17, but around there, yeah.
Feels
Where we
high.
go?
Maybe
We're gonna
13, 14 is my
We're
thought.
going to go 14 and a half.
14 and a half sounds right.
14 and a half is the number.
The demon gets you to 17.
Oh, all right. I've never tracked DeMar before. 14 and a half. Jesse, where you going?
I'll give my answer off this first question.
Wait, that is
Okay.
not how
No, that's fair.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
that's fair.
you
We'll
can't
play
do live lineups.
We'll play one clip of DeMar DeRozan, and then we'll check.
I'll give my answer based off this question he gets.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know.
How difficult is it to try and evaluate their team?
Less.
Okay, the question was, how difficult was it to evaluate the team or something?
Yeah, I'm going to go less.
14 and a half. You're going less?
Yeah, I was going to give some random basketball general answer.
I'll go more.
You're going to go more?
I'll go more.
I think I'm with Jesse.
Okay.
I'm going less. Start clock now. DeMar DeRozan. 14 and a half is the number.
I mean,
Crap.
it's tough. We haven't got a chance to see, AD. But, at this point, where we at, it can't matter how difficult something is. We just gotta come out, focus on us, and bring the compete level at a high level.
That was a 7-second answer.
That was a 7 seconds of dead air.
20.6.
DeMar is the least efficient speaker in history.
Hey, DeMar, what do you think about the Mavericks? Yeah.
And so hold on. There's people who don't understand what we're doing. We're timing how long these players answer the question. It all started with Domas because we realized a long time ago.
Domas does not talk over 10 seconds.
He does not talk over 10. Yeah, over 10 seconds. Keon, we found out, talks for about 40 seconds per answer.
Which I cooked.
You did.
I cooked.
You did. Zach LaVine, we thought he talked for a little bit more, but we really couldn't find it. And now we're timing the answer. A lot of us think DeMar is going to
get the board
well,
members together.
Well, look how bored DeMar looks. Yeah. I'm taking the over on every question now.
I want to get the board members together. We need to cut dead air. That shouldn't count.
No,
he gave us 7 seconds. He barely said 14 words.
He said, yeah.
And then didn't say anything.
I
then went into the answer.
I want a Prize Picks investigation. Let's see what's next here. He looks bored. I'm going over.
I'm going over again.
Jesse?
I'll go over 2, I guess.
Going double big
Over
lineups
10 seconds
with
on
challenges.
pauses.
Do you think that presents and how you guys could counter that?
I'm rebounding. Rebounding. We gotta understand. Am I giving a game plan away if I tell you? Hey, let me see. We just gotta play together.
Do you feel?
What
was that? What was that?
That was so I got the time at 14.6.
Oh,
he stopped earlier than that. He stopped at like 14.1.
No.
I have more.
No,
I have more. I would want
That's
it.
fine. Then we all got points right there.
But I think he stopped.
Terrible.
He stopped at like 13.9.
DeMar's getting taken off the board after this. We're never
The
playing
abrupt
this game.
stop was crazy. That's what got me.
Then he starts asking questions to them.
You've seen what maybe the best of what this group is capable of, or do you think that's still to come?
I mean, it's still to come, but we definitely show moments, spurts, and games how special we could be, and it don't matter who we playing against. We showed it. I think everything we've been through this year, the ups and downs, we gotta kind of ball that all up and then one, and allow that to be our best, Sacramento Kings come tomorrow night.
Is there much of a mentality
DeMar
shift from
DeRozan?
a playoff series to a winner-take-all type of game?
More.
I mean, it's literally win or go home. I mean, it's nothing more than that other than a game 7, and this is a game 7. It's literally win or go home. So that mentality is whoever won it the most.
I just kind of
there it is. Yeah. I got 14.7.
No.
I got 14.7.
Oh,
I got 14.7.
I'm done with DeMar.
Come on, DeMar.
Click the button.
Come on. Let's go.
We are Vegas when it comes to this, though. Oh, this is crazy.
DeMar was on the phone too. He got faded back so many times.
DeMar, wrap it up.
Yeah.
Man, I don't even want to hear DeMar anymore. I'm so mad. Man. This is why I don't play fantasy football, because you get mad at these players. Now I'm mad at DeMar DeRozan. Like, man, speed it up.
This game would have been fun to play when Luke Walton was around.
Oh, we can find a Luke answer.
I don't even know what did I can't remember. Did Luke talk too long?
Yeah, he'd be like that.
Luke,
hey guys.
I would put Luke's number at 35.
Oh my God, no way. Was it that bad?
You set the over under like 8 seconds for the first 4 words.
Oh man.
Yeah, good call by you guys. 14.5.
Yeah, that was a good look.
That was big. That was big time
Good
right
look.
there. We're building new casinos based on the way that
We don't have a gambling problem.
By the way, I'm going to have a lineup ready to go for the play-in games tonight. It is Orlando versus Atlanta. It is Golden State versus Memphis. I'm going to have an all play-in lineup going down over at Prize Picks. I'm going to have that posted on my socials. I'm going to have it early enough so everybody can know. So probably in the next 15 minutes or so. So you can go ahead, try and get that same lineup, maybe take components of that lineup and start your own lineup. Somebody did that over the weekend. They had a nice little dub. So I'm going to have that going down on my socials at KingKC_916 rolls off the tongue.
That's horrible. I'm begging you to change it.
You can go to Prize Picks.
That's why I never ask your Twitter handle on KSFM or your Instagram handle.
Literally. Just ask, and it just rolls off
It's
the tongue.
the underscore that really bothers me.
You go to the Prize Picks app, put in the promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Oh, wow. You did a fake out. Wow.
Soren at it.
Wow.
Soren with his first of the season. somebody wrote on the scoreboard, so I'm gonna
I
have to work around this here.
How do we turn everything into a game?
We don't take anything serious.
Well,
Soren with his first win of the season. You're on the board, buddy. Good
But
job.
it's like what? Like you want to come to the radio show and be serious and just talk sports seriously?
let's talk about the NFL draft coming up 1 week from Thursday. What should the San Francisco 49ers do?
Trade Brock Purdy.
Well, trade Brock Purdy for Zion Williamson.
Oh, man.
What was the trade again? Oh, it was TJ Watt.
TJ Watt in the 21, I think, for Brock Purdy.
Are hosts eligible to play in the Run Your Game League?
Yeah, because nobody knows when once I start the Prize Picks read, that's when they're eligible. Not before, not when you think it's coming up during the segment. No, I have to start it.
Might need to get myself a couple wins or something. Just
Oh
because.
boy, the expansion fee is $5.
No, we're gonna waive that. We're gonna waive that. I don't have a
Oh,
stadium.
yeah, go ahead. Playing.
I don't have a stadium built.
Playing Studio
or anything like that.
5
Yeah.
while we playing Studio 5.
The minor league studio right there.
I think Studio 5. Is that Complex's little tiny room or is
Yeah.
that our little room?
That's what I thought ours was.
Studio
It
5
might
has
be.
no windows or anything. It's just darkness.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
cowboy shows.
Well, hee-haw playing on the screen. Some sort of Western, like and on a TV that apparently couldn't turn off. This TV, we can't change the channel on without unplugging the remote, plugging it back in, unplugging it, plugging it back in. The TV in there, it just aired some Western that we were confident was racist. We were certain it was some sort of microaggression towards us, and we couldn't figure out how to turn it off.
He said hee-haw.
Bonanza, Aaron, in Studio 5. Jesus,
man. Shout out Zay. I see, he's upset, but hey, you're still in the lead. You're doing a great job in the RYGL.
Yeah, rolls right off the tongue like King KC _
Doing a great job. He's got a 4-game lead. Come on, man. You're good. You're good.
Well, not.
It's the first to 25 too. That's the.
I mean, Jesse had a pretty sizable lead.
Hey, what's your problem?
No, I was just.
He's only talking about what happened.
I'm a broadcast journalist. I was just.
When does playoffs for that? Like when does that league end?
This is like the EPL. It's just the end of the season. It's the first to 25.
No. The PW. I'm not worried about your XFL league right now.
Well, we haven't played in a while.
I mean, what's up?
It's 6 to 3.
Let's
Well,
bring
no,
it back
it's
tomorrow. How about that?
Yeah, we do. Okay.
Why don't we go right now? I don't care who we pick. Let's go. I don't care who we pick. I'm gonna win.
I don't have a name to go off of.
Who's the last basketball player we were talking about?
I have no idea.
We've already done Bradley Beal.
Can we get Doug Christie career earnings?
Let's go.
I don't know that
I
we
hate
can.
doing those though, because it's like $20.
That's like oh man.
Oh, what,
Doug.
so what? So we're not gonna just because he
I'm just
isn't
saying,
around.
Well,
we can't
I
play
don't know that I
era?
can get it
The
now.
90s players are always tough to pick, and beyond that, to be honest,
$20.
like Rick Barry, a bag of peanuts.
Well,
let's go. Let's go. Excuse me. RYGL.
so it's a little bit different because we can't use. Got Basketball Reference. They don't have. Not on Spot Track with the different contracts.
If this number was more than 50, I'd be surprised.
Well, let's talk about it then.
Let's go.
Doug Christie started his career in 1993
In Toronto.
with the Los Angeles Lakers.
No, he did.
Yeah.
He was the last number 8 before.
He was. I knew he was number 8. I just didn't realize that was his first team.
Yeah, that's right. Because Isaiah traded for him.
Was he a Celtic
Okay.
at one point?
Okay. He was not.
If the story goes, George Karl wanted to, but they have beef.
That's right.
And I think they traded the pick. Maybe that's what happened.
Hold on, 13. Okay.
Was Robert Parrish in the league?
15 years.
What?
From 1993 to 2006. Well, 2007. 2006, 2007. He played for 1, 2, 3. He played for the Lakers, the Knicks, the Raptors, the Sacramento Kings, the Orlando Magic, the Dallas Mavericks, and the Los Angeles Clippers. Doug Christie's peak earnings were with the Orlando Magic in the 2005-2006 season. $8.2 million.
No wonder my brother want to coach. No wonder he wants to needs to coach.
Doug Christie's career earnings are what? I don't even know. Like I'm operating off what number was Doug drafted at? I genuinely don't know this. How well do you know your head coach? Doug Christie was taken number 17 overall. In fact, by the Seattle Supersonics. And he laid out. He did not get along with George Karl. Never agreed to a contract and was ultimately traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. Again, played for the Lakers, Knicks, Raptors, Kings, Orlando Magic, Dallas Mavericks, and Los Angeles Clippers. Career earnings for Douglas Dale Christie are $37 million.
Oh, wow.
Jesse went one over.
What kind of? What is this?
Come
what
on,
the
give me
hell is
39.
this?
Give me 39.
What is this?
The most stunning part about this is Jesse is the winner.
That's right.
What?
That's right.
But if he had gone with the very first number you said,
What did I say?
I'd be surprised if it was $50 million. Doug Christie, $51.5 million in his career.
Here we go. It's another W right there.
Damn.
We've been
I'm
on it
struggling.
too.
I'm
Yeah,
struggling.
you are.
Win
I'm
for
like-
Jesse.
I'm like broke ass Baron Corbin right
We're
now. I
now-
just don't know what's gonna happen.
Jesse with 7 wins. KC, 3 wins.
All right. It's not that bad.
And Kyle remains thrown out of the league.
Yeah, not since his incident.
After walking off mid-game.
Man picked up
Yes.
second base and threw it to center field.
That is the greatest moment. That is the greatest moment in pocket watching history, right? Like Kyle just quitting.
Yeah, that was the most
Like
controversial of all
mid-game.
time. Yeah.
$51.5 million for DC. I didn't think it would be that high, but he had pretty good years with Sacramento at 3 million, 5 million, 6 million, 6.9 million, 7.5 million. Orlando at 8.2. Dallas at 1.5. He closed out his career with the Los Angeles Clippers at 158,000.
Shout out Doug. Let's get him another 20 million, huh?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's
Another
get
20
Coach paid.
Yeah.
I wonder how much. I don't remember the television franchises have done. How they have done. What's Jackie's show again?
Basketball Wives. I think they've done
Jackie's Basketball
fantastic.
Wives?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they've done fantastic. They probably done about
She didn't create Basketball Wives, did she?
I think Shawnee created it, but Jackie
Shaquille's
was first
ex-wife.
Yeah, Shawnee O'Neal, my bad. I think she created it.
That's what I thought.
Jackie has been there from the start, I believe.
Okay.
I believe.
All right. Shout out Jackie. Everybody
Jackie. I
gets
saw
you.
Jackie on Sunday.
Everybody
From
gets
a
you a
distance,
Jackie. Well, he was probably sitting down there with her.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
With the rest of the family.
No.
We'll come back. Jason Jones joins us when D'Lo and KC return.
Yeah, he does. And I think Jason would be a good person to have that discussion about the most to gain and everything from these playoffs.
Oh, I thought
that's
cool. I
that's a good
definitely
question.
wasn't trying to put that off till tomorrow.
The playoffs wouldn't have started by then. But I was just
maybe there's something to talk about with Atlanta and Orlando tonight because I got some questions about Orlando. I'll ask it now. Think about it during the commercial. How different is Orlando than Sacramento? And I'll explain what I mean when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Really? Okay. All right. We'll talk about it. I hear you. I hear you for sure.
got you, Coach Molly. Got you.
Did Jackie and Doug had a spinoff show though, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just making.
I
shit
think
up.
they were on basketball because for the most part he hasn't been on there, but I think a couple of seasons he was on there for a few episodes.
Jackie, it looks like she joined in season 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what it is? I think Coach Molly, that's what she means. When they went to LA, that's when because they did start in Miami with Evelyn and Jennifer, Royce. I think they were all in Miami. I don't know though.
Tyler, last season we were just running off vibes. We got some good coaching. We're running with a real game plan this season. So I don't think we're going to lose 9 games in a row.
I need to read I never read their book. I need to read their book. Oh, I wish they had this book in audio form. It would be just Doug Christie talking to me about love.
You see the Snack Shack got some life today?
I love the little mini.
That must have just happened, huh?
We got an inside guy, by the way. We got an inside man with that.
I love the little mini refills.
Yeah.
You didn't see it? I thought you came back with a bunch of stuff. That wasn't from the Shack?
No,
from
it's
inside here.
Oh yeah, it was a little. Wasn't a full restock, but
it's kind of, I guess, saving us from ourselves.
Shout out.
Our guy Joe said he's got the keys.
Oh.
I just got a text message from Beyonce. Now shipping the Cowboy Carter art book. No, thank you. What is an art book? And it's $74.
Oh, it's an art book.
Pass, Beyonce. Beyonce got all the money she's going to get from me on that goddamn Renaissance tour.
Anyone get the LeBron Ken doll?
No. I wonder what them joints is reselling for.
Crazy for him though. I seen the lines were ridiculous.
Norm, that might have been Bilo and JC. Dame had some black shoes on that one.
Man, that was terrible. That was terrible. So upsetting. Black shoes, a short, and a turtleneck. What is going on here?
Red Sox suck right now. Game was over before I even said bye to the guys yesterday.
Oh.
Can't hit, can't really pitch, can't field.
Oh, man. We probably, yeah, that's a miss. I should have mentioned that. The Nico stuff. I would have, Norm. That's usually my bag. It's either button up all the way or it's unbuttoned damn near all the way.
You kind of said something during the commercial break there a second ago. You talking about Nico Harrison?
Yeah.
The doubling down on the trade and
that and
little shot.
Well, I didn't see the.
I think he took a shot at Dirk. Let me see if
didn't
I
see
can. Let me see if I can find the quote.
I didn't see any of the quotes or anything else like that. I was when I heard he was having the press conference with all those stipulations or whatever, and a lot of people in the media were upset about that. They're like, "This is."
So that's where he
farce.
spoke. He spoke at a press conference. That's where all these quotes are coming from.
He had a press conference that you couldn't have video at, and only select members of the media were invited.
Treated like a
to
comedy show, damn near.
And I mean, I get it. I understand why people are upset, but to a certain degree, I'm just using names because they're here, not because this is what they would do. But James Ham and Jake Gaden are only going there to amplify and talk about how stupid you are. Like that's the reason why, like, I want to be there. I want to ask. They're just going to be to come back from that thing, hear your answers, break them down, and talk about how stupid you are for trading Luka. Nobody's going to really have a conversation or thought of, all right, well, even though I disagree, he did say this, and I can see where he's coming from if he even gives that type of information. So I do understand, like, no, I'm not going to open this up for you guys to.
Yeah, but you don't know that that's true. I mean, you can assume that that's true, but you don't know that it's true. Like it's a
part of the job too.
It's a weird thing that's been normalized because of not Phil. I don't care how you feel. It's a weird thing that's been normalized because of Donald Trump. Like, this media. Media's out to get. Media's always been exactly the same. People write with narratives. Like, people ask questions because they have an idea for a story in their head. Or on paper, they have an idea for a story that they want to put into execution, and the questions that they're asking kind of follow the framework of the story that they're writing or the angle that they're taking with their story. Most people probably aren't going to have a popular opinion of this, but I don't think it's up to Nico to not answer questions like an idiot.
That's fair, and what Jesse also said is fair as well. It's part of the job. But if I'll just use my name now. If I'm going to that press conference and I say, Nico, why did you trade Luka Doncic? And he goes, well, we just didn't feel like that commitment to him for the contract and some of the things he's shown, health-wise, would be a good investment for us. And then I leave there and I go to my radio show and I talk about, or my podcast, and I talk about the question. And I was like, that was so stupid. Like, why would he say something like that? Well, all right, you asked me a question, I answered it. Like,
but you can't do it. But if you're Nico, you can't do anything about the way someone interprets your answer.
Right. But if the thought would be, if you weren't coming here to genuinely, like, if you already had preconceived notions, no matter what I said.
Let's bring in an actual journalist who teaches this stuff, by the way. Continue. Go ahead.
But if you were going to, and once again, this is an assumption. That was a great point by you, and you're right. It's just an assumption on my part. But if you were already going to come here and have your opinion when you left here, regardless of what I said, why do you even need to be here?
Well, but that's not your job to dictate that.
You're right. No, you're right.
Like, I'm a
but
credentialed.
That's my thought process. Like, it's not a real Q&A or anything else, because regardless of what I say,
Kenny Trump, then fine.
Well,
like
no, it's not even that. It's just like, why are we doing this dance? Like, we're not having a real interaction.
Jay, did you see this Nico Harrison press conference and kind of the parameters that came with it?
No, I didn't. But what were the parameters?
There's no video, and only select members of the media were invited to it. So it wasn't open to the people that cover the Dallas Mavericks. It wasn't open to the people who cover the NBA to be credentialed. I guess there was a selection process that determined who was allowed to be a part of this.
So it was basically essentially a Mavs.com production. If you can't ask I imagine they didn't invite anyone who were going to ask things like, I don't know, running down a series of trades that Nico's made that have been questionable outside of Luka. I mean, of course, I thank him every day for Luka. I think he's a great GM and deserves an extension. But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, that's not really a media event. That's really just a Mavs presentation. That's not.
That was the first time he's talked too publicly.
Oh, he talked after
he talked for like 2-3 questions, like 2 or 3 questions the day after.
Jason Kidd, like the day after.
That's right. Or Jason Kidd. It's where Jason Kidd was sitting at the podium, like,
and
like little Terrio.
Yeah. And the beauty of this whole deal is that the longer it goes on, the more people get thrown under the bus. Like, what I saw the other day? Well, Jason Kidd, when told of the trade, didn't exactly throw himself in the way to stop it. I'm like, y'all just gonna blame everybody for this, huh? It went from only Nico and Rob knew to like when everyone heard about it, no one tried to stop it. No one tried to stop it. They were going to trade that man no matter what.
The shot at Dirk was something along the lines of, fans might not like it, Dirk might not like it, but my job is to the Dallas Mavericks.
Wow.
And it's like, all right, like that's a bold strategy, but all right.
Yeah, let's antagonize the fan base by going after the one player that they love more than Luka.
Right.
Let's say Dirk may not like it. Dirk was living his best life at that Laker game. No, I mean, he got Taylor rooked.
No. Be careful, Dirk.
Jalen still owes her like 7 NBA championships. My man said in front of her, I'm gonna win like 9 of them things in 4 years.
I agree with you. There is a lot of projecting into what you think a press conference is. I agree with Jesse. It's part of the job. You stand up there, you take the questions, you do what you have to do. But on the outside, like I'm not a GM or a reporter. Like you just want them there to throw darts at them. Like nobody's really gonna.
Well, I think there's a lot of intelligent questions that you could ask. Like you can ask, like, are you confident you got the best deal for Luka Doncic? Did you consider anyone else? Did you have conversations with any other GM? Was it another star in the league that you were looking at? Did you ever weigh the decision of draft picks versus a star? I feel like there's a million questions you could have asked him. Now, Nico might have been in his feelings, like, oh, they're not going to ask him. That's that's having no idea we were going to discuss this 6 minutes ago, thinking, yeah, I would have asked all these, or I would have hoped we could have collectively, the group in there, asked all these questions, Jay.
Yeah, and the thing is, trying to control it like that doesn't change anything. Because my job as a journalist, as somebody told me many years ago, don't write what I tell you, write what I see. And what you see right now with the team trying to control it, you've thrown Luka under the bus with unnamed sources repeatedly since February. I mean, and there are very fair questions that you can ask Nico without, quote unquote, attacking him. Like one of the things that came up more than once was you couldn't ask for Austin Reeves in the deal. You're giving up a generational talent. You couldn't get, why didn't you get more? Do you have a regret? There are, why did you trade Quentin Grimes right after that? I mean, there's a ton of like fair questions. And I'm conditioned to believe that most of the time they're going to get there and lie to you. So it's not like, he's not going to come up there and say, you know what, I made a terrible mistake. I should have known. He's not going to say that. But to try to control, you can't control the story anymore than you already have. I mean, because I know when the trade happened, I said, okay, we're going to hear that Luka's fat in 3, 2, then boom, he's out of shape. He's this, he's this, he's this, he's this. So you've already put your spin out there. And to me, part of the job is answering the legitimate questions that the media has about this situation, because there's a reason why there's so much interest in it, because we've never seen anything like this. We've never seen a player, especially in this generation where he was about to be on his second max deal, which means he's still young. You don't see those guys get traded. And as good as Anthony Davis is, as much as I liked Max Christie as a young prospect, the case is fair to make that you could have gotten way more for 25-year-old Luka Doncic. I mean, it's not, and pretending that, that if I don't answer the questions, people aren't going to, it's not going to go away. I mean, not that I don't know if it would have mattered this year with their injuries they have with other guys, but you're playing Sacramento as the 10 seed tomorrow. Luka's the 3 seed waiting at home till Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
One franchise is floundering, in part due to injuries. The other franchise is feeling like they've got their future for the next decade, and they got a chance to win this year. So, I mean, the criticism to me, remove my obvious bias out of it. The criticisms are completely fair. They're completely fair. The questions are fair. If how you want to handle it is on to you, but along the same lines, if you want to conduct a so-called press conference like that, we have the right to critique you for basically saying you guys are being cowards. You guys are running scared. The same way people locally jumped on Monty McNair for not saying anything publicly for a couple of weeks. I mean, those are all fair. It's all fair game at this point.
You guys are 100% correct. And most importantly, there's 2 things to take. One, it's your job. Like that's the job. Whether it's fair or not, it doesn't really matter. That's what you have to do.
Players have to face this criticism every night.
So you guys are 100% correct in that aspect. The other thing is, you said something in there, Jason. Yeah, the Mavs are playing the Kings. Your season's not over. Why are you doing an exit press conference and the season is still going on?
That's why I was like, wrapping up the season already? I'm not dealing with this after we lose tomorrow. I mean, what's the message you're sending?
Yeah,
you could have done this before Luka returned to town. You could have done this, I don't know, in February, April. What do you? I don't understand it, but hey,
it is weird that they did it yesterday. That is, or today, or whatever it was.
Yeah, it's like hey, let's summarize the season right now. Well, what if you guys win 2 in a row? Well, okay, well, I guess I might have happened to do
I guess we'll see in a couple of weeks. I don't know.
Yeah. Who wants to talk about the Luka trade before we play Sacramento?
Nico's like, I haven't thought that far ahead.
He's like, hey, But here's the thing too, by why I don't understand about doing it now. For 2 months, you've left basically Jason Kidd and the players to answer for this. It's not Jason Kidd's job to answer for this. I know Mark Cuban eventually. It's not Mark Cuban's job to discuss this. It's his job. It's part of his job, and it's an uncomfortable thing because no one wants to be the guy to go up there. I mean, the man's been getting ridiculed for 2 months now. I can imagine that you don't really want to go up there and get ridiculed some more, but there's a reason why people are upset. Are some folks over the top? Yeah. Do they need to yell fire Nico at every game? No, but then the team made it worse, snatching signs from people and things of that sort. I mean, I just don't think. I wonder sometimes who's advising these teams on their PR. Like, did you really think that taking signs from fans after the trade was going to make it better? Did you really think, did you think that all that was going to work? Like, what did you think that would get you in the long run? I have no idea. So I just think, it's weird timing. Like, why today? Why would you take the focus off of the game? You guys have, I think Sacramento will win tomorrow, but what if they don't? I don't understand why of all the days. I couldn't figure out why on social media I was seeing all these Nico quotes. I'm like, is this like an old story? Like, why is this popping up today? Maybe he figured it was Jackie Robinson Day. He wanted to stand out, and
okay. All right.
Another bad decision by him.
Yeah. Well, my team made a bad decision along them lines too. But hey, what do I know?
Well, what'd your team do?
They went to the White House.
Yeah.
After they only tried to pretend like Jackie Robinson wasn't in the military. So what did we do? Hey guys, let's Dustin May was geeked.
Did they break the World Series trophy?
No, that was the guy from Ohio who made sure. Yeah. I heard a good joke. KC's not going to like this one. Someone said I haven't seen one fumble a trophy like that since Kyle Shanahan.
That's just uncalled for, inaccurate, downright disrespectful.
31-10 would say otherwise, but hey.
Was he the head coach?
Kyle Shanahan in that Super Bowl, yeah.
31-10?
Or was it 21-10? Which one was it?
28-3, I think.
28-3. Wasn't even the head coach.
No, the first Chiefs Super Bowl they lost.
Oh.
They're up 10.
That was different.
Okay.
Jason, that just felt mean.
A 10-point lead. Tom Brady lost a 10-point, or what's the boy? Pete Carroll lost a 10-point. Your coach, he lost a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl. It happens.
Yeah, but your boy Kyle, I don't know. Hey, that's okay. Maybe we can get Bonte on. We can make fun of the Warriors.
Well, I'm not going to do that. Not going to make fun of the Warriors.
We already reversed the curse.
We reversed the curse. We just got to keep it
That's
moving.
okay. Remember, I live in the Bay. I've been on their head about my man Harrison Barnes for a week. They hate me in the Bay.
Oh man.
I said, isn't it just beautiful? The guy who did it was Harrison. Harrison hit a game winner, though. Harrison hit a buzzer beater.
Well, not always, Jason. I can.
Well,
not always.
Well, he did. He didn't he made that one during the COVID year, post-COVID year, that one where De'Aaron,
in Cleveland, or not in Cleveland,
against Cleveland. Yeah, he made that one. He made that. Like I said, just for my own trolling purposes, I loved what he did in Golden State. I was like, look at that, the guy that they ran out of town. Look at him.
Third game in the season against the Suns a couple years ago, he hit one. All the ones that don't matter.
My question for y'all: What did you enjoy more, Harrison doing that, or them running that screen for Buddy?
Oh, easily.
Give me the Buddy screen 10 times out of 10.
I'm just like, Buddy's a great set shooter. I don't know if I want to run a play where he's running and going and drifting away from the basket.
Yikes!
But I know KC enjoyed. That wasn't even the best part. His part was Draymond.
That was pretty funny.
Let me stop because Warrior fans already are mad at me. All my homies who are Warrior fans can't stand me because they were.
It is what it is.
Because here's the thing: about 4 days ago, they were telling me we want the smoke. Yeah, Lakers Warriors first round. We want the smoke. Same fans were telling me, you know what though? It would be better to play Houston. I said, okay, so that's one way to spin losing your last 3 home games. That's one way to spin blowing a double-digit lead to a team that's not playing its 2 best players. We really
it's not so bad.
We really want to play an extra game with our best player with an injured thumb. We really want to do that.
People better be careful calling out Ime and his goons.
Ime,
they're gonna be a tough out.
I agree. I said, y'all think y'all really want that? Oh, we ain't worried. I said, Ime got some dogs on that team.
So you're buying Houston?
I think the Warrior matchup would be a good matchup for Houston.
Okay.
I just think that their physicality would give them problems. Would I be shocked if the Warriors were able to, assuming the Warriors win, could they beat them? I wouldn't be completely shocked. Mm-hmm. But I think they could give them some problems. Obviously, the offensive thing would be a problem. They have those long stretches where they kind of go, ice cold at times on offense. But I think they've got enough between having Dylan Brooks, who when he's not playing LeBron is actually can be a normal player. When he plays LeBron, he thinks he's supposed to shoot 15 times. But I think you got a guy like Van Vliet on the team. I think they've got a couple of veterans who, if they can keep themselves Steven Adams, lurking in the background to talk crazy to people. I think they could give them a problem because they're physical. And the Warriors still aren't a very big team. Just tell Sengun to watch out for Draymond's elbows in the paint.
No, do that.
And Steven Adams owes Draymond one for them kicks back in the day.
Owes him a receipt.
Ime, like I said, Ime is a gangster. Ime may put Steven Adams in the game just to clock Draymond to see what happens. Go get him, mate.
You think Ja is a Grizzly next year? Either of you?
He's trying not to be with some of this stuff. I just think I think he's not just because they've already come out and said they're not going to trade him, which means they're probably going to trade him. That's the way things go there. If you were Memphis, even with the stuff recently, is it the level of it was before? No, but it's kind of just the flagrant middle finger to your boss all the time. that just you question his decision making. And then the explanation, that's not a grenade. I'm throwing words in the air and covering my ears so come on, man. And then I got the media folks back in Memphis. They told me it's not a gun, it's a bow and arrow. I'm like, you don't hold a bow and arrow like that.
All right, Josh.
Is the arrow like a missile? Like, no one does. Like, come on, man. And then the other thing was, well, how could Buddy did it? I said, well, first off, Buddy ain't on Instagram with a gun.
Buddy has not been suspended for his behavior.
I said, sometimes I think people get wrapped up in this. It's got to be fair. Life isn't fair. If I've gotten caught jaywalking 3 times and I've gotten 3 tickets, my penalty is going to be different than someone who hasn't gotten caught jaywalking. And it's like, why are y'all acting like he's being treated so unfair? I'm like, you know what David Stern would have did the job? He might have suspended Ja for the playoffs. David Stern Adam is nice. David Stern would have been like, you do that one more time, I got you. And if he would have threw the grenade in the air, David would have hit him like $100,000 fine, tried to put him in counseling, all type of stuff. Yeah, I almost think he might benefit from a change of scenery. But the thing is, the way this whole salary thing is, part of me says I'm like, where could he go? Like, who would take him? How about, I could see him in Sacramento.
Josh said YSL stands for Young Soldiers of the Lord. Young Soldiers of the Lord. YSL.
Well, Easter is coming up. He's got to get his mind right for Sunday.
It's almost like he went too long without something dumb happening. And he was like, oh, it's
can't help himself, huh?
It's been too long.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I'm like, y'all got to realize how dumb the cover-up sounds. What was the other one, Milrow? I wish a naysayer would, or something like.
Yeah.
And you got Pat McAfee of all people saying, I was like, oh my God, they're about to fire Pat McAfee.
I thought you were gonna say something else.
I was like, oh my God, no, he's not. And naysayer, I was like, woo. Or was that? I forgot which guy it was. It was somebody who had no business saying that.
Reese Davis.
Yeah. I was like, McAfee was like, he was about to be like, oh my God, I won't say that on the air. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the cover-up is just worse than telling the truth. Yeah. Young servants of the Lord. Or what was the Young Thug one?
Yeah, that was it. That's what I remember from YSL.
Yeah.
Young Soldiers of the Lord.
Yeah. Truly humbled under God or something.
That's it. Dog, yeah.
Truly humbled under God. I was like, ain't nothing about your music godly. What are you talking about? I'm like, I just the cover up is sometimes 20 times worse than what you actually mean. And I think with Ja's the kid who's just like, you know what, I'm gonna keep on poking to make you do something to me. I'm gonna make you do something. Then his dad got tossed out of game for talking crazy to the refs. I'm just like, man, I could easily see them saying, you want to spend the next 2 years in New Orleans? Like, hey, I can see a press conference in July where, whoever the Kings coach is, Doug or someone is standing there with Ja Morant taking a photo.
Hey, to be honest with you, I'd take Ja here in Sacramento.
I mean, as a player, you take him out of you take him. Change
the scenery thing helps.
I think maybe he just needs to, sometimes it's a matter.
Well, nothing screams rehabilitation like Sacramento.
The post-game picture on Instagram with John Vivek would be epic.
Oh.
John's like this. And then Vivek does the same thing. Vivek will be down though. I mean, Vivek roll with DeMar.
Ja be out there in a Mozzie shirt.
They'd be like, keep him out of Oak Park.
Yeah, he'd be out there just trying to see what he can instigate.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, but hey, I'd be at way more Kings games for that one. Be like, oh, that'd be cool. Mozzie at more Kings games.
Well,
I'd be, Mozzie, Ja.
Who told it? Was it Coach Marion? Who said they was going to get Mozzie out? At Sac State, it was Coach Marion. I was like, boy, if you do that, Coach, you've hit a different stratosphere here in this city.
There's going to be some alums who have no idea who that is or why he's there. Like, what are you doing?
And there's going to be a lot of people that know exactly who he is.
Yeah.
You're going to see the two Americas on full display.
Might be time for me to leave now.
What is that smell? Reminds me of my youth.
Orlando and Atlanta tonight. Any thoughts on those two teams? Orlando feels like a massive disappointment, don't they?
I think, yeah. I mean, I think them not having Paolo for that big chunk of games. I think if they have him for the whole season, they're not 7th. I feel like they should win it, but they also had the same problem they had last year. They had the struggling offense at times, and I think Paolo helps that. I like Franz Wagner as a player, but yeah, it doesn't feel like they should be 7th, but they still won that terrible division. But doesn't.
Do we still think they have a super bright future, or are we kind of like maybe they need to retool, spice it up a little bit?
I'm not off of them yet. I mean, Paolo's in what, year 2? Year 3?
Year 3.
Nah, Paolo's him. Like, there's no doubt about that.
I think they've probably missed or need to retool or figure out. Is Suggs out?
Suggs has been out, and I think that you makes you ask the question, like, is he that valuable? Because he's the one that was out when both Paolo and Wagner got back. And when Paolo was out, remember, they were able to keep their head above water for a little while. Like, they were still playing well, but they have not recovered from Suggs being out. And it's like,
I mean, that's a big loss for them. I mean, so I wouldn't punt on them just yet. I think if you I don't know what Suggs is going to be, but I think if you got Paolo, you got Suggs, you got Wagner, you got some pieces. I think that the one thing they were looking for in the offseason was a 3-and-D guy and a guy who could score on the perimeter. Yeah. Which is why I guess they were, trying to get KCP. Where did KCP end up?
Orlando.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think they still probably need some help with that. Yeah. Because I wouldn't punt on them just yet. I mean, I think Paolo's going to be really, really good. And I think, with him and Wagner together, you got a chance. But I think the injuries this year hurt them. But even still, they still finished 7th. Yeah. And that the division they're in is going to be so terrible for probably the next couple of years. They're going to win. They're going to win 30-something games just because because they play in that division. I mean, they got Charlotte, Washington. Trae Young might get traded. Who knows?
There too. Yeah, Miami in there.
Well, and that's the other component to tonight's game is like, are we nearing the end of the Trae Young era in?
Trae Young in Sacramento. That's going to be the thing all summer. Who's going to get traded to Trae Young in Sacramento? DeMar and Zach go to Atlanta. Who says?
Then it's going to be Contavious Caldwell-Pope. That's who's going to wind up in the game. Maybe we'll finally get Cam Johnson.
Mikal Bridges. Or you know what they'll do?
No, we'll get the other Bridges.
Miles. No. They'll get our guy James Hams, boy. They'll get Plumlee finally.
That'll answer.
What the hell was he doing the other day?
Did you see the video when Trey Lyles?
Yeah, I said they fired the coach. They
took a 3.
We can't have this.
I tweeted it out as Plumlee takes the 3, and Trey Lyles is on the bench like.
I said Budenholzer probably said, "Please fire me. I can't." Talk about a dumpster fire right now. Phoenix is back to being the old Phoenix. Remember when it used to be Sacramento and Phoenix were in a competition to prove it would be the most dysfunctional?
Man.
Phoenix said, hold up. 3 coaches, 3. I mean, they're paying. I mean, the biggest winner might be Monty Williams. How much money is he getting paid not to coach now?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's still getting.
I mean, he's
going to be up there too.
That Detroit contract was like the highest, highest annual average when he signed it. Man, my man went out there, lost like 25, 27 games in a row, got let go, all that. I mean, talk about, Monty's winning.
He absolutely is. Absolutely. Who do you think's going to win tonight in both of the games? The Magic, Hawks, and Grizzlies, Warriors.
I think the Magic win. I just think they're a better team. And this one, I lean toward the Warriors, but hey, if Steph gets hit on that hand, and remember, they've never won a play-in game. They've never won one. They've been in 3 of them or whatever.
Lakers, Kings, and who?
Grizzlies.
Remember
Grizzlies. That's right. That's right.
That was like the John Morant coming out party. They went out there,
right.
And he came out there and just balled in San Francisco.
Stop. I know what you're doing, man. Stop.
What am I doing?
For 2 days. No, for 2 days. The Warriors have never won a play-in game.
No, what he's saying is the Kings are going to beat Dallas tomorrow, which is going to be a task. The Warriors are going to lose to the Grizzlies, and for the 3rd year in a row, it's going to be the Kings and the Warriors in some sort of play-in
I don't want
game.
anything to do with this, Jason.
Some sort of postseason
I just
game.
don't. And it's going down that road. And then Jason brings it up. That's what we're going to be talking about for 2 days. The Warriors still have never won a play-in game in their history.
Someone said they got to call it the Steph Curry Invitational. I said that's just wrong.
No, don't.
I can't do stuff like that, man. I can't do him like that.
Disrespecting 30 that way.
Isn't Valanciunas like the leader, like in playing tournament?
He's played in every year.
he's like a record setter play. I mean, and then these stats don't count for anything.
I can't wait. Valanciunas played in the most play-in games in NBA history.
It'd be a trivia answer in 5 years.
Like 12 of them.
Who leads the NBA all-time in play-in points, rebounds, and blocks?
Hey, are you safe? You safe over there?
Oh, we cool, man. They just go, we ain't got that many cops in Vallejo. They probably just going to Starbucks or something. We good. We good, man.
All right, man.
Jason out in the Crest.
No, I ain't in the Crest, man. I used to be out by the Crest. I ain't in the Crest no more. And half of your listeners are going, the what? Like the Crest? They're about to hit Google right now.
What's the next piece you're working on?
I got a couple of things I'm working on. I got this piece on Dwayne Wade. It's supposed to come out at some point.
Wine?
Everything. Wine, food, all type of stuff,
Oh, Wade is good.
I heard it's good. I haven't had it yet.
It's
but
solid.
I heard it's good, and some people I know are working with him. So that's.
I got my girl some for Valentine's Day a couple of years ago, but she's such a big Dwayne Wade fan. She says she's not going to drink until there's an important occasion. I guess being around me ain't important to open a bottle of wine. she's like, whatever, not for you.
Maybe if Chris Webber comes back for another tour, we can.
If she could have brought, she would have offered Chris a glass and knocked me out the way. Move. Chris wants a glass of wine.
Oh,
yeah. Are you at all? I can't believe I didn't ask you this already. As we wrap it up, are you at all excited for WrestleMania this weekend?
Man. I mean, this is some of the most random, disjointed stories.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do we have this whole Bailey Roxanne thing go on, and then to get this random tag team match? I mean, there's some things I'm like, I love Rey Mysterio. Why are we watching him wrestle a white man in a mask? I don't understand the point of that. I mean, there's just some stuff I'm like, and there's people who I felt like should be no-brainers for the card who aren't on the card. Mm-hmm. Like the Street Profits are big time every year at Mania. They're fighting on Friday. I thought Nia Jax had a great year to now not be on the card at all. And it just doesn't feel, usually it feels like all the stories for 12 months lead to Mania.
Yeah.
It's like this year, it's almost like they said, let's see what we can figure out, We'll throw some stuff together, like the randomness of the Intercontinental title match.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, only thing we're waiting on is for Dom to turn on Finn.
Mm-hmm.
But I just it just doesn't feel, the bloodline, I guess the bloodline is over, but it's like, I shout out to Jacob Fatu, but it's like Solo was like the tribal chief for like 8 months. or almost a year, he was like the tribal chief, and now he's just like,
They
hey,
blew that off on Netflix.
yeah, and it's like now it's like, hey, I'm solo. I'm like, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me in a lot of cases. So I'm hoping for a bunch of random surprises that will make it worth the 8-9 hours of my life I'm going to give over to the company.
Yeah. All right, Jay. We appreciate you as always, my man. We'll link
All
up
right,
again.
happy playing week, y'all. See y'all next week.
That feels like a shot. That feels like
a shot. What? I'm wishing y'all luck.
All right. Thank you, Jason.
All right, Joe.
All right, man. Jason Jones, New York Times. He ain't mean that. That was definitely shade.
That was a shot.
I'm not punting on Orlando because it's not fourth down. But there's something about Orlando, like Paolo is. I feel like you need to. By the way, I think they win tonight.
I do too.
I think they win tonight. I was thinking more about their like long-term scope as we talk about teams that like, oh, they have a bright future. They have a bright future. They have a bright future. That's how I was trying to tie them into the Sacramento Kings earlier. Like I'm not as full on their future anymore. Palos, yes, I feel like the team needs a little retooling.
To me, that's why you're okay with the future because you got a Paolo.
That's perfectly fair. And Jamal Mosley will beat your ass.
He will.
We'll see you. It's game day tomorrow. We'll be here beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders. We're going to head over to 102.5. We got Ice Cube tickets to give away if you want to come hang out with us. If not, man, we'll see you tomorrow here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes.
Hey, good news, guys. The office is closing at 12 on Friday.
I saw that.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Good. I'm going to eat every snack in the goddamn office that day.
That's what we should do. Yep.
I'll take it home.
Take
like,
all of
babe,
the
we have
snacks
for weeks
yep,
now.
Yep.
Let's do Office Olympics that day.
Office Olympics, 40-yard dash and an office chair. It looks like it's about to storm in Philadelphia. That's crazy.
Oh, man. We are out of here. We're going to go to a show. Have a great day, y'all. We will see you tomorrow.